Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 601. We're just doing menial jobs at planets Hiwo. In Li's and Alice's dorms, the two walked in with a smile and saw Ying Ying watching cartoons on the couch. They immediately went over to hug her. Ying Ying, Senior is so amazing. He stopped a level 6 planetary state dark metal demon all by himself, Alice said excitedly. While they were training, they heard the soldiers discuss the news. They were very happy to hear it. Ying Ying struggled within their arms since the two were covered in sweat. Only then did the two realize this and quickly let go. Ying Ying nodded and said, I saw it. The two were taken aback. You saw it? Ying Ying nodded expressionlessly and then looked at the two in confusion. Is it strange that I saw it? Li and Alice glanced at each other. During this time, all she did was watch cartoons or ask for food. They almost forgot she was actually a cosmic realm state. However, they were really strong. Could they see things more than 100,000 light years away? Was it only Ying Ying who could do this, or were all cosmic realm states this strong? They shook their heads. Li smiled. In a few days, we'll be going out to do missions. After that, we can leave. Missions weren't difficult for them now, especially with Ying Ying watching. Li smiled. Ying Ying, I'll be cooking good food tonight. Senior was so strong, it's time to celebrate. Ying Ying's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Li rubbed her little face. Luze really taught you how to be a foodie. 3 days later, the new dawn left the warp dimension. Luze and the others had just finished their morning cultivation and were sitting on the couch. They looked outside and saw a large solar system. 1 star and 42 planets were there. A lot of asteroid belts could be seen too. One planet was completely red and appeared very vibrant in the dark space. Kyohesha narrowed her eyes. That's planets Hiwo, right? It does look like fire. Lin Ling smiled. Its environment is very special. It has a precious spirit material called Hiwo lotus. It can only be grown on this planet. It's said that this Hiwo lotus sea is a rare beautiful scene in the entire controlled region. Nangongjing was curious. Let's go and see it then. Luze also asked, I wonder if it's tasty. The other three. A beautiful scene was for people to enjoy, not eat. Nangongjing wanted to beat someone up. Seeing this, Luze quickly said, I quite like watching lotus seas too. Let's go together. Kyohesha raised a brow. The planet is at the border of our controlled region. It's no wonder that blade demons appeared. I just don't know what they're doing there. Nangongjing guessed, perhaps they want to destroy planets Hiwo. Hiwo lotus was a resource of the Federation. Luze smiled. Who cares? If we find them, we'll capture them. Capturing them alive gave much more Shenyu merit points. If possible, it was best to capture them alive. Lin Ling smiled. The mission said that there might be level 4 planetary state blade demon. We best be careful. The group nodded. The ship soon entered the solar system and came to the planet. The group looked curiously at this planet. There seemed to be burning seas all over it, and yet, there were plants growing. They even saw a strange beast spew out flames. God art. Nangongjing shook her head. No, this is just ordinary means. They all had fire god art and could tell this wasn't god art. Kyohesha smiled. If this planet could really allow people to acquire fire god art, it wouldn't be for humans to take. Luze nodded. This is probably due to their special environment. It was already strange that there was life on this blazing planet. But, perhaps there really might be some beast on here that knows fire god art. Nangongjing smiled. Luze and others didn't refute her statement. This scene really widened their horizons. Suddenly, the group looked straight ahead. It was a large sea of flames and then patches of red lotus were blossoming and swaying with the wind. This sea of lotus spread boundlessly. Even the floating light forest didn't give Luze this much of a shock. This is this Hiwo Lotus Sea. Lin Ling was lost in thought. While they were enjoying the view, 6 Shenwu army soldiers flew over. There were 1 level 1 planetary state and 5 mortal evolution states. They came before the new dawn and studied it. The design of the ship seemed to belong to a young duke, right? But the other ones seemed smaller. The planetary state leader spoke seriously, "Come with us to check in at the base first." Whether or not they were young dukes weren't important. Young dukes were only mortal evolution states now. They haven't even reached the planetary state. Did they come here just to do menial tasks? Luze smiled. "Let's go to the base first, or we'll be considered intruders." It seemed the human race considered this Hiwo Lotus very important. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so strict. The other 3 nodded. Then, the new dawn followed the soldiers' guidance into the base. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a base. There were a lot of powerful spirit cannons there. "Stop the ship here and enter the station to check in. You can only move freely after checking in." Hearing this, Luze stopped the ship and came out. When the squad saw Luze and the rest, they felt stunned. The captain studied Luze and then Nangongjing and the others. He spoke with uncertainty, "Monarch of the New Dawn Luze." Luze became dazed. Did this captain know him? Luze nodded. With this confirmation, the stern-faced captain eased up. He smiled. "So it's Monarch of the New Dawn, young Duke Nangong, Kai Huyu, and Lin Ling. Welcome to planets Hiwo." Luze. Luze's mouth twitched. "Captain, you know me?" The captain smiled. "Of course, you stalling an entire dark metal demon squad all by yourself is shocking." Chapter 602's Hiwo Shooting Stars. No wonder the captain's attitude changed so quickly. Those with power would be respected everywhere they went. This is much truer for the Shenwu army since all warriors respected the strong. However, Luze was quite speechless. The news spread so fast. It had only been a few days. Nangongjing and the others looked at each other. Luze was viral again. Being viral inside and outside the Federation were completely different concepts. Here, there were thousands of planetary states and quite some star states too. Luze smiled. "So that's it, please take us to the check-in area then." The captain smiled. "Not a problem. It's what I should do." Although Monarch of the New Dawn was only a level 4 mortal evolution state, his power was probably far beyond his. Yet, Luze was still so polite. "He's indeed the Monarch of the New Dawn. What a nice person." The captain took the squad to the check-in counter. The people there also gave them extra glances. Soon, the procedures were done. Then, they put away the New Dawn and entered the base. Although the base here belonged to the Shangyang Galaxy Station, it was quite a decent resource point and was at the border. Therefore, there were more people in the base. Luze wandered around the base. He saw quite a few level 3 and level 4 planetary states. He even saw a level 5 planetary state. Those beings above level 5 planetary state would often go outside the controlled region. Therefore, a level 5 planetary state was at the top of the food chain in the controlled region. Clearly, there were a lot of missions here, and the rewards were great, or there wouldn't be this many people in this place. At this moment, they saw 4 familiar figures and familiar voices. "When is this going to end? What can we do? We can't do other missions. It's hard to find a mission with a good reward. Don't ask for so much." "That's right. At least, the rewards are 50% higher than the controlled regions. We should be satisfied." "Old Luo, why aren't you talking? Are you all right?" "Nothing, there's too little ice element here. I don't feel used to it." "That's true, you're an ice god art user art after all. However, with our situation, this mission is the most valuable. Don't worry, I'm fine. Luze and the others were walking on the streets and came across Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, Derek, and Jack. What were they doing here? This was near the outside of the controlled region. The missions here were pretty much all planetary states. It was very dangerous for them to be here. Lin Ling walked straight up. Brother, what are you guys doing here? Lin Kuang immediately turned around. Lin Ling, what are you doing here? He looked around and saw Luze and the rest. His mouth twitched. Although he knew Lin Ling was in a team with them, he still didn't feel too happy. His own little sister was going around with a playboy. At this moment, Luze and the others walked over too. Luze greeted, Brother Lin, Teacher Luo, Derek, and Jack. What a coincidence! Luo Bingqing and the others were also surprised. Derek glanced at Kaiyuhesha once and looked away. He smiled. Yeah, we're just here doing missions. Are you doing missions here? Which ones? Luze's mouth twitched. Derek was still so talkative. Nangang Jing grinned. Let's find a place to sit and chat. They had been to the void border for more than half a month. It was hard to meet up. Everyone else had no objections. The group came to the only spirit food restaurant here. The Shenwu army had its own spirit chefs. This restaurant was called Zhiwo Little Restaurant. It had tens of tables. Only 5 tables can be seated right now. There were quite some adventurers here, but not all of them would come to eat spirit food. High-level spirit food wasn't cheap. Derek and the others wanted to just go and chat where they stayed, but Luze and the rest all wanted to eat. What a joke, of course, they had to try the specialty dishes here. Last time, at Planet Nanlis, there was nothing as it was a non-inhabitable planet. There weren't many people in the restaurant, but the group caught everyone's attention as soon as they arrived. All those adventurers became dazed upon seeing Luze. Everyone looked at Luze strangely. Luze sensed this and rubbed his face before asking Nangang Jing, is there something on my face? Nangang Jing, no. Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling were confused about why people looked at Luze strangely. At this moment, a bulky man with short red hair came out. He studied Luze and grinned. It's an honor to have Monarch of the New Dawn at my little shop. Everyone laughed. Old Zhu, it is indeed an honor. Don't you reckon you should let us have this meal for free? Clearly, the people here were quite familiar with the shop owner. Bastard! My price is fixed, not anything less. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting to the Shenwu army. Pfft, Scrooge. So what if you have a general as your wife? Then, Zhu looked at the group and grinned. But, Monarch of the New Dawn is different, discount. Everyone was shocked. Oh my god! Zhu, you're giving a discount? This is the first time, right? In my 30 years of stay here, this is the first time I've heard Scrooge Zhu give a discount. Luze felt great. Since when was he so popular? This was the first time the shop owner gave a discount? Luze smiled and was going to thank this boss. However, Boss Zhu said, MHM, 5% discount. Luze. His smile froze. Thank you, Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu laughed. No problem. He stared at Luze. Since it's the Monarch of the New Dawn, I'll open the menu for Zhiwo Shooting Star. How about it? Want one? What? The others were truly shocked this time. Old Zhu, you're really going to cook Zhiwo Shooting Star? Quite some people who knew what's going on were red-eyed. Meanwhile, Luze and the others were confused. Luze asked, is it good? If it is, bring some extra servings. Other people heard this and were speechless. If it was just as simple as being tasty, would they be this excited? The boss stiffened but then grinned. Good. Of course. However, you can only have one serving. I need to save the rest for my wife. Chapter 603 Dish sold once every 5 years. Luze's expression turned strange. Then, the boss smiled. However, if you want to buy it, I have 2 requests here. Luze and the others raised a brow. Derek complained, this is the first time I've heard the owner making requests when selling. Just what is yours, Hiwo Shooting Star? A customer on the side smiled. You're probably a noob who just came to Planets Hiwo, right? I know Monarch of the New Dawn definitely just arrived at Planets Hiwo. The others are probably the young dukes of this generation. They're definitely here for the first time without a doubt. Other than extremely talented young dukes like Nangongjing and Kaihuya Hesha, ordinary young dukes would only become famous among them after reaching the planetary state. There were so many young dukes in each generation, so how could they know them all? Someone said, you guys are benefiting from Monarch of the New Dawn. This Hiwo Shooting Star is old Zhu's signature dish. He only sells it once every 5 years. Each time, there would be planetary states coming back from the depth of the void space just to fight over it. The last time was 2 years ago. Luze and the rest were dumbfounded. Just how good was this dish? Luze's eyes lit up already. Even the rest of the group were shocked. The male young dukes were surprised that planetary states would come back from the void space just to fight over it. Those people would be at least level 5 planetary states. Just what grade of spirit food was this? Only then did these guys realize they couldn't see the boss's cultivation level. Clearly, this boss was much stronger than they were. Luze looked at this boss and smiled. What is your request? The boss patted Luze's shoulder. You're decisive, I like it. Luze's mouth twitched. This boss's power was much stronger than the alcoholics. He was probably a level 5 planetary state or higher. Luze smiled. You compliment me too much, so what's the request? If I can do it, of course, I'll agree. The boss answered, it's nothing much, the first request is to get me 3 Hiwo birds' eggs. Immediately, everyone's face stiffened. Luze and the others were confused once more. Why did everyone make a strange face? Luze asked, can someone explain what this bird is? We're noobs. A person who was a level 3 planetary state coughed. Boss Zhu, this isn't too nice. This Hiwo bird's egg isn't so easy to get. The boss said, I'm making an exception to Cook's Hiwo Shooting Star for Monarch of the New Dawn. You guys know it's hard to gather. I'm giving the stock to my wife. I have to save for the next 5 years. Why was the dish only cooked every 5 years? It was because one of the main ingredients, Hiwo bird's egg, was too rare. Boss Zhu explained, I'm not being cocky, but this dish is my pride. It took me nearly 100 years on this planet to create it. Hiwo Shooting Star is planetary state spirit food. The spirit force is very gentle. Even those mortal evolution state kids can eat them. Although ordinary level 4 mortal evolution states can't handle this spirit force, Monarch of the New Dawn should be fine. Perhaps he might even break through because of it. Of course, if that's all it could do, it wouldn't be his prided work. Most importantly, it could allow those without fire god art to have a small chance of learning it. Those with god art could improve it. Hiwo bird has fire god art. Its eggs contain the inheritance of this god art. However, I can refine this inheritance out. However, this food is useless for star state. No one rebutted. The group looked at the boss in shock. This was the first time they had heard of a spirit food that could help people learn god art. No wonder people were fighting so hard over it. Even a planetary state very rarely had god art. Of course, they would do anything to learn it. He wondered if Uncle Merlin could make such a dish. Of course, to Luze, this dish was less useful. He had fire god art orbs. After the introduction, everyone fell into silence. The other customers laughed. How about it? Are you shocked? Old Zhu is really a prodigy. Luze smiled at the boss. You're really amazing. This is the first time I've heard of spirit food that can give people god art. Then, Luze asked, by the way, why is it hard to get the egg? Just for this rare dish, he would go and find the egg. Boss Zhu smiled. It seems you've agreed. Zhiwo bird is a beast that has fire god art. An adult one is usually around level 1 to level 9 of the planetary state. Because it has fire god art, its combat power is far superior to martial artists of the same level. You know the cultivation level of the people here. Very few can beat the beast, much less obtain its egg. Of course, the bird is extremely ferocious. After it knows it can't defeat the intruder, it would destroy its egg and commit suicide. That's the hardest part about collecting the egg. A man with a scar on his face smiled. During the past 5 years, the maximum number of eggs one got was 3. Sometimes there wasn't even one. I've long heard Monarch of the New Dawn is extremely talented and can stall a level 6 planetary state dark metal demon as a level 4 mortal evolution state. I wonder if you can get this Zhiwo bird's egg. Quite some people laughed. No wonder they looked at him strangely. They already knew about the news. So he was viral. Luze felt great. He should work harder and become renowned throughout the entire universe. Chapter 604 The difference became apparent real quick. Luze smiled. If it was just stealing eggs, he was very experienced. He just stole the silver hook beast's eggs a few days ago. Luze asked, what's the second request? The boss continued, 1000 Shenwu merit points processing fee 5% discount, so 950 Shenwu merit points. Luze. His mouth twitched. This was so expensive. He could buy more than 3 of those black shadow leopard armor. Derek couldn't resist asking, isn't this a bit too expensive? 950 Shenwu merit points. They had worked so hard risking their lives doing missions, only to earn 300 Shenwu merit points. Yet, this dish was more than 3 times their current net worth. 950 Shenwu merit points is expensive. The customers gasped. This is spirit food giving you a chance to learn fire god art. It's also a planetary state spirit food. How is 950 Shenwu merit points expensive? You guys haven't seen the auction for this, have you? Boss Zhu is giving you an opportunity on Monarch of the New Dawn's account. No one will fight over it with you. Otherwise, if those bosses from the depth of the void space came, you wouldn't be able to get it even for 10,000 Shenwu merit points. Derek's mouth twitched. This was rather cheap indeed, but where would they get that many Shenwu merit points? Even if they did, they didn't dare to splurge like that. What if they didn't get god art? Luo Bingqing and the others frowned. Meanwhile, Luze smiled. 950 Shenwu merit points, right? No problem. It really wasn't expensive for him. He had purple orbs. He wasn't scared that he wouldn't learn the god art. This was very worth it for him. Most importantly, the boss said the dish was very tasty. Seeing Luze agree, Lin Kuang and the others were shaken. They looked at Luze in shock. That was 950 Shenwu merit points. Luze just spent it like that? Just how much did he have? The boss smiled. You're indeed the Monarch of the New Dawn. Then, I'll wait for you to bring the egg over. But, those birds are fierce. Be careful. Luze nodded. Thank you for your reminder. The crowd went off again. Monarch of the New Dawn has 1000 Shenwu merit points already, amazing. You should get a few level 5 or level 6 planetary state eggs over. The stronger they were, the better the god art. It seemed he did need to get stronger eggs. Luze smiled and asked, where do I find the birds? The boss answered, these birds are rather rare. They might even appear anywhere in the solar system. Perhaps there are some on this planet. Luze nodded. I see. He needed to gather clues about the Blade Demon Squad anyway. He would do the two missions at the same time. Because they didn't have the egg, the boss couldn't cook the dish for them on the spot. Thus, they found a place to sit and ordered the special dishes here for a taste. Meanwhile, the other customers went to do their own things. On the table, Luze looked at the aromatic charcoaled pork and gulped. He then picked up the chopsticks. Let's dig in. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling ate very naturally like usual. As for the four male young dukes, they were speechless. Luo Bingqing said plainly, Luze, are you really going to buy that Zhiwo shooting star? Luze nodded. Of course. Didn't the boss say it was very tasty? You guys can try some. The others. Very tasty. That was 950 Shenwu merit points. Jack smiled bitterly and exclaimed, Luze, you're progressing too fast. I've just heard about you from my brother. Luze glanced at Jack and remembered that golden-haired general. He seemed to be called Eugen, right? General Eugen is your brother? Last time I saw him use the move you used at my monarch celebration. Jack smiled. Yes, that's my brother. They were originally planning to go do missions at Eugen's place, but he was still guarding that 4-symbol crystal mine. That was outside the controlled region. It was more dangerous than here. Eugen thought his brother was too weak, so he wouldn't let Jack go. Thus, they could only do their own missions. Nangongjing said, the missions here are rather rewarding but not too dangerous. What missions are you doing? Lin Kuang's mouth twitched. Fertilizing the Zhiwo lotus here. What? Luze and the others were dumbfounded. Derek coughed and spoke awkwardly, our race is planting the lotus here. We need to fertilize it, so it can ripen faster. However, it's not an ordinary fertilizer. But, it's not easy to fertilize, Luo Bingqing said plainly. The flames in the Lotus Sea would cause some threat for level 9 mortal evolution states. Even we can't stay there for long. Especially Luo Bingqing, he felt he was being roasted there. Luze and the others nodded. Luze smiled. This is good. At least, there are Shenwu army soldiers patrolling here. Your safety can be assured. Jack said, we thought that as well. When we reach the planetary state, we'll consider other missions. They were very talented, but they had to be realistic. Jack looked curiously at them. What mission are you doing here? Luze answered, we got an investigation mission. It's said someone saw blade demons at this solar system. Lin Kuang and the others were stunned. Lin Kuang looked at Lin Ling. We saw that mission. It said there might be a level 4 planetary state blade demon. Lin Ling nodded. Possibly. If it was just level 4 planetary state blade demons, even if they can't beat them, it wouldn't be hard for them to escape. The atmosphere fell silent. This difference became apparent real quick. They were still doing missions under the protection of the Shenwu army while Luze and the rest were already investigating blade demons involving level 4 planetary states. Moments later, Jack raised his cup. I wish you will be successful in your mission. Luze and the group raised their cups as well. Thanks, you too. Thereafter, they chatted about other things. From what Derek said, they had begun cooperating strategically based on their god arts. Derek also said that Mosye's group and Daphne's group might come to Shangyang Galaxy too. Luze and the team were shocked. Those guys didn't even have a planetary state combat power, and yet, they dared to come here to do missions. After chatting for another half an hour, the group left and split off. Lin Kuang and his group were very tired from fertilizing. They needed to rest. On the other hand, Luze and his team decided to go straight for the Zhiwo bird egg. Chapter 605 Zhiwo bird. In the new dawn, Luze and the rest of the group were resting on the couch. They pretty much searched the entire planet and didn't find as Hiwo's bird nest. At this moment, the ship was flying outside the planet. Nangongjing lay on the couch. People are pretty active on planets Hiwo. If there are birds, they would have been discovered already. Lin Ling was looking online. The local network has no information about Hiwo birds. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. They are very rare after all. Perhaps people would want to take it for themselves. Luze stretched his back. We'll go find one ourselves. Boss Zhu said it, didn't he? It's in this solar system. It probably wouldn't take long. By the way, where was the Blade Demon last seen? Luze didn't forget that their most important mission was the Blade Demon mission. Lin Ling looked at the mission and said, it's in the Yara asteroid belt, at the outskirts. The army checked it later on but didn't find anything. They are very busy, and that is why they published the mission. Luze thought about it and said, in that case, we'll go over there then and see if there are any Hiwo birds on the way. The other three nodded. Luze ordered the new Dawn to watch out for the surrounding energy and report to him if anything abnormal was detected. Following that, the four began cultivating again. A day later, Luze and the others looked outside at a roaring beast on an asteroid. They were disappointed. This wasn't it. The new Dawn had found quite a few special energy sources, but they were all strange void beasts. Some even chased their ship. During this time, New Dawn's voice sounded again. There is a special energy wave ahead. Luze and the group looked outside again. But soon, they saw an asteroid, which was tens of kilometers wide. It seemed to be glowing fiery red. Their eyes bulged. Nangongjing blinked. That's perhaps Hiwo bird. Luze immediately ordered, New Dawn, stop here, turn off the engine. Yes. The New Dawn stopped and floated in space like a golden metal nugget. Luze said, this Hiwo bird seems to be very vigilant. I'll go over alone. Luze had Chi Stealth God Art and Transformation God Art. The others didn't have these God Arts. Kai Uyuhesha smiled seductively. Then, be careful, little brother Luze. Luze nodded. Don't worry. Luze flew out of the ship and used Chi Stealth God Art. Soon, he was near that asteroid. He sensed that there were two powerful Chi on there. Luze's eyes lit up. 2 level 1 planetary states. There was pretty much no danger. Despite this, Luze didn't charge forward. He went around and came to the front side with fire. Luze used the body of darkness and Chi Stealth God Art to conceal himself and approached within 1,000 kilometers of this asteroid. He looked at the location of the fire. It was a hive made of red stones. There were 2 4-meter-long flaming birds lying there. They had vibrant red plumage which was ablaze. Their necks were long and elegant. They seemed very regal and beautiful. Without a doubt, they were the Hiwo birds. Luze exclaimed, they were really pretty. He grinned and flashed with silver-white color. Thereafter, Luze turned into a 2-meter-long flaming bird. Luze felt great. The size difference wasn't that big. He didn't seem like a malnourished one anymore. Although he couldn't sense their chi close up rendering his transformation God Art imperfect, Luze still flared with red flames. He had fire God Art. With his chi and level 4 mortal evolution state cultivation level, it shouldn't be hard to get close. As soon as Luze's flames blazed, those 2 resting Hiwo birds looked up in vigilance. In turn, Luze was shocked. They were indeed extremely vigilant. He just used a weak fire God Art. However, Luze wasn't worried at all. He just flew out from behind the rocks. When the 2 Hiwo birds saw it was another smaller Hiwo bird, they were dumbfounded. Clearly, they didn't expect their kind to be nearby. Their vigilance didn't disappear. Something didn't feel right, but they weren't certain. After all, this same creature seemed much weaker than they were. Luze was still a little nervous. What if these two birds detested third-wheelers? Luckily, what Luze was worried about didn't happen. Soon, Luze was only a few kilometers away from these birds. Then, he found an egg that seemed to be sculpted from rubies behind them. It was only half a meter tall. It was glowing with a red light. It seemed tasty. Just when Luze was going to keep flying forward, those two Zhiwo birds let out furious chirps. Their flames erupted, and their chi burst up. Fire God Art. Their chi went from level 1 to level 2, almost reaching level 3 of the planetary state. They were slightly stronger than Luze. Luze raised a brow. He was caught. Without hesitation, Luze used Space God Art. He disappeared from the spot and appeared behind the two birds. They didn't expect Luze to know Space God Art. Fire waves spread through all directions. Luze's chest felt heavy. Luckily, he had Fire God Art, and his body was quite sturdy. His claws clutched the egg, and then, he used Space God Art to disappear from the spot. The birds roared furiously, and they expanded their mental force to search for Luze's position. Back on the new dawn, Luze ordered, "Drive the ship. Run." New Dawn flew off. It wasn't that Luze couldn't beat those two birds, but he already got the egg, and there was no point in fighting. Inside, Nangongjing and the other girls laughed at the flaming bird Luze holding an egg. This was really a disastrous scene. Luze rolled his bird eyes and changed back to his original form. Kyohesha looked happily at the bird egg. There seemed to be some mysterious runes on the egg. So is this that Zhiwo bird egg? It does look extraordinary. Kyohesha felt the egg, and a scorching chi went into her hand. Chapter 606 A Traitor. Luze looked at the egg and smiled. Didn't they say that this egg was really tough to gather? That wasn't so hard though. The three girls rolled their eyes. Lin Ling said, "Do you think everyone has as many god arts as you do?" Luze laughed dryly, and then, he said, "Let's find some more. See if there are others Zhiwo birds. Aren't the fire god arts in the eggs stronger, the stronger the birds are?" The one just then was only a level 1 planetary state. The other three didn't agree. Following such, the new dawn began searching slowly around the solar system. This solar system was vast, and they searched every region, whether it was planets, asteroids, or other astral bodies. Therefore, they were still quite a bit away from the Yera asteroid belt. A day later, a golden ship passed the 40th planet of the solar system. There was a faint red and purple huge planet spinning. After a day's search, the new dawn found another nest on a planet. Luze flew out from the ship and headed in the direction of the chi. This time, he transformed into the Zhiwo bird again. Last time, he was able to take a closer look, so Luze's transformation achieved better perfection. With his chi stealth god art and fire god art, Luze was confident he wouldn't be caught. Of course, if the target was very powerful, then forget it. The blazing wings flapped, and Luze proceeded near that location. Soon, he saw that at the peak of a steep cliff, there was a bird's nest made of red stones. It wasn't large as it was only 6 meters in diameter, and there was one 4-meter-long bird lying there. Luze was disappointed. It was another level 1 planetary state Zhiwo bird. Luze wanted a level 6 or level 7 planetary state. Whatever, Luze had no choice. He flew towards that resting Zhiwo bird. When he approached within a 100-kilometer range, that bird suddenly looked up vigilantly at Luze. After seeing Luze's appearance and chi, its vigilance slowly disappeared. Obviously, Luze's perfect transformation made this Zhiwo bird think that Luze belonged to its kind. Luze felt great. He was getting better and better at using his transformation god art. He could do many more things. At this juncture, Luze looked at the bird that stood up and suddenly had a bold idea. Why should he only take the bird's egg? This bird, by itself, should be quite valuable, right? Shouldn't he take it all? Boss Zhu said these birds would commit suicide and burn their own bodies if they met an unbeatable enemy. However, he was a traitor. He could take it by surprise. Suddenly, Luze felt he was so evil. This bird clearly didn't expect Luze to be a traitor. When he flew near this bird, his eyes suddenly beamed mental force out, which then pierced the bird. The bird's mind went blank for an instant. Simultaneously, Luze formed lightning spears around him while his right wing formed a golden barrier. This was his new body god art after his first body god art fused with the golden body god art. Luze gave it the name First Golden Body God Art. Luze used this with the star crippling punch and slapped the bird's head with his wings. In that instant, it was knocked unconscious, and its fire-like blood flowed out. Right then, tens of lightning spears struck the bird's body. Luze attacked its chest, which had plenty of furs. The lightning spear penetrated the chest. Lightning then damaged its body. Its life force was gone. Luze looked at the bird dropping to the ground. He relaxed. If it unleashed its power, it would probably be stronger than he was. He would also probably have to run if it recovered. Wait. Luze suddenly wondered what would happen if he did this in the pocket hunting dimension. Should he try? Luze was hopeful. Perhaps he could fight stronger beasts. Luze pulled his attention back to the bird in front of him. He wondered how much Shenwu merit points the bird was worth. Luze happily put its body back in his storage ring. He would ask later. Subsequently, he changed back to his human form and grabbed the egg with both hands. He was laughed at before for holding an egg in bird form. Luze used space god art to return on the ship. Back there, the girls saw Luze smiling. Nangongjing asked, "Zi, how is it? Why are you so happy?" Luze took out this Hiwo bird's body. Its flames have disappeared. Despite so, its body still had an extremely high temperature. They stared at the body in shock. Hiwo bird? Dead. Lin Ling said, "Didn't Boss Zhu say that they would burn themselves if they can't beat their enemy?" Luze grinned. "Then, I won't give it a chance to burn." Lin Ling stopped breathing. This sounded about right. But who could do it? Seeing Luze so happy, Lin Ling was annoyed. This guy was getting stronger. Could she still even catch up? Nangongjing patted Luze's shoulder. "Hehe, you're indeed my prided student. Other people can't do this." Luze slapped her hand away. "You're full of alcoholic smell. Can you drink less?" Of course, that wasn't the most important reason. The main reason was that her chest didn't seem to be moving towards the right place. Kaiouhesha looked pitifully at the bird. "This bird is really pretty. Pity, it died like that. If possible, I want to get it as a pet." At this moment, Kaiouhesha changed the subject. "Zi, are we still going to keep looking, or are we going straight to the Yara belt?" Luze nodded without hesitation. "Of course, we're searching for more. The higher level, the better." Chapter 607 This guy wants to eat him? The New Dawn began searching again. 4 days later, they were almost near the Yara asteroid belt. They hadn't found any Hiwo birds since then. They did encounter several powerful void beasts though. Some were even level 5 planetary states. Lin Ling looked at the star map. It would take a day to reach the belt. Luze nodded in disappointment. "What a pity we didn't see more powerful Hiwo birds." Kaiouhesha smiled. "It's not bad. The eggs are very hard to get. Little brother Luze is already amazing." Luze felt a little better upon hearing this. He heard those people say that the most they got in 5 years were just 3 Hiwo bird eggs. How many days had it been for them? He used 8 days to procure 2 eggs. This was quite nice. Luze looked up. But my power doesn't allow me to only get a level 1 planetary state. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. At this moment, Nu Don's voice sounded. There's a powerful energy wave 200,000 kilometers ahead. Luze and the girls were shocked. 200,000 kilometers? This meant that the energy wave was quite powerful. They looked at the dense cluster of asteroids. The environment was very complicated here. It was quite possible that Zhiwo birds would appear here. Luze ordered, Nu Don, stop the ship. He turned to Nangongjing and said, I'll go have a look. The three nodded. Luze had space god art. They didn't have anything to worry about. Luze flashed with black colors. Body of darkness. Thereafter, his chi suddenly receded. It was almost indiscernible if one didn't try to sense him specifically. He used chi stealth god art at full power and disappeared. After flying half the distance, Luze was overjoyed. It was the familiar chi of Zhiwo birds. Moreover, it was a powerful one too. Lady Luck still loves me indeed. As he flew, Luze changed into a Zhiwo bird. He flew towards the other Zhiwo bird. Soon, Luze saw his target. On an ordinary small asteroid, there was a red glowing color. Luze was excited upon seeing that familiar glow. He made sure his transformation god art was fine before flying to the other side of the asteroid. There, Luze saw a 10-meter-long Zhiwo bird lying in a huge bird's nest. Space seemed to be twisting under the flames of its body. There was a huge 1-meter-tall egg on the side. This was only a level 4 planetary state. Too noob. However, the Zhiwo birds were rare. They had searched half the solar system and only found the third one. A level 4 planetary state was quite nice. Just when Luze decided to fly over, he suddenly felt some coldness from the left side. Luze looked vigilantly over there. There was nothing. Luze sensed the surroundings with his mental force and discovered nothing. However, his sense of danger was extremely strong. That calm region of space seemed to contain some huge beast. What was it? This danger made Luze feel he couldn't even take the egg now. During this time, Luze sensed a few waves from the other direction. What was going on? Suddenly, that region of space rippled like it was water and a figure appeared. This figure was covered in dark fur. Its face was also covered with the same material. It appeared to be a humanoid. It was 2 meters tall and had black leather armor. It had a white tail with black stripes as well. This strange race seemed to have been here the whole time, but Luze never noticed it. Luze was taken aback. Wasn't this the tiger tail thief? Why was this guy here? The photo in the mission didn't have the thief's face, but it had its body, and this figure matched it perfectly. Moreover, it had that concealing method that even he couldn't sense. Lastly, it had a level 3 planetary state cultivation level. This made Luze almost certain that this was the fugitive. Luze was surprised that it would appear at the Zhiwo system and emerge openly in front of him. The tiger tail race was staring at him with its vertical yellow eyes. It licked its sharp teeth with its tongue. Luze saw something very familiar in its eyes. Gluttony. Luze didn't feel too good. Did this guy want to eat him? He was a human. Wait. Luze remembered that he was in the form of a Zhiwo bird. No wonder it wanted to eat him. Even he wanted to eat it. This explained why the tiger tail race would reveal itself. The reason was that he was just a weak and timid level 4 mortal evolution state bird. Luze acted like he was a scared little bird, but he was already thinking about how he should notify the alcoholic and the rest of the team. He was indeed the man favored by Lady Luck. Just when Luze was wondering whether he should release his chi, he sensed weak ripples around him. They were getting close. Were there others? Luze glanced at the tiger tail race and guessed that it was probably other humans who also accepted the mission. If he unleashed his chi, then the others would notice. Luze was hesitant. The thief also sensed the chi. It looked at Luze unwillingly and was about to leave. He was going to commit one last theft here before leaving the human-controlled region. This bird looked tasty. He was confident he could kill it, but if he attacked now, he would risk being exposed. Never mind, he would let this bird go. The thief was about to leave. Seeing this, Luze became desperate. If it got away, there would be no chance of finding him. Luze remembered there was a level 4 planetary states Hiwo bird over there. He had a bold idea. He could pretend he was being bullied and ask his boss for help. If he secretly attacked from behind, this was enough to heavily injure this thief before others arrived. Luze suddenly heard this furious call and he ended up dazed. Which boss was messing with the bird now? His idea was done for before he could even enact it. It seemed he needed to resort to plan. Luze didn't care if people would notice. This thief stole quite some things from the human race. He was going to unleash his chi to alert the alcoholic and the others while he stalled him. However, the tiger tail race turned around. Luze saw a joyful smile on its face. Chapter 608 Take It Back as Guardian. Beast. Luze was quite speechless. Roar. A threatening wave of spirit chi spread across. Luze paused for a moment. This roar didn't sound like human language. He looked in the direction of this Hiwo bird. Then, his eyes widened. Near that asteroid, that huge Hiwo bird was shining brightly with red flames. Despite being this far, Luze could still sense the searing heat. This Hiwo bird just unleashed its full power, reaching level 5 of the planetary state. However, this wasn't the most crucial point. More importantly, this Hiwo bird was facing two hideous-looking blade demons. Their cultivation levels were level 4 and level 3 of the planetary state. They couldn't do anything against this level 5 planetary state's Hiwo bird. They were just getting chased around. At this moment, another dark red light surged and a chi rapidly closed in. Soon, another level 4 planetary state and 3 level 3 planetary state blade demons joined the battle. Luze was confused. He thought that the chi pursuing the tiger tail thief was a human, but instead, it was a blade demon? Why were blade demons in this region? They seemed to be hunting the tiger tail thief, weren't they? Luze really didn't expect to encounter them here. At this moment, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the blade demons were also robbed by this thief? Amazing! The distant battle was one-sided. This Hiwo bird expanded its tens of meters long wings and swept the space with waves of flame. The blade demons could only run around. In a short instant, a level 3 planetary state blade demon didn't dodge in time and was engulfed by the flames and turned to ashes. The other two level 4 planetary state blade demons roared furiously, but there was nothing they could do. Clearly, they didn't expect to encounter a beast with fire god art here. It was just a level 4 planetary state, but they couldn't even put up a fight. Arg! A few seconds later, another howl could be heard. A level 4 planetary state blade demon was surrounded by the flames. This time, he only lasted a few seconds before turning to dust. The other level 4 planetary state's face changed rapidly. Run, he ordered. Within an instant, only a level 4 planetary state and 2 level 3 planetary state blade demons remained. They were all injured. If they didn't run now, they probably wouldn't be able to later on. Even now, it was hard for them to get away. Who could have thought this bird would be this strong? However, even if they were to die, it wouldn't be without a struggle. Their mission was incomplete yet. They didn't find that damned tiger tail race bastard. Meanwhile, the thief's face turned stiff. He had long seen that large red bird and thought it was just an ordinary level 4 planetary state beast. He was just hiding from the blade demon hunt in this place. However, he accidentally came across a secret base of the blade demon race and stole something from it, He didn't know what he stole that made the blade demons go this crazy. However, they were no different from humans. They were too stupid and got tricked by him. He just finished having fun and was about to return. He didn't expect to see such a show here. A big red bird with fire god art. It didn't seem ordinary. During this time, he looked strangely at the bird trembling on the side. Those two seemed to belong to the same race, didn't they? Did the little bird know fire god art too? Thinking about this, he became very hungry. However, he didn't dare to move right now. The big bird was clearly very angry. This small bird probably belonged to the same family as the big bird. If he touched the small bird now, he would probably get hunted, right? This beast had massive AoE, area of effect, attacks. Even if he was good at running, it was still scary. It was best that he didn't mess with it. He sneered at the blade demons, and then, his body rippled like water in space. Time to run. These blade demons definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Luze was watching. He thought about the situation. Then, his eyes gradually turned evil. His body blazed with vibrant red flames, and his flames attacked the area where the thief was. Just when the thief was about to leave, it felt Luze's heaven covering flames, and his skin crawled. Oh shit! A level 1 planetary state attack? What little bird was this? The big red bird's attack was already shocking enough, but it only went from level 4 to level 5 of the planetary state. This little bird was even scarier, having a planetary state attack while being a level 4 mortal evolution state. When concealing, he used large amounts of spirit force to maintain his god art. His speed and power became much weaker. He might be a level 3 planetary state, but his god art wasn't the combat type. It was very hard for him to dodge while his power and speed were reduced. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave the concealed state and open up a spirit force shield to block the fire wave. This exposed him and Luze. Immediately, the other's Hiwo bird sensed things and looked over. Same race. And more intruders. Those two blade demons noticed that this Hiwo bird didn't continue to hunt them, so they ran in the opposite direction of the chi. When the level 4 planetary state blade demon saw the figure of the tiger tail, his body shook. Damn it, it's you. If they weren't hunting this bastard, would things be like this? If this bastard didn't steal their belongings, would they need to hunt him? Then, he saw the smaller bird unleash a planetary state attack while being a level 4 mortal evolution state. This made him shiver. This race was too terrifying. This little bird was more talented than those three who were appointed by the advanced demon race. They must return and get more powerful members here to see if they can capture this small bird. If they could tame it, this bird could grow to be their guardian beast. The blade demons ran even faster. Meanwhile, Luze realized that this thief probably really stole the blade demons' things. However, when he saw the blade demons running in a different direction, his expression became strange. He went around the asteroid. Those blade demons were heading to where he came from. They were quite injured. When they encountered Nangongjing and the others, they would probably get beaten up. At this moment, the gaze of that huge Zhiwo bird gave the thief a massive pressure. The Zhiwo bird ignored the two blade demons and flew towards him. Accordingly, the thief's body stiffened. He took out a fist-sized ball. It was completely silver-white and seemed to have stars flowing inside. How could he not have a running-away tool? This random one-time use teleporter was made by a boss with space god art. It was very expensive. It transported the user to a random location. Chapter 609 Just what happened to the human-controlled region? Amidst space, the Zhiwo bird was embroiled in flames. Explosive fire elements then gathered burning despite being in vacuum space. The thief saw the rapidly approaching Zhiwo bird and crushed his silver-white ball. Then, he glared at the little red bird growling. I will be back. If he could capture such a talented beast and sold it at an auction, he would earn a huge sum. Even if he didn't sell it, if he could get a powerful enslaving item, he could completely enslave this talented red bird himself. In the future, this red bird would be his right hand. This was an investment. Next time, he would be prepared to capture this little red bird alive. The ball activated and flashed with silver-white light. The thief felt relieved upon seeing the flames sweep over. He was a professional. Luze looked at the silver-white light. This space force was stronger than his, but that was just in terms of power. In terms of mastery, it was probably worse than his. Looking at the thief's survived face, Luze felt complicated. Would he be too cruel? However, his eyes still flashed with silver light. Without the thief knowing, that space force was adjusted a little by Luze. For instance, delaying the teleportation a little bit. Another instance, moving the location a little closer. In addition, giving him a worse experience. Also, setting a specific location, namely the new Don's living room. He believed this thief would definitely be grateful, right? After all, there would be a place to rest right away. The thief was waiting for the teleportation happily. This was his first time using it since he never needed to. He was quite excited. However, when the flames swept over and his fur was burnt a little, he wasn't too excited anymore. Oh shit! Where's the teleportation? Was this a faulty product? He could sense the space force, but it didn't do any work. What was going on? The flames swept over, and the thief could only roar. Clearly, this device was faulty. He cursed the entire family of the merchant who sold him this. However, Kelly didn't give up struggling. He used all his spirit force to stop that terrifying flames. Nevertheless, he knew he wasn't getting out of this. That power was a level 5 planetary state. This was only the tip of the attack. When the flames really surrounded him, he wouldn't be able to survive at all. Soon, the water started to evaporate from his body. The flames entered him. He seemed to have felt the call of death. Currently, the silver light finally completely engulfed him. Kelly almost cried out. Just when he thought he was going to die, he managed to survive. Life was so good. Nevertheless, he soon felt that he was grabbed by the feet and spun countless times in the warp dimension. After a while, he started doing irregular movements. His mind went blank. Were all random teleportations like this? Who could handle it? Was this normal, or was he just too weak? That instant felt like long torture for him. Finally, he left the teleportation. His body crashed heavily onto a metal floor. That sturdiness made him breathe easy. Kelly made up his mind to never touch this teleportation device again. Wait. Solid ground? Kelly looked at the metallic floor, and his heart skipped. Where am I? In the new Don's living room, the three girls were waiting for Luze to return. They couldn't sense anything from here. 10 minutes later, a silver light flashed. The three girls smiled. Nangongjing grinned. I wonder what level of egg Ze brought back this time. Kai Huyahesha smiled. We'll know soon. It took a bit longer this time. After the silver light disappeared, a charred body fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, their smiles froze. It wasn't Luze. It wasn't from the human race at all. It had a black striped white tail. Wait. Black striped white tail? At this juncture, Kelly struggled to look up and saw three human females staring at him. He felt disgusted by the furless human females. Too ugly. They didn't have smooth fur. However, now wasn't the time for this. He had to run. He was heavily injured, but still, he was a level 3 planetary state. Two of these females were level 1 planetary state. The other was a mortal evolution state. He felt he could escape. Yet, at this moment, he saw one female flash with pink light, and then, his blood rushed. The power he gathered dispersed. Before he could think, another female came and stood on his back, stomping on him into the ground. All his spirit force was sealed. He couldn't even move now. Kelly! What happened? What species were these two females? Why were they so scary? Just what happened to the human-controlled region? He encountered that demonic little red bird and now these two. Were they really humans who could be considered average in the universe? Did they hide their power? Right then, the dominant power in his body shook, and he lost consciousness. Nangongjing immediately looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Lin Ling, quickly go see if this is the thief. I didn't expect we were this lucky. We're sitting here and targets come to us. This idiot teleported right in front of us. Chapter 610 God-Given Gift. Kyoyohesha sneered, T-Rex, your muscles are indeed in your brain. Do you think any random person has space god art? Little brother Luze probably sent this person over. Hearing this, Nangongjing's smile froze. She thought about it. That really might be the case. After all, when this guy lifted up his face, he was really confused. However, Nangongjing still argued, I was just saying one of the possibilities. I haven't even said the second possibility and you spoke already. Is that my fault? Kyoyohesha rolled her eyes. She was afraid her IQ would drop when talking to Nangongjing. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the mission's information and then checked this unconscious being with her spirit eye god art. She smiled. This is indeed the tiger tail thief. Nangongjing, Kyoyohesha, and Lin Ling all smiled. This was a huge urn. They were just there to get some eggs, but they also caught the thief too. During this time, the living room's alarm rang. Warning! Warning! Two powerful energies are approaching closes rapidly. The three immediately looked outside. They could even sense the two energies. It was very powerful. Nangongjing frowned. Is it void beasts or humans? Kyoyohesha said with confusion, these two chi don't seem very stable. They seem injured quite badly. Lin Ling blinked her eyes. Should we go out and see? Nangongjing and Kyoyohesha nodded. These two chi were strong, but it wasn't much of a threat for them. The chi was flying towards their ship. Nangongjing glanced at the thief and then stomped on him heavily once more. A domineering force entered its body, and its chi grew even weaker. Nangongjing nodded. I've sealed all his power and heavily injured him. This way, he won't run away when he wakes up. Kyoyohesha nodded and swept him into a room with wind god art. This room has locked a lot of people before, for example, the Terry brothers. This is almost their personal prison cell. Kyoyohesha smiled. Let's go out. If it's humans, we'll greet them. If it's void beasts, then send them away, and don't let them damage the new dawn. Lin Ling grinned. If the new dawn is damaged, Ze would be angry. He still wants to get his license and drive it. There was a piloting class this semester, but they came to the void universe. Luze's dream of becoming a pilot once again fled away from him. Nangongjing and Kyoyohesha laughed. They've heard Luze complain many times. The three came out of the new dawn. Right then, two blood beams were nearing rapidly. In a few seconds, they came out of the asteroid belt and stopped. The two groups stared at each other. Nangongjing and the rest of the girls were shocked upon seeing the roasted blade demons. They had never expected to see blade demons here. The level 4 planetary state glanced at the group and rejoiced. Luckily, it was just a level 1 planetary state human. He said, kill them first and leave. The ship needed some distance to enter the warp dimension, or they would have entered the warp dimension in the asteroid belt already. If a human damaged their ship, it would be really bad. Near this Hiwo bird's nest, Luze felt great upon seeing the silver light disappear. He hoped the thief would like this space travel. Meanwhile, this Hiwo bird studied Luze vigilantly. Clearly, it sensed that Luze used space god art. Luze smiled at this boss. It helped him out big this time. He wouldn't take its egg. Moreover, the blade demons flew to his ship. Although they were injured, he still needed to go back and look. Thinking about this, Luze disappeared from the spot in a flash of silver light, leaving the boss very confused. Moments later, it noticed that all the intruders had left, so it happily flew back to its nest. Near the new dawn, the two blade demons were about to fight. They didn't know whether the beast behind would still pursue them. If it did, then they would have no chance to flee. At this juncture, a silver light flashed and a blazing red bird appeared before them. Seeing this, the two blade demons stiffened. How is this possible? This type of beast knows space god art. Didn't that mean the big red bird would be coming over? Nangongjing's mouth twitched. These two blade demons are at least level 3 and level 4 planetary states. Why do they look at Ze as though he's a ghost? Why were they fighting them head-on but were shivering when they saw Luze? Lin Ling asked, what did Ze do to them? They're overreacting. Kyoyuhesha shook her head. Luze looked at these blade demons and was confused. He hadn't done anything to them, right? However, this wasn't important. He was going to capture these two, and then, he would probably be able to gather some information. Thinking about this, Luze glowed with silver light and returned to his original form. This was more suited for him in unleashing all his combat power. Seeing the red bird turn into a human, those two blade demons were completely dazed. What happened? That extremely talented red bird turned into a human? Then, they thought of something and glared at Luze. Level 4 mortal evolution state with planetary state combat power, your monarch of the new dawn Luze. Luze was taken aback. He didn't expect blade demons in the void space to recognize him. Was he this popular now? The number 1 prodigy of the human race. Kill him, capture him alive if possible. After the high levels of the Demon Palace knew that Luze became monarch of the new dawn, they increased Luze's bounty to a crazy extent. If Luze grew up, he would definitely be a huge threat to the blade demons. However, the high levels maintained a tight monitoring system. Meanwhile, Luze had only been active inside the Federation. They couldn't do anything. Now that Luze appeared in the void space, it was a God-given gift. Chapter 611 How he wanted to attack once. These two blade demons didn't even hesitate to use all their spirit force and charge toward Luze. This was Luze. If they could capture him, the rewards were enough to raise their cultivation level by several levels. Their status would also increase. Luze was strong, but they didn't think he could be stronger than they were. Their blades slashed towards Luze rapidly. Luze flashed with silver light and disappeared from the spot. That level 3 planetary state blade demon was fine, but the level 4 still wasn't someone Luze could take on, despite being injured. That sword ray was so fast that he had to use space god art to dodge. Nangongjing and the rest weren't going to stand by and watch. Her hair and eyes turned golden. Kyoyuhesha was shrouded in a pink mist. Both of them used their god art at full power, and their chi rapidly soared. Those two blade demons looked at the two in disbelief. So strong. Who were these two female humans? They had such chi at level 1 of the planetary state? Kyoyuhesha used seduction god art, and the two blade demons felt their minds buffer. It was as though the woman before them turned into a goddess, and they would do anything she said. However, the level 4 blade demon's mental force was very strong, and he instantly recovered. Simultaneously, a domineering force struck towards his back. Nangongjing was punching him with golden first force. The blade demon roared and turned around. He crossed his arms and cut out. Rumble. The sword ray and fist force clashed, releasing a tide of violent spirit force. They were evenly matched. The blade demon sneered. This female was strong, but she didn't even reach the peak of level 3 of the planetary state. He was heavily injured but still stronger than she was. Clearly, such a prodigy wouldn't be unknown. He would kill her too and obtain more rewards. He disappeared from the spot and started attacking again. Yet at this moment, his mind became dazed for a moment. Damn it! Before he could react, Nangongjing appeared on his side and used Star Crippling Punch. The Blade Demon could only defend once again. Meanwhile, the level 3 Blade Demon recovered from the Seduction God art. Immediately, he saw the blood-haired and blood-eyed Luze, shrouded in blood lightning, charging at him. He grinned. This was indeed the strongest prodigy of the human race. He was unbelievably strong. However, he still only had a level 2 planetary state combat power. This sort of power was not enough for him. Even if he was heavily injured, he didn't feel he was weaker than Luze. Right at this time, his mind entered into a trance again. This only lasted an instant and disappeared. The battle with the level 4 Blade Demon was more intense. Even Kaihuya Hesha couldn't affect the level 4 while still controlling the level 3 Blade Demon. She could only create opportunities for Luze. Despite so, this was enough for Luze. A black cloud formed above his head. The blood lightning surrounding him formed a lightning spear while his first golden body god art formed a new shining armor, and Luze charged up. Rumble. Tens of bolts of blood lightning struck down from the lightning cloud. By the time the level 3 Blade Demon could react, he could only use his spirit force at full force to defend. Luze flew towards the Blade Demon shrouded in wind. His golden armor was cracking a little due to the shockwave. Luze's body appeared before the level 3 planetary state Blade Demon. He launched his lightning spear while attacking with the Star Crippling Punch. Body of Darkness, Blue Bird 1 Divine Art, Lightning Cloud Divine Art, Lightning Spear Divine Art, Star Crippling Punch Divine Art, Golden Armor Divine Art. Luze used 6 powerful divine arts and god arts at the same time. His instant power outburst was extremely terrifying. Simultaneously, his bountiful spirit force was being rapidly depleted. Spirit force flowed so fast that even his body felt some pain. Despite so, Luze kept using purple and red orbs to recover. The lightning spears and Star Crippling Punch struck the blood shield at the same time. The shield vibrated heavily and began to crack. The remaining attacks heavily hit the Blade Demon's armor and body. Rumble. The Blade Demon was sent flying. He spat more blood. In that instant, Luze's body felt weak, but he didn't stop at all. He followed up with Green Wind. Damn it! The Blade Demon was writhing in pain, but his eyes flashed with disbelief. Before he could think, he stopped himself. His injuries were worse, but he could still counterattack. At this moment, his mind ended up dazed again. It was still a short instant, but it made his heart go cold. Roar! The moment he recovered, he unleashed his strongest power without hesitation and formed the red barrier. That blood lightning and golden beam once again appeared before him. The blood barrier cracked again. He was in disbelief. This suppression was too terrifying. The strongest human prodigy was this terrifying already? Despite being a level 4 mortal evolution state, his ability to grasp the opportunity and unleash explosive power was terrifying. He was clearly stronger than Luze, but he couldn't even counterattack. The barrier instantly shattered, and the attacks once again struck him. Rumble. His chi became more unstable. Luze continued to pursue him and produced tens of bolts. Rumble. Quite some asteroids nearby were pulverized from the shockwave. That asteroid with 1,000-kilometer diameter shattered into pieces. Arg! More than 10 blood sword rays slashed out from the blood lightning towards Luze. Luze used Space God Art to pass through the sword ray and appear before the Blade Demon. The Blade Demon was going to run, but the Seduction God Art made his mind go blank. The lightning spear and fist force once again hit the Blade Demon's chest. His armor cracked, and his bones shattered. Blood poured out, and this blade demon was sent flying again. His chi rapidly weakened. Luze disappeared from the spot and appeared before the blade demon again. Rumble. Blood lightning formed into a lightning spear once more and penetrated the blade demon's body. Lightning ravaged him, and the blade demon's life force rapidly depleted. Cough. Equals. The blade demon's eyes were filled with fury. Just once. He just wanted to attack once. Luze didn't show any mercy and launched another lightning spear into the blade demon's chest. The blade demon fell unconscious. Seeing this, Luze felt relieved. As soon as he relaxed, the pain manifested itself all over his body. It made him sweat. His body was cracking a little. Every cell was wailing. He used super regeneration divine art, and his body started recovering. He turned his head to look at Nangongjing, who was still engaged in battle with the level 4 planetary state blade demon in the distance. The corners of Luze's mouth could not help but twitch. It was not over yet. Chapter 612 Hug Me Tightly. He took advantage of the momentum from the force to retreat as he struck towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Kaiyuhesha grabbed Lin Ling, and the two of them moved aside a few hundred meters, dodging the strike. Nangongjing rejoiced after hearing Lin Ling's hint. She charged at the blade demon with a clear point of attack. Meanwhile, Kaiyuhesha cooperated with her seduction god art. Once more, the blade demon was in a dazed state, from which he broke free quickly. He hacked his blades towards the fist force aiming for his stomach. Rumble. The blade demon retreated. He spoke scornfully, "So what if you know the weakness? You guys think you can attack me?" Despite his words, he was very shocked. These full-powered attacks were very taxing. Why could these two level 1 planetary states last this long? He was starting to feel drained due to his injuries. As he spoke, he started to recover secretly. He still wanted to stall some time to recover when a black lightning cloud suddenly appeared, coupled with tens of blood lightning bolts striking at him. His mouth twitched. These attacks were extremely weak to him, but he couldn't take it with his heavily injured body. Blood spirit force surged once again. The blade demon disappeared from the spot, making all the lightning miss. Before he could breathe out, his mind became dazed again, and Nangongjing moved closer. Just when the blade demon was going to stop Nangongjing's fist, Luze's eyes flashed with light. Mental force spike. Beams of mental force pierced into the blade demon's mind. He just removed the seduction god art, and his mental force hadn't recovered yet. He didn't expect a second wave of mental force attack would occur. It was extremely weak, but he didn't have the mental force to stop it. His mind ached, and his movements halted. He forcefully recovered and sensed the nearing golden fist force. He roared and quickly sliced towards them. However, he wasn't able to form an attack to stop it completely in this short period of time. For the first time, the golden first force tore through the blood sword ray and struck his stomach heavily. The blade demon's face changed. His body felt like a furnace, and his chi rapidly dropped. Damn it! When he fought that bird, this spot was injured the most. It looked normal, but that terrifying fire god art went inside his body and was still burning. He was suppressing it with his powerful spirit force, but now that he was attacked from the outside, the balance was upset. His injuries grew more serious. He spat a mouthful of blood which was burnt to smoke as soon as it came out. Seeing this, the group sped up their attacks. Rumble. The fist force struck the left side of his stomach once again. The blade demon's stomach turned red. There seemed to be a fire burning inside. His chi weakened again. "You're asking to die." Sensing the lethal threat, the blade demon's eyes exploded with light. He gritted his teeth, and his body started to crack. His left hand turned to a bloody mist. Yet, his body released an extremely strong chi. Nangongjing retreated and left this blade demon whose chi had become very terrifying. Self-harm secret technique. The blade demon looked furiously at the group. He was already heavily injured and that flame was still there. He might really die if he used this technique, but if he didn't, he would still die for certain. Even if he was to die, he would bring these humans with him. Soon, his chi rose, approaching level 5 of the planetary state. He immediately charged towards Kaihu Hesha and Lin Ling. Luze had space god art. He wouldn't be able to kill Luze even with his increased combat power. He could only choose Kaihu Hesha and Lin Ling. The two, gearing to run, tensed up, but a silver light flashed and appeared next to those two. Luze grabbed them and said, "Hug me tightly." It was much harder to teleport with people, but he didn't have time to care. Kaihu Hesha and Lin Ling hugged Luze tightly without hesitation. The blade demon's heart went cold. Could Luze's space god art bring people with him? Without hesitation, he sliced out 2 sword rays. When the sword rays arrived, Luze and the rest had already disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, the blade demon was so furious that he spat blood again. He roared, "Luze! Why did this bastard have this many god arts?" Despite so, he didn't give up and flew towards Nangongjing. He was going to kill one, just one. Yet, a silver light flashed and Luze and the others appeared next to Nangongjing. The blade demon's face became that of despair. Chapter 613 Want to start trouble again. Luze looked at the approaching blade demon and said, "Teacher Nangong, come over quickly." He had people in both hands and couldn't hug her at this point. Nangongjing looked at the blade demon and then at Lin Ling, who had an awkward expression, and Kaihu Hesha, who wore a smile on her face. Her mouth twitched. Thereafter, without hesitation, she charged over, squeezed in between Lin Ling and Kaihu Hesha, and grabbed Luze's waist. As soon as Nangongjing joined, Luze flashed with silver light and the three left. Screech! That 1,000-meter-long blood sword ray sliced past where Luze was and missed. Arg! The blade demon roared furiously, but there was nothing he could do about Luze. His power was much stronger, and he could use restrictions to bind the space around Luze. However, Luze's power seemed endless. He could still move freely after breaking his restriction. A few thousand kilometers away, Luze appeared with the girls. Without hesitation, the blade demon charged over, attempting to land another cut once more. Accordingly, Luze moved without hesitation. He dodged the blade demon's strike with space god art every time. It was very exhausting having 3 additional people, but Luze managed to hold on by using red and purple orbs. After dodging more than 10 times, the blade demon realized he probably couldn't kill Luze and the girls. Meanwhile, the flames inside his body were like a brewing volcano. It could explode at any time. At this juncture, the blade demon started to run. Luze and the group became dazed. Luze used space god art again to appear before the blade demon. The blade demon seemed to have been expecting this and sliced out a sword ray. When the sword ray neared, Luze smiled and used space god art to dodge the strike again. At the same time, they maintained a distance of 2,000 kilometers from the blade demon. At this distance, he could react in time. The blade demon spat another mouthful of blood. He was going to pretend to run and suddenly ambush Luze, but Luze was so vigilant. He had no chance when Luze kept this distance. Simultaneously, he felt that he couldn't seem to control the flames in his body. He was pretty much at his limit. Then, the blade demon felt his chi rapidly drop. His power was leaving him. Weakness was taking over. His body was so torn apart that his life force was starting to dissipate. Luze! The blade demon roared and forced his final attack and sliced a sword ray of a few thousand meters long. Luze calmly dodged the attack. Seeing this, the blade demon's eyes flashed with despair. Suddenly, the flames in his stomach burned and enveloped his entire body. In a few short seconds, only his broken armor remained. The blade demon had turned to dust. Luze and the group breathed easy. That blade demon was too terrifying after using that secret technique. Even though they were extremely far away, they could still feel that intense pressure. Air. Nangongjing sighed while looking at the armor. What a pity. Kai Uyuhesha nodded. We wanted to capture it alive. Perhaps we would have gotten some information from it. Lin Ling's eyes still contained some fear. However, this blade demon is really terrifying after using that secret technique. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Luckily, we have little brother Luze. Otherwise, he really would have killed us before he died. Right at this time, Luze suddenly spat out blood. His blood-red hair and eyes turned black again. Cracks appeared all over his body. His chi instantly weakened. Seeing this, Nangongjing and the others turned pale with worry. Nangongjing quickly asked, "Ze, are you okay?" Luze shook his head and grinned. Just used up too much. He had been using his power non-stop in overdrive. Luze used super regeneration divine art and began to recover. Seeing this, the three felt relieved. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Let's clean up and go back. Little brother Luze needs some rest. However, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lin Ling still felt Luze's hand on her waist while her hand was on Luze's waist. She could even feel Sister Jing's and Hesha's hands on her side. Lin Ling blushed and quickly let go and slipped away from Luze's arms. Nangongjing felt more awkward and blushed too. She just let go of her hand on Luze's waist. Kai Uyuhesha smiled and let go after the other two released their hold. Kai Uyuhesha teases, "Little brother Luze, we were all hugging you. How did it feel?" Luze's mouth twitched. She wanted to start trouble again. Luze rolled his eyes. "We're all wearing armors. It feels very rough. I can't feel anything." Of course, he still felt accomplished on the inside. If others knew, they would probably be burning with jealousy. Thinking about this, the pain all over his body eased up. Kai Uyuhesha was dumbfounded. Just like that. Equals. Even Lin Ling and Nangongjing frowned. They weren't happy with this answer. This was the first time they took the initiative to hug a guy, and yet, he didn't like it. Luze's mouth twitched once more. Suddenly, he had a constructive idea. "I feel that if we want to know how it feels, we should hug after taking off our armors." Hearing this, the three looked at him in disbelief. He still wanted them to hug him again without the armor? Nangongjing's fists felt itchy, but seeing how weak Luze was, she forced herself to give up the idea of beating him up. Lin Ling was so angry that she didn't want to speak anymore. She wanted to help Luze fly before, but now, he can fly himself. Chapter 614 Are there such good things? Eventually, Luze successfully enraged Nangongjing and Lin Ling. Kai Uyuhesha just smiled and said nothing. She just brought the feeble Luze back to the ship while Nangongjing and Lin Ling cleaned up the battlefield. When they got on the ship, Luze ordered the new Dawn to leave, and then, everyone went to their own rooms. All of them were very tired. As for that level 3 planetary state blade demon and the tiger tail thief, they were also knocked out and sealed up before being locked up in the detention room. Luze sat on his bed. He swept his body with mental force and found it was covered with dense wounds. They were the product of him overdriving his body. The planetary seeds in his cells were very dim too. His body was extremely weak. Luze opened his eyes and panted. He used up too much power this time, but the benefit was not small. He finished 2 missions in a row. That would be quite some Shenwu merit points. Luze shook his head. He should heal up first. He used a special red and purple orb. The gentle energy flowed through his body and filled the planetary seeds. The clear purple energy entered his mind, soothing the exhaustion. Then, he used super regeneration again to rebuild his body. As his cultivation level grew higher and his body stronger, super regeneration could no longer instantly heal him. After all, his regeneration learning only reached that level. He can improve his mastery of it, but that would consume far greater time than using God Art Orbs. It was not worth it. He might as well learn other God Art Orbs. He would have to wait until he went to the new map and see if there were beasts with regeneration God Art. His power slowly recovered. 2 hours later, Luze opened his eyes. Fighting with his life did have its benefits. After this period of treatment, his cultivation level and body grew a lot stronger. The biggest reward was that his mastery of the blood lightning grew even greater since he drew it into his body. Soon, he would be able to completely master it. Luze got off the bed and stretched. He looked at his body. It was full of bloodstains. He was in such a rush to recover that he didn't even get to shower. He should go shower first. Thereafter, he came out and saw Lin Ling and Kaiyuhesha sitting on the couch. They were wearing loose white robes. Their hairs were still wet. Clearly, they just washed them. Lin Ling's eyes lit up after seeing Luze. She asked, "You've recovered?" Luze nodded. Are your eyes fine?" "It's fine," Lin Ling blinked and replied. At this moment, the bathroom door opened, and Nangongjing also came out with a loose white robe. She studied Luze and then smiled. "You've recovered? Go shower, you're really dirty." "Rikovi." Luze was confused by her expression, but he still nodded and walked in. The place smelled really nice and was wet. Luze showered off the bloodstains before going into the bathtub. Half an hour later, Luze came out and saw Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling all sitting on the couch while watching the screen with a smile. Luze came over and rolled his eyes. They were watching Ying Ying's cartoons. Seeing how happy they were, he was speechless. Immature. He sat next to Nangongjing and watched it with them. Just when he was enjoying it, he suddenly felt a dangerous stare. He turned around and saw Nangongjing glaring at him. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Nangongjing didn't answer, but Kaiyuhesha said, "Little brother Luze, we're not wearing combat armors, do you want a hug?" Luze looked at her in disbelief. He explained with embarrassment, "I was just joking before, you don't need to take it seriously." "Can we really?" He felt no man could reject this. Subsequently, he felt this severe painful sensation on his head. Half an hour later, Luze lay on the couch and looked at the satisfied girls. He swore that he would never believe the words of the fox demon again. Nangongjing smiled. "Okay, let's get to business." She had rested up and bashed up Luze. She felt life was great. Immediately, everyone became serious. Luze dragged out the unconscious Blade Demon and Tiger Tail Thief. The Blade Demon had stopped bleeding, and the thief was still alive. Luze used Wood God Art on them. Green energy entered their body. With this, their dying life force became stable. They woke up from being unconscious. Immediately, Kaiyuhesha's eyes flashed with pink light. They were immediately charmed. Kaiyuhesha looked at the Blade Demon. "What are you doing at Zhiwo system?" Matters related to the Blade Demon race were clearly more important. The Blade Demon answered, "We're at." During this time, the Blade Demon seemed to have flipped some switch. His mental force surged out, and his energy became very chaotic. Seeing this, Luze used Space God Art without hesitation and brought the Blade Demon 10,000 kilometers away from the ship. Then, he teleported back. Rumble. In the distance, the blood-colored beam shone bright like the sun. The violent power swept over like a tide. The self-destruction power of a level 3 planetary state was extremely shocking. 10,000 kilometers away from the explosion, a small asteroid was dismembered by the blood tide. The blood tide continued to surge towards the new dawn. In turn, Nangongjing formed a golden barrier around the new dawn. The barrier stood off with the blood tide for a while before dissipating. Nangongjing's face was a little pale. This wasn't easy for her to handle. The group didn't expect this to happen at all. Kai Uyuhesha frowned. That blade demon had a restriction placed in his mind. If he mentioned anything important, he would self-destruct. Lin Ling said, "Good thing Zi reacted quickly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to stop that." Nangongjing nodded. "Indeed, that explosion is very powerful." Luze frowned. "Now that they're all dead, we won't have any clues." The girls frowned. They could still get the rewards, but the intel from the blade demons was the most important. This was a failure for them. Suddenly, Luze suddenly exclaimed, "There are still clues." He looked at the thief. This guy stole something from the blade demons. Chapter 615. You're the devil, right? Nangongjing and the others were confused. What did this tiger tail thief have to do with the blade demons? Subsequently, Luze told them about the blade demons hunting the thief. Hearing this, the three were surprised. They thought it would be very difficult to find the base of the blade demon race after those blade demons died. However, there was someone else who also knew about it. Kai Uyuhesha looked at the thief. "Where is the blade demon base?" The thief answered without hesitation, "It's on an asteroid outside the solar system. It's not too far from here." Luze and the girls were surprised. They thought the blade demon base would be inside this Hiwo system. Kai Uyuhesha continued, "What are their powers there?" "There are 2 level 4 planetary states, more than 10 level 3 planetary states, and more than 10 level 2 planetary states. I don't know what I stole, but 2 level 4 planetary states and 6 level 3 planetary states chased me. The powers of those left to guard the base are very weak." Luze and the others. They really couldn't tell that this guy just stole from the blade demon's secret base. However, what did he steal that made the blade demons go this crazy and hunt him? They were very curious, but now wasn't the time to talk about this. Since they knew the base and there was no one strong there, they needed to head over first. Then, Luze let this thief point out the base on the star map. The new dawn headed off towards it. During the flight, the group had the time to ponder what this thief stole. Kai Uyuhesha looked at the thief. "Where is the stolen item?" The thief took down the storage ring in his hand and a pendant on his neck without hesitation. "It's all inside." If he was awake, he would never give his hard-earned treasure away. But now that he was controlled, he would commit suicide without hesitation if Kai Uyuhesha told him to. Nangongjing took the 2 items and smiled. "Let's see just how much this thief stole." Lin Ling was rather curious too. Our race had several things stolen too. Thereafter, they looked inside the storage ring with their mental force. When they saw the stacks of materials, metals, spirit fruits, and even pieces of equipment, their eyes bulged. "There's so much!" Nangongjing gasped. The 4 looked strangely at the thief. This was so much more than they had expected. This guy was quite amazing. Although it was just planetary state and mortal evolution state things, the quantity was large. If he really got away with it, it would be a substantial loss. Following such, they looked at the pendant's storage. There were also quite a lot of treasures piled inside, but not as much as the storage ring. When they saw this many materials, the group was shocked. It was a good thing they caught this guy. Kai Uyuhesha continued to ask, "Where is the thing you stole from the blade demons?" The thief replied, "Inside the storage pendant." Kai Uyuhesha threw it to the thief. "Take it out." The thief immediately started taking out the things he stole from the blade demons. There were some precious spirit fruits and metals, as well as a fuse Hiwo lotus. Luze and the others were speechless. The blade demons could get Hiwo lotus? How did they do it? Eventually, a black metal box caught their attention. Luze asked, "What is this?" The thief shook his head. I don't know, but it's quite advanced. It's not made by blade demons. This seems to be a creation of the advanced demon race. Luze and the rest were dumbfounded. Advanced demon race? Lin Ling frowned looking at the box. She was uncertain. Ze, does the material of the box similar to the box holding the order-weakening space bomb at Gracious System? Luze raised a brow. He looked carefully at the box and found that they really did appear similar. However, he was looking at the box through the surveillance at the Eternal Life Palace's base back then. He nodded. It does seem similar. Kai Uyuhesha and Nangongjing hadn't seen it before, but they knew about it too. They looked among each other. If this is a creation of the advanced demon race, then that order-weakening space bomb is from them too? Why would that appear here? If something from the elf race appeared in the possession of the human race, that would be strange too. The four were shocked. But, this box can be opened. Lin Ling frowned. Let's open it and see. Luze was curious. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. My spirit eye god art can't see through this box. What if there's some danger inside? The thief interjected, I've opened it before. Everyone stared right at him. Kai Uyuhesha asked, is it dangerous? What's inside? The thief shook his head. There are no dangers. There's a black metal ball inside with a diameter of 5 centimeters. I don't know its specific use. Luze and the girls glanced among each other and opened the box. The box was filled with rows of semicircle concaves. There were 5 rows and 4 columns. The concaves held black metal balls, but at the last and second last row, the 2 concaves were empty. Luze said, 6 balls are missing. Kai Uyuhesha nodded. Was it used? What is this? Luze closed the box after a while. Take it back first, perhaps the Shinryu army would know. The 3 nodded. It was best not to mess with things you didn't understand. What if it really was a bomb? Kai Uyuhesha glanced at the thief. Knock yourself out. Without hesitation, the thief punched his head. Thud. The thief fell heavily to the ground. The atmosphere was silent. Luze looked at the smiling Kai Uyuhesha and suddenly felt cold. Lin Ling didn't know what to say. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. He's going to get knocked out anyway. What's the difference between us doing it and him? In the depth of the void space, there was an extremely large dark grey planet. There were all sorts of strange-looking but ferocious beasts present. They all had sleek scales, sharp teeth and claws, and even blade-like tails or whiskers. In the vacuum space extremely far from this planet, there was this huge dark cosmic fortress. In a room within this fortress, a blade demon who was sitting while cultivating suddenly opened his eyes, which then flashed with a mysterious purple color. Chapter 616 looks painful. Outside this Hiwo system, there was a small asteroid made of completely dark grey rocks. Its diameter was a few hundred kilometers long. Inside, there was a black metal base. There were several screens in the base's surveillance room. The footage not only showed scenes in this Hiwo system but also places in Shangyang Galaxy and outside it. There were 5 level 2 planetary states and 1 level 3 planetary states inside. They were busy recording all sorts of information about the Federation's stationed armies. One of the level 2 blade demons spoke with a bit of an angry tone. That damn tiger tail thief! When Masters Bibi Laya and Cha Cha Lizi catches him, we're going to show him. The level 3 planetary state frowned. Don't say these useless things. Our actions in Hiwo system have been discovered by humans. This time, the scouting balls have been taken away. If we don't find it back quickly, we'll be in big trouble. Someone said, after we install the scouting balls here, we'll leave quickly. We need to install some in other locations as well. True. Then, someone laughed. Those 3 masters were approved by the advanced demon race and awarded with quite many good things. Yeah, they're indeed the three masters appointed as the Blades of Dawn by the Demon Palace. Their talent is so strong that even powerful figures from the advanced demon race approves of them. The rise of the Blade Demons is on schedule. Someone sneered, I've heard the human race has some monarch of the new dawn? He seems to be appointed by the cosmic system state of the Federation, isn't he? He's nothing compared to the three masters. Someone then argued, you can't say that. Cosmic system states aren't blind. Didn't you see that the Demon Palace takes that monarch of the new dawn quite seriously? Perhaps he's not much weaker than the three masters. So what, if that's the case? There's only one of that monarch of the new dawn. How can he compare with our three masters? In a few thousand years, when the three masters mature, the human territory will be ours. Ha ha ha, this feels quite good. The annoyance and dejection in the surveillance room dissipated. They were all thinking about the future wherein those three masters have reached the cosmic system state. Then, they would be able to crush the humans. At this moment, there was a piercing alarm. Those blade demons looked up nervously. The screen displayed the space near their base. A warp dimension wormhole appeared and a golden ship flew out. The ship flew over rapidly. Seeing this, all the blade demons were shocked. We're caught. No, not necessarily. Perhaps it's just some flying ship passing by. Our disguise is fine. We can't be discovered. During this time, the door to the surveillance room opened and 10 more powerful blade demons came in. Clearly, they were startled by the alarm. There were 4 more level 3 planetary states, and the rest were level 2 planetary states. Seeing the ship on the screen, one level 3 planetary state spoke. What do we do? It seems to be coming for our asteroid. Should we leave? The other level 3 planetary state spoke nervously. Master Bibi Laya and Master Cha Cha Lizi took people to catch the tiger tail thief. They're still not back yet, and the scouting balls aren't found. The atmosphere fell silent. If they weren't able to finish their mission, then they would be in huge trouble. One level 3 planetary state gritted his teeth. Let's see who is coming. If we really can't beat them, we'll flee and find an opportunity to contact Master Bibi Laya and Master Cha Cha Lizi. Everyone nodded. At this juncture, the ship suddenly stopped where it was, and 4 figures flew out. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. The strongest was only a level 1 planetary state. What were they scared of? Just kill them. One level 3 planetary state said, leave behind 2 level 2 planetary states. The rest of you will all come out. We must make sure they can't send any messages and disclose our location. Yes. The new dawn soon came to the location of the asteroid. There was nothing on there, just grey rocks. New dawn stopped the ship 10,000 kilometers away from the spot. Then, the 4 of them got out and flew towards the asteroid. Soon, they came near. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with glowing light. Then, she called out, careful, there are many powerful beings nearby. Before she could finish, a powerful spirit force erupted from the asteroid. 5 level 3 planetary states and 11 level 2 planetary states charged out. Blood spirit light covered the asteroid. Violent spirit force gathered, forming tens of blood sword rays slashing towards the 4 of them. Nangang Jing sneered. Her chi surged, making her golden hair fly. She stepped forward. Golden light gathered around her hands, and she punched. Rumble. A series of clashes sounded. Nangang Jing couldn't stop this large number of sword ray attacks all by herself. She just blocked it for a moment, and everyone dodged. The blade demon ended up dazed upon seeing this. Impossible. How could a level 1 planetary state be this strong? They didn't hold back at all just so they could instantly kill the group. This wasn't right. However, Luze and the rest didn't stop. Kyoyohesha flashed with pink light while a 100-kilometer radius lightning cloud formed above Luze's head. Lin Ling started searching for their weakness. Nangongjing just charged up. She appeared behind a level 3 planetary state. This time, the level 3 planetary state was controlled by seduction god art. Nangongjing kicked the blade demons back with her long leg. Rumble. The violent power penetrated the armor and surged into the blade demon's body, tearing his flesh and crushing his bones. Instantly, that blade demon was heavily injured. This was the result of Nangongjing controlling her power. After all, live blade demons were worth more reward points. The remaining level 3 planetary state woke up from the seduction. Damned human, who are you? They were shocked that their level 3 planetary state pal almost died instantly, and those level 2 planetary state blade demons hadn't woken up yet. For some reason, their subordinates seemed to be looking at them with killing intent. Right then, a few hundred blood lightning surged in the lightning cloud and struck towards them. They were just level 2 planetary state attacks and didn't have much of a threat for these level 3 planetary states. They roared and formed a spirit force barrier that covered the level 2 planetary state blade demons. The lightning bolts could only create a ripple on the barrier. Luze gasped. His combat power wasn't strong enough against level 3 planetary states. However, those two were strong enough. Nangongjing disappeared from the spot and appeared above the blood-colored barrier. Break! She roared and stomped on the barrier. Rumble! The barrier shook vigorously, but it still didn't break. Right at this point, Kaihoyuhesha used seduction god art again. Immediately, those level 3 planetary states spirit force halted and the barrier weakened. Nangongjing stomped down once again. Crack! Finally, the barrier cracked. Before the level 3 blade demons could recover from the seduction god art, Nangongjing appeared next to another one and kicked his chest. This blade demon was flung towards the asteroid. His body smashed a huge crater, and the asteroid was thrown off its orbit. Luze gasped. This alcoholic was so violent. Chapter 617 We have to send news of Monarch of the New Dawn back. Only now could the next 3 level 3 planetary states wake up from the seduction god art. Without a level 4 planetary state, Kaihoyuhesha just needed to use seduction god art at full power. It was all too easy to interfere with them. Their faces were full of terror right now. Another level 3 planetary state pal was gone. Was it their turn next? As soon as they had that thought, that familiar feeling arose again. Then, the three felt a severe painful sensation at the same time. Their vision went dark, and they fainted. As the blade demon numbers dwindled, the pressure on Kaihoyuhesha was relieved. Therefore, the blade demons were seduced for a longer period. Just once, the 3 level 3 planetary state blade demons were kicked over by Nangongjing. The rest of the level 2 planetary state ones betrayed the others without the interference of a level 3 planetary state. They looked at Kaihoyuhesha like she was a goddess. Blade Demon Base, Surveillance Room. The 2 level 2 planetary state blade demons who stayed behind looked at the screen while shivering. In just half a minute, all their companions were gone. At this moment, a blade demon's eyes widened, and he thought of something. Quick! Send the news about this back. It's Monarch of the New Dawn and human young dukes. This is the Void Universe. We must not let them get back inside the Federation. Hearing this, the other blade demon quickly made up the message and put a detailed description of their combat power. That way, their race would send someone strong enough to assassinate them. After this was done, the 2 blade demons looked at each other. Destroy this room. The contents in the screen weren't all in this Hiwo system. At least, those scouting balls haven't been found. They could be used in the future. During this time, a beam of silver light flashed. Luze pulled Kaihoyuhesha into the surveillance room. They just received news from the blade demons that there were 2 more blade demons inside. The 2 blade demons saw a man and woman come in and ended up dazed. Kaihoyuhesha used seduction god art immediately. Thereafter, these 2 blade demons defected too. Kaiuyuhesha ordered them to open the base and let Nangongjing and Lin Ling in. Meanwhile, those level 2 planetary state blade demons were ordered to subjugate those unconscious level 3 blade demons. In the surveillance room, Luze, Kaiuyuhesha, Nangongjing, and Lin Ling looked at the level 2 planetary state blade demon and then at the scenes on the screen and raised a brow. Luze said curiously, "These scenes seem to cover quite a range. How did the blade demons do it?" Nangongjing shook her head. "I don't know, and these blade demons have restrictions in them. We can't even ask." Kaiuyuhesha smiled. "Never mind, we'll leave this problem to the Shinwu army. Our mission is done." Luze and the group smiled and nodded. Then, Luze asked, "Do they have anyone else here?" Kaiuyuhesha said, "This question has nothing to do with their purpose. They probably wouldn't self-destruct, right?" Nangongjing glanced at the blade demons. "Let's try asking." Luze nodded. "If they self-destruct, I'll take them away. I'm experienced in this." Kaiuyuhesha looked at the blade demon and asked, "Do you have any others here?" One demon answered, "Our base was robbed by that tiger tail thief. The captain and vice-captain still haven't come back from hunting the thief." Hearing this, the group relaxed. This wave of blade demons was all gone. Lin Ling said, "I didn't expect this mission to be done this quickly. 3 missions in a row." Luze rolled his eyes. "It's fast but very tiring." "Okay. After all, there were level 4 planetary state bosses. The mission went pretty successful, but there were still huge risks while fighting." Nangongjing smiled. "Indeed, a level 4 planetary state is quite too risky for us. Next time, let's just accept level 3 planetary state missions." They were really lucky this time that the blade demons were heavily injured. Then, they inspected the entire base. Although the treasury was robbed by the thief, there were still some remnants. When they handed in the mission, they just needed to give back the treasures that belonged to the army. This was very worth it. They packed things up and planned to fly back with this blade demon base. This time, Luze contacted the personnel on planets Hiwo that they would be bringing back an asteroid. The people there were confused, but they didn't dare to ask much more. They just said there would be Shinwu army to assist them. Luze smiled. "Okay, let's go back." Thus, Kaiuyuhesha ordered the blade demons to fly back with them. Meanwhile, they took the level 3 planetary state blade demons to the New Dawn. In the living room, Luze and the others rested on the couch while they zoomed past in space. During this time, New Dawn's voice sounded again. "There's a huge energy wave on the left." Luze and the group were stunned. Thereafter, they just realized that they were looking for Hiwo bird eggs, so they told New Dawn to keep watch for energy waves. They looked on the left. It was a planet covered in red and purple. The 4 glanced at each other. Lin Ling asked, "Ze, want to go and see?" Luze nodded. "We've only gotten 2 level 1 planetary state eggs in a body. Let's go see." Luze wasn't too satisfied with these results. It would only be considered good if it was a high-levels Hiwo bird. Perhaps those eggs would be tastier. Subsequently, Luze ordered the New Dawn to stop far away. Silver light flashed and Luze disappeared. Nangongjing said speechlessly, "I'm guessing that guy is wondering whether higher-level eggs are tastier." Kaiuyuhesha and Lin Ling laughed. Lin Ling said, "That's quite possible." In space, Luze sensed the familiar chi of his Hiwo bird and smiled. It didn't seem to be a low-level one. Great! Without hesitation, he used transformation god art, and Luze turned into that flaming Hiwo bird and flew rapidly towards the chi. Soon, on barren grounds made of red stones, he saw his Hiwo bird hive. It was huge, and there were 2 15-meter-tall Hiwo birds. Their chi was at level 5 of the planetary state. Behind them were 2 huge red jade eggs. Luze was very hopeful. He casually flew before the hive and landed next to the huge eggs. As for the two birds, they were just curious, but they didn't show any enmity. Following that, he pretended to accidentally touch the eggs and used space god art before the birds could react. The two birds were furious. Flames then swept by. Luze felt he was almost melting. Luckily, he also had fire god art and had a strong resistance to fire. Only then did he barely survive. Luze struggled into warp space and then appeared inside the New Dawn. Luze yelled, "New Dawn, quickly leave." Those two birds were so strong. The New Dawn immediately shot off towards planet's Hiwo. The asteroid ship followed quickly. He looked outside and saw that those two birds didn't pursue him anymore. Only then did he breathe easy. At this moment, he sensed the girl's strange glances and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Chapter 618 Star State Reinforcement. Eventually, Nangongjing couldn't resist laughing while pointing at Luze's head. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ze, is your head burnt?" Linling and Kaihoyuhesha laughed too. Luze. A mirror appeared in Kaihoyuhesha's hand. Luze looked over. His hair was indeed gone. His head was charred. In fact, looked roasted. Luze's mouth twitched. "Oh shit! Where did my dense hair go? Why did my handsome face turn into this?" Luze never had expected that he was almost cooked. He rejoiced that he wore his armor. Otherwise, his clothes would be burnt too. His naked body would be seen by these three? What if they couldn't hold it and did something bestial to him? Luze rolled his eyes. "I'll go and wash up first." Then, he went into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Luze came out with a bathrobe. His hair had grown out now, and his face became handsome again. He had regeneration god art, after all, so this little injury didn't count. In the living room, Nangongjing, Kaihoyuhesha, and Linling were watching the eggs with shock. Linling asked, "Ze, what is the level of this egg?" "Level 5 planetary state." Luze laughed. He also rejoiced that he only encountered a level 5 planetary state. He originally thought he could collect level 7 planetary state eggs. Nangongjing looked at the runes inside the egg and grinned. "This egg's fire god art is much stronger than the other two." Luze nodded. In a region extremely far from the human-controlled region, quite some planets were spinning. There was a black planet, and there were many sharp black metal structures. This was a blade demon stationing ground. In some spirit food restaurant, someone exclaimed, "Wanted mission, human race, Monarch of the New Dawn?" Monarch of the New Dawn came to the void space? The minimum cultivation level requirement is level 4 of the planetary state. Blade demons looked up. "Human race, Monarch of the New Dawn, I seem to have heard of him somewhere. He seems to be the superior prodigy of the young generation. If he matures, he can perhaps cause some threat to us." Pfft, there are too many prodigies. There are such rumors every few decades. Which of them actually became real? True. But, his reward is so bountiful. However, I'm not a level 4 planetary state. I can't accept it. However, this is in the human-controlled region. It's too dangerous. Even if we can complete the mission, we might not have the life to spend the rewards. Who knows, it's the business of powerful beings. It doesn't concern us. In a huge cosmic fortress, more than 10 powerful blade demons were either sitting or standing. The one sitting in the center was extremely strong, and his cultivation level reached level 9 of the planetary state. Vas. He glanced at everyone and said with some anger, "Only 6 scouting balls were installed at the Shangyang's border." No one in the room spoke. The atmosphere was silent. After a while, he said heavily, "This time, we're collaborating with the dark metal demon and black smoke race. However, it's a problem on our side." Humph. A purple-eyed blade demon spoke. General Duo Lizi, sorry. If we could notify the Shangyang Galaxy base, this loss could have been avoided. Duo Lizi looked plainly at the blade demon and shook his head. His voice was gentle for once. Luoloxasi, it's not your fault. You've reported the situation as soon as your mental force restriction was activated. Even if we were contacted immediately, it would take some time. He sighed. It's not your fault this time. No one expected that humans could find where the base was right away. One demon who was wearing blood armor spoke. How did they find the base? Everyone looked among themselves. They didn't know too. Luoloxasi frowned. The mental force restriction I received had too little information. I could only see Luzeu's space transmission with the blade demon that was about to self-destruct. Everyone frowned. Luzee, the one wearing blood armor, growled. Everyone glanced at him. They knew the reason. Kakoroya was his man. The loss at the northern border and Kakoroya's death was quite a big deal to him. Luzee played an important role in that. The blade demon got up and said, General Duo Lizi, I want to go. Duo Lizi shook his head. Guguyate, the mission at hand is more important. Guguyate's chi halted. Then, there seemed to be some terrifying wave surging. Moments later, he let out a long breath and nodded. Yes, General. Duo Lizi then said, since we can't have perfect surveillance on the human side, then we can only speed things up. That ruin is more terrifying than we thought. It's probably a ruin left behind by a level 8 star state or even a level 9. It's also related to the insectoids. Our 3 races have discussed and are requesting star state reinforcements. Level 8 and level 9 star states. The blade demons were shocked. One blade demon wearing black armor sighed. That's near the cosmic system state. Duo Lizi smiled. Momo Erdi, you 3 were rewarded by the master of the advanced demon race. This means you have the potential of reaching the cosmic system state. As long as nothing unexpected happens, you are destined to be the peak power in our race. Why be envious? Hearing this, Momo Erdi, Guguyate, and Luoloxasi showed a confident look. They were the most talented demons in these few centuries of the Blade Demon race. They were certain to have a spot in the Blade Demon Palace in the future. The other Blade Demons looked at the 3 with admiration and reverence. Duo Lizi smiled. This time, the star state coming will be Lala Nisai. Master Lala Nisai. The Blade Demons rejoiced. She was the female prodigy of the Blade Demon. Which male Blade Demon didn't want to be her partner? This was quite a good opportunity. Momo Erdi and the others were hopeful too. Were. 2 hours later, outside planet's Hiwo, the 100 meters long New Dawn sliced across space. An asteroid followed behind it. Opposite them was a Shinwu army ship. A black-haired, middle-aged man who was a level 5 planetary state on the ship saw the scene, and his mouth twitched. When he was told that he needed to check an asteroid, he thought he heard it incorrectly. Yet, this monarch of the New Dawn really brought back an asteroid. However, this was his job. He couldn't say much. He looked at his assistant who was still dazed at the scene and spoke. Contact monarch of the New Dawn. We're checking. The assistant reacted and did as he was ordered. Luze and the group looked at the beautiful red planet and sighed. Luze said, we're finally back. Let's rest a day before we do missions. Lin Ling and the rest nodded. Right then, New Dawn's voice sounded. Master, Captain Zhang Yugong of the Defense Force is requesting for communication. Luze then said, accept. Chapter 619 Without comparison, there's no injury. Inside the New Dawn, a powerful middle-aged man appeared. He looked at the group and said, I'm the captain of the Defense Force at planet's Hiwo, Zhang Yugong. I will need to investigate the asteroid you brought back. Luze smiled. Sure, thank you, Captain Zhang. This asteroid is actually a Blade Demon base in disguise. There's still Blade Demon captives inside. They have been subjugated. Don't be alarmed when you see them. Luze's words made Zhang Yugong and the men on the side stunned. Small Blade Demon base and Blade Demon captives? Luze explained further, aren't there signs of Blade Demons appearing in this Hiwo system? We took that mission. Zhang Yugong's eyes widened. It was that Blade Demon mission? Damn it, they didn't tell him. Before he could think much, his face turned serious. Okay, Monarch of the New Dawn, young dukes. Thank you for your cooperation. Luze smiled and nodded. Then, Zhang Yugong led the Shenwu army into the base. They were very shocked when they saw the subjugated level 2 and level 3 planetary state Blade Demons. Zhang Yugong's assistant said in a dazed manner, weren't there people sent to find the Blade Demons? They didn't find it at the time. How long has the Monarch of the New Dawn been here? He found it already. Zhang Yugong shook his head. How am I supposed to know? Hurry up and check if there are any problems here. Yes. Half an hour later, Zhang Yugong checked the entire base thoroughly. After ensuring there were no problems, the Shenwu army went back to their own ship, and Zhang Yugong contacted Luze again. He looked at the four in disbelief and said, this asteroid is fine now. You're indeed the Monarch of the New Dawn and young dukes. You did such a huge mission as soon as you arrived. I'll take you guys back to the stationed grounds. And, the mission handover. Luze said, we'll do it immediately once we get back. This wave of Blade Demons seems to have some special purpose. I hope there's a high level coming over for the handover. Zhang Yugong thought for a moment and nodded. I'll try to arrange that for you. Thank you, Captain Zhang. On planets Hiwo, Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, Jack, and Derek just finished their fertilizing mission. Their chi was much better than a few days ago. Jack sighed. After all these days, we're finally used to those flames. Derek grinned. In that case, we can do missions and earn rewards faster. Luo Bingqing's face wasn't as pale as before. He nodded plainly. Speed up. Merit points like these are hard to get. Lin Kuang agreed. Although it's tiring, it's not dangerous. Xiet and the others almost died from the mission yesterday, didn't they? Louisa and her team also encountered some danger. Everyone fell silent. During this time, their squad was the safest. The other two squads failed their missions and didn't even get enough Shenwu merit points as them. Jack shook his head. After seeing Luze and his group a few days ago, I almost lost my confidence. But compared to Daphne and the rest, I feel that we're not bad. Everyone's mouth twitched, including Luo Bingqing. Everyone liked to compete. Without competition, there would be no improvement. At this moment, an exclamation caught their attention. Oh shit, look in the sky. What is that? Asteroid. The four of them looked up. A dark grey asteroid was nearing the planet. Many adventurers came out to watch. Of course, they weren't worried at all. It was just an asteroid. With most of them being planetary states, they could easily blow up such asteroids. Even if the planet exploded, they wouldn't die as long as they fled fast enough. Right now, they saw the Shenwu army ship and a golden ship flying before the asteroid. Their faces looked strange. That's the Shenwu army. Why did they bring an asteroid back? Is there some rare mine in this asteroid, so they brought back the entire asteroid? That's possible. But, that golden ship looks familiar. Who does it belong to? Did this adventure squad find some rare resource? They would be earning huge. Everyone's eyes went red at this possibility. If the mine was precious enough, it could be worth over 10,000 Shenwu merit points. Derek exclaimed, oh shit, isn't that Luze's ship? The other three were dumbfounded. They had never expected Luze's ship would be before this asteroid. Jack was speechless. Before I thought we were okay, but now. Lin Kuang's mouth twitched. Derek coughed. I think we should just be happy. There's no point in competing, isn't it? Those people heard Derek's remarks. So that's Monarch of the New Dawn's ship. No wonder it felt familiar. He only came here a few days ago. Then, he seemed to have gone to do missions. By the way, didn't Boss Zhu give Monarch of the New Dawn as Hiwo shooting star spot? Do you think Monarch of the New Dawn got his Hiwo bird's egg these few days? Everyone became immediately interested in this. The story between Boss Zhu and Luze spread through the entire solar system. Actually, it even went beyond that. After all, this Hiwo shooting star spot every 5 years was intensely fought over in the entire human-controlled region. Are you dumb? Luze is Monarch of the New Dawn. He's not some god. It hadn't even been 10 days. Where would he get the egg from? A powerful level 5 planetary state man made an analysis. I feel it's not too likely as well. Perhaps 3 years later, when it's 5 years again, Luze can buy the egg from somewhere else, or when he reaches the planetary state, I believe he can get the eggs. His cultivation level now is too low. His combat power is probably only on par with a level 1 planetary state's Hiwo bird. That's right. Everyone sighed. But if he brought back this asteroid, their earnings would be insane. All the people were envious. Luo Bingqing said plainly, let's go back first. If Luze and the others are free, they would contact us. Jack's eyes flashed with golden light. Go back and cultivate. They all felt pressured due to Luze. Luze's New Dawn had come to planet's Hiwo. The asteroid was too large to be brought to the stationed grounds, so the ship took the two to a barren open field. Kai Uyuhesha ordered the blade demons to remove the rock shell and only leave the base. Despite so, the base was still over 10 kilometers long. Zhang Yugong and the rest felt strange upon seeing blade demons work so joyously. So when did blade demons do things for the human race so happily? They were probably fake blade demons. Chapter 620 Did he save the universe in his past life? The blade demons hadn't even finished organizing the rocks on the asteroid, and a squad of Shenwu soldiers came over. The person leading was wearing black armor and had a level 7 planetary state cultivation level. Behind him were a few level 5 planetary state soldiers. When they saw the working blade demons, they were dumbfounded. Their eyes narrowed after seeing that huge black base. Zhang Yugong saluted the man. Vice Commander Isaiah. Isaiah glanced at the blade demons and then at Luze and the rest. He smiled. I didn't expect you to find the blade demons that we couldn't find after turning over the entire Yara asteroid belt. Little brother Luze's title, Monarch of the New Dawn, is indeed well deserved. Luze smiled with embarrassment. You're too polite, Vice Commander Isaiah. This is just luck. Isaiah and the others smiled but said nothing. Without power, you couldn't grasp luck. Isaiah asked, I heard Captain Zhang say that there's something wrong with these blade demons. These blade demons weren't strong and didn't need him to come personally. He was very busy. However, Luze and his group were prodigies who had boundless future, and the incident with this Hiwo shooting star got him curious, so he decided to come. Now, it seemed he was right. There was such a huge base hidden. These blade demons weren't just adventurers or space pirates. Luze nodded and handed over the black metal box that the tiger tail thief stole. Isaiah looked at this curiously and took it. What is this? Luze shook his head. I don't know, but it's their purpose. He thought about the screens and said, perhaps it's a high-tech device used to survey our area. Isaiah and the soldiers were dazed, and their expressions turned serious. Luze nodded. This seems to have the same material as the order-weakening space bomb we encountered at the Gracious System. It's said to be the creation of the advanced demon race. Advanced demon race? Isaiah and the others were even more dazed. What did this have to do with the advanced demon race? They were countless times more powerful than blade demons. Their strongest power was the cosmic realm state. Isaiah's hands shook a little. He frowned and looked at Luze. Are you certain? Luze and the rest of the group recounted what happened. Hearing their statement, Isaiah and the others fell into silence. They completely didn't expect the blade demons to do something this big. They weren't sure if it was from the advanced demon race, but it was quite possible they were state-of-the-art scouting device. It was enough to evade the scanning and jamming devices of the Federation and send information back to the blade demons. Isaiah spoke. Little brother Luze, the situation is quite serious. I need to report this to the commander. Can you report the specific details of the mission to Clarissa of the Intel Department? He pointed at an extremely beautiful blonde girl. She reached out her hand and smiled. Hello Luze, just call me Clarissa. Luze shook hands with her. Hello, Clarissa. Isaiah said, as for mission rewards, the part regarding capturing the blade demons alive and finding the base and metal balls will be calculated today. As for the blade demon intel, it will be calculated after their restrictions are removed. Luze and the group smiled. They thought it was only going to be rewards for capturing the blade demons alive. Thereafter, Isaiah went back alone. The rest of the Shinwu army soldiers took back the blade demons. The blade demon base was handed over. Luze kept the treasure inside already. Even the base was recycled to the stationing grounds. Clarissa had recorded the details of their mission. Half an hour later, the recording was done. Clarissa smiled at the group and said, the intel regarding your mission is very important. The rewards would probably be very ample. Congratulations! She knew that it would be a huge loss if the blade demons could really scout the information inside the controlled region. Luze and everyone said goodbye to Clarissa and went back towards the stationed grounds. At the space station, the new dawn stopped and Luze and the girls got off. They took the tiger tail thief with them. He was woken up by Kaiouhesha and told to walk himself. This mission needed to be handed in at the Shangyang system, so they could only take him with them. As soon as they got off, they were met with the curious gazes of the surrounding people. Luze was confused. Why are they looking at us like this? Nangongjing stretched, showing off her figure, and she laughed. Who cares? Let's go book a room and relax. Kaiouhesha and Lin Ling nodded. Indeed, we need to get a good rest. Hearing this, the surrounding people's eyes turned green. It was the middle of the day, and these three pretty girls asked to book a hotel room to relax. This guy probably saved the universe in his past life. He put away the new dawn and left the space station. They found a good hotel and booked a suite. Kaiouhesha told the tiger tail thief to knock himself out again before locking him in a room. Luze jumped onto the couch and sighed. This place feels good. Outside, they might encounter enemies at any time and had to stay alert. Here, it was different. Lin Ling sat next to Luze's couch and closed her eyes to relax. Kaiouhesha walked over and lay down on Lin Ling's legs. Lin Ling felt this and immediately shot up. When she realized it was Kaiouhesha, she fell silent. Luze looked at Lin Ling with confusion. Hey! Lin Ling's mouth twitched, and she pushed Kaiouhesha awkwardly. Don't sleep on my leg, Sister Hesha. Kaiouhesha grabbed Lin Ling's hand. Your legs are really bouncy and soft. It's comfortable. Nangongjing was immediately interested. Really? I'll try it too. She squeezed over. Lin Ling watched Kaiouhesha and Nangongjing sleep on her two legs. Her hands were grabbed by them, so she couldn't even struggle. Her face was in despair. She was the weakest here, so she would be bullied? Luze felt envious. Is it really that comfortable? Kaiouhesha glanced seductively at Luze. Yes. Do you want to try? Luze was just about to agree, but then, he felt Lin Ling's murderous glance. He coughed. Am I that sort of person? I'm not the same as you two. Suddenly, Luze recalled something. By the way, since we're back, should we contact Teacher Luo? Have they finished their mission? Nangang Jing smiled. Zi, you want to treat them to Zhiwo shooting star? Luze nodded. To us, it's just tasting the flavor, but for them, it should be quite helpful. The three looked at Luze and laughed. Lin Ling blinked her eyes. You decide this. Chapter 621 White Light Pillar. The last time they encountered Luo Bingqing and the others, they exchanged contact details. Since he had decided to treat them to Zhiwo shooting star, Luze contacted Lin Kuang. However, Lin Kuang didn't reply. Nangang Jing asked, they're probably cultivating, right? Luze looked outside. It was getting dark. It's almost night anyway. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm hungry. Lin Ling knew that her opportunity for freedom had come. She immediately looked at Kaihu Hesha and Nangang Jing. Sisters, I need to go cook. Nangang Jing and Kaihu Hesha got up unwillingly. Lin Ling immediately dashed out. After dinner, the four of them went to their own rooms. Luze sat on the bed and analyzed his situation. It had been 17 days since he reached level 4 of the mortal evolution state. His non-stop battles had allowed his cultivation level to improve faster. In another half a month, he should be able to reach level 5 of the mortal evolution state. However, his cultivation level improvement speed was far from how fast his body was getting stronger. His body was already at level 8 of the mortal evolution state, and that was just a normal state. If he used the first golden body god art, it could barely reach the planetary state. Moreover, his body would allow him to easily use special level 8 mortal evolution state red orbs to cultivate. Luze was even confident to use level 9 mortal evolution state orbs. Nevertheless, Luze couldn't beat a level 9 mortal evolution state beast yet. As for god art, his mastery of the fire, metal, earth, lightning, body of darkness, wood, and chi stealth god art had all reached a rather deep mastery. The god art orbs he used now only contained knowledge he had already learned. With the golden fruit wine, Luze's body was steadily growing stronger every day. His cultivation level could increase 1 level a month. This was scarily fast already. As for his god arts, it was almost at the limit of the third map. Now, his target was to get the divine arts of the third map. Then, his combat power would have a huge improvement. Luze rapidly concluded his progress and soon entered the pocket hunting dimension. He reappeared in the familiar barren lands. Roar! Immediately, he sensed a growl behind him. Luze disappeared from the spot. A few golden sword rays sliced at where he was. He then reappeared above a 30-meter tall golden tiger. It was a level 7 mortal evolution state golden needle tiger. He looked calmly at the tiger while domineering golden rays flashed in his hand. He punched it. Rumble! The golden first force burst out and penetrated the tiger's body. A huge crater appeared where it stood. The violent power crushed the tiger's body. Before it could even call out, it landed heavily in the crater. He picked up the orbs and then disappeared from the spot. As his cultivation level grew, Luze was getting faster and faster. 3 hours later, a lightning cloud surged above a patch of grassland. A few hundred fat possums were squeaking and fleeing. Purple lightning bolts roasted the possums, emitting this pleasant aroma. The strongest here was only a level 5 mortal evolution state. Luze felt quite excited. Before, he couldn't even beat a level 4 mortal evolution state possum. How long had it been since then? In half a minute, Luze killed all the possums. Luze collected the orbs and flew off once again. He felt like he had been paid generously. He attacked and a large wave of monsters was gone. Roar! A distant violent chi appeared. After sensing the qi, Luze frowned. He flew towards the direction of it. Soon, Luze saw a red-scaled dragon that was 100 meters tall. Level 8 Mortal Evolution State Fire Scale Dragon. Its thick legs stood on the ground and spider net cracks spread out from where it was. Flames spurted from the cracks, shooting tens of meters high. In turn, the surrounding space was twisted by the high temperature of the dragon. Luze's eyes flashed with purple runes. He pursued the creature without hesitation. With a flash of silver light, his body disappeared from his position, and he appeared above the fire dragon's head. That fire jade-like horn emitting a searing glow made Luze's mouth feel dry. Purple-red lightning swam around him, and black lightning cloud gathered above his head. Tens of lightning bolts shot out towards the dragon. Simultaneously, lightning spears formed around Luze, which tore space open heading towards the fire dragon. Roar! The dragon's eyes burned with fire, and it suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Then, it stomped on the ground. Fire pillars shot out and enveloped it. At the same time, 2 flame pillars shot towards Luze. Runes started forming in Luze's eyes. He clenched with his right hand. Tens of lightning bolts were fused together and smashed onto the fire pillar, like divine punishment. Rumble! Fire and lightning shot out in all directions, plowing the land and spreading over 1,000 kilometers. All the weak beasts in this area fled. The fire and lightning were in a stalemate. Luze flashed with silver light and appeared inside the fire pillar above the red dragon's head. Then, he punched the dragon's head with his golden fist force. Rumble! It seemed like the world was rattled by war drums. The earth trembled. The dragon's body landed with a thud on the ground with its head first, creating a deep crater that was over 10 kilometers wide. Fire splashed around in the deep crater. The dragon's tough scales cracked a little, and blood burning with fire dripped down. The dragon became dazed due to the heavy strike. Luze stomped on the dragon's huge head and then barraged its head with his fists. With every punch, the ground shook, and the crater became deeper and wider. The dragon's bones soon cracked. The domineering fist force penetrated its brain and wiped its life force away. Luze breathed and nodded happily. Eventually, the dragon disappeared, leaving behind 8 special level 8 mortal evolution state red and 7 purple orbs, as well as a burning fire god art orb. Luze proceeded with his hunt. 10 hours later, Luze looked at the sun. It was about to set. His combat power would only be stronger in the dark. Thereafter, he would see if he could change into a dark wolf and sneak up on a level 9 mortal evolution state dark wolf. Suddenly, the sky dimmed down. Luze tensed up immediately. Every time the sky suddenly turned dark, there was a super boss passing by. Usually, he just died. However, he didn't feel any pain. He scanned the surroundings and looked at the sky. What was going on? Where was the super boss? At this time, a beam of white light descended and penetrated the world. The world seemed to have sunk into silence. This just lasted a brief instant and countless roars filled the place. The spirit light everywhere lit up the place again. Luze sensed a few powerful kais that made him shudder. This was stronger than the alcoholic and fox demon. Chapter 622 Special Spirit Body. That powerful chi made people shiver, but that couldn't stop Luze from remaining dazed. This white pillar landed just 100 kilometers from Luze. He could even see there was a crystal white flow descending from the sky. He thought of the pillar on the second map, as well as the lightning cloud divine art runes inside. That was a treasure. He wasn't dreaming, was he? Happiness came so quickly that he felt it was unreal. During this time, Luze sensed there was a terrifying chi from the distance coming close rapidly. There was more than one of them. Luze used space god art without hesitation. He appeared in the white pillar. Immediately, he felt this immense pressure bearing down on him. His bones were cracking, and his body was shaking. Those people who weren't yet planetary state would probably die just from the pressure. Luckily, his body was quite sturdy, and he had first golden body god art. That's how he was able to withstand this pressure. Luze looked up and saw there was this baby's fist-sized crystal floating not far in front of him. Luze was stunned. This wasn't a divine art. Rune? Roar. Just when Luze was confused, another roar sounded. He could feel the powerful qi approaching. Without much time to think, he just grabbed the white crystal. Immediately, Luze's face changed. There was a terrifying repelling force from this crystal. As a result, cracks appeared over his body, and blood mist was discharged. It turned the white pillar pink. Luze gritted his teeth. He was used to this level of pain already. He resisted it and wrapped the crystal with his mental force, sending it into his mental dimension. With that, the repelling force disappeared. At the same time, the white pillar flickered and started to disappear. Luze could feel the pain and pressure ease. Pant. This was bloody worth it. He didn't know what the crystal was yet, but it was definitely something good. He would study it once he went out. Roar. Just when Luze was excited, furious roars sounded from all directions and surrounded him. Luze's excitement disappeared. It was bosses he couldn't beat at all. They were too fast and was already near the pillar. They were within 1,000 kilometers at this point. Luze looked at the surrounding beasts. There was the familiar white and black snake, the 10-meter-tall golden ape, huge golden echidna, winged flaming dragon, and quite a few beasts he hadn't seen before. They had all sorts of god arts, and their terrifying qi twisted the space. Luze's mouth twitched, and his forehead sweated. He was besieged. Looking at their furious qi, Luze's heart went cold. He felt he should still try. During this moment, the white pillar completely disappeared. Luze was planning to use space god art. Roar. That 10-meter-tall golden ape slammed its hands down. The sky seemed to have collapsed as the golden fists descended. The terrifying pressure was many times stronger than the white pillar. Luze was crushed into the ground before he could even think. He slowly opened his eyes back in his room. It was painful, but he was excited. Luze closed his eyes and immediately looked at the floating crystal in his mental dimension. This crystal was emitting a gentle spirit force wave. He studied it. Its surface energy wasn't strong, but it was very gentle. Luze thought about it and tried to use mental force to touch this crystal. However, Luze didn't expect that as soon as his mental force touched the crystal dissipated and turned into a milky white mist and entered his body. Immediately, Luze felt this gentle power filling up his body and spreading in all directions. At the same time, the milky white mist's flickering rune also fused into every corner of Luze's body. He could feel that his body went through some magical transformation. His planetary seeds started to glow milky white and become more sturdy. Luze's spirit force quality was rapidly improving. As the white mist entered his cells, spirit force from space rushed into Luze's body. He didn't even need to form the planetary seeds himself. Spirit force mixed with white mist instantly formed the planetary seeds. These new planetary seeds were like milky white balls. Luze was quite shocked to feel that his cultivation level shot up like crazy. He only formed half the planetary seeds for his 5 bowels, but in a few short hours, he rapidly finished the remaining ones. When the last planetary seed was formed, Luze glowed with milky white color. All his meridians and organs glowed with that white color. It was as though he was carved with white jade. An invisible wave spread out in his body. He could feel both his spirit force cultivation level and body power increase by quite a bit. He only used a few hours to reach the perfect stage of level 4 mortal evolution state. Luze saw that there was still half of the white mist remaining. He kept cultivating without hesitation. For level 5 of the mortal evolution state, he needed to form the seeds in his bones. The white mist fused into the bones and started forming new seeds rapidly. Simultaneously, those intricate runes kept fusing into his body. It was gradually daylight. The warm sunlight shone towards Luze's room. Luze opened his eyes slowly. His face was very excited. He was halfway through level 5 of the mortal evolution state. Most importantly, Luze stretched out his hand, and strands of milky white spirit force circulated around his fingers. At the same time, the spirit force in the void seemed to resonate with his own, increasing the power of his spirit force. Luze thought wrong. That crystal wasn't a divine art rune, but it contained a special god art. He didn't know what this god art was, but those white mists and runes turned his body into a special spirit body. Luze could feel his affinity with spirit force in the void. As long as he used spirit force, the spirit force in the void would amplify his power. This meant that both his divine art and god art would be much stronger than before. His spirit force recovery and quality both increased significantly. Luze could use 5 or 6 divine arts or god arts at the same time. Ordinary people couldn't do this at all. Even Luze would consume all his spirit force after doing that and resort to red orbs. But now, Luze was confident he could last half a minute doing that. With the help of red and purple orbs, Luze felt he would never overdo himself again. Luze looked at the white spirit force on his palm. Then, his eyes flashed with purple-red light. The white spirit force was replaced by purple-red lightning. The chi was growing stronger. Luze smiled. Just using lightning god art, his combat power would be extremely strong in level 1 of the planetary state. If he used lightning cloud divine art, his combat power would definitely not be considered weak in level 2 of the planetary state. With the buff of his combat armor and blood lightning, his combat power should reach level 3 of the planetary state. The difference in power between one level wasn't as simple as the difference among the levels in the mortal evolution state. A few days ago, a level 3 planetary state blade demon could easily crush his full-powered lightning spear. Suddenly, there was somebody knocking at the door. "Ze, what are you doing inside?" Nangongjing's confused voice sounded. Luze had suppressed his chi, but it was just a few doors away. She could naturally sense the energy wave inside the room. Chapter 623 He felt he was looked down on. Luze's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered something. The alcoholics and fox demons' combat power was only at level 3 of the planetary state? Wasn't he about to catch up to them then? Great! Luze smiled. He had always been bullied by these two. Once he surpassed them, he would bully them back. He put away the lightning and got off the bed. Then, he opened the door and saw Nangongjing there. Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling were also looking over curiously. Nangongjing asked, "Are you okay?" Luze smiled. "It's nothing, I just had a little sudden enlightenment. My cultivation level accidentally reached level 5 of the mortal evolution state." Their mouths twitched. Lin Ling's heart got pierced. She was still a level 3 mortal evolution state, but Luze was already a level 5 mortal evolution state. Could she still catch up to him? Meanwhile, Kaiyuhesha's and Nangongjing's heart skipped a beat. Their progress hadn't been slow, but Luze's regular cultivation speed was already terrifying. Now that his cultivation level made a breakthrough, his combat power wouldn't just be increasing by 1 level. Nangongjing was a little worried. Was this guy catching up to her? During this time, Luze's phone rang. It was Lin Kuang's message. This guy had been cultivating the entire time until now. He was cultivating with his life too. TAS. Luze smiled. Their cultivation has ended. I told them to wait for us at Boss Zhu's place. Let's go over. I wonder just how tasty this Hiwo shooting star is. Lin Ling and the others rolled their eyes. In a suite of some hotel, Luo Bingqing and his group were sitting in the foyer. Lin Kuang placed his phone down and said, Luze told us to go to Boss Zhu's place. The others glanced at each other. Jack asked, don't tell me that kid already got this Hiwo bird's egg. Derek gulped his saliva. No way. How many days has it been? Luo Bingqing answered, let's go see. Today can be a rest day. The others nodded. We've been doing missions for 10 days in a row. We should take a rest, indeed. Let's go then. The four of them left accordingly. Zhiwo Little Restaurant. Luze and his team happened to see Luo Bingqing's group at the same time. In turn, Luo Bingqing and the rest became dumbfounded due to Luze. For some reason, they felt Luze got stronger again. They greeted each other and went into the restaurant. Boss Zhu saw people coming in. He glanced at them and felt stunned when he saw it was Luze. He didn't get up and just smiled. Yo, Luze, I heard you got quite some rewards from your recent mission. Are you here to have a good meal? All the other customers looked over. Luze bringing back an asteroid yesterday had already gone viral. Plus, if Luze brought back his Hiwo egg, he could eat this Hiwo shooting star. Everyone was curious. Luze smiled. Boss Zhu, I came to ask you to cook Hiwo shooting star. Oh, that's easy, Boss Zhu smiled. He didn't react in time. Then, he fell silent. Not just him, everyone else was dazed too. All the people looked at Luze like he was a ghost. Luze wanted to laugh. Nangongjing and the others saw how happy Luze was and rolled their eyes. They were expecting this sort of reaction. Luze coughed and said, Boss Zhu, your promise still counts, right? Boss Zhu recovered from his shock and got up from his chair. He looked deeply at Luze and then nodded. My, Zhu Xinyis, words always count. Thereafter, he laughed. You're indeed the monarch of the new dawn. Amazing. You got Hiwo bird egg with your cultivation level being just a mortal evolution state. You're the first. Is it a level 1 planetary state? That would be quite nice for you guys but not as good for young Duke Nangong and Kai Huyu. At this juncture, Luze took out 3 eggs, 1 large and 2 small. The red jade eggs carried this scorching qi. As soon as it was taken out, the restaurant's temperature soared up. Oh shit! 3, someone exclaimed. It's not just 3. Look at that big egg. That's definitely a high-levels Hiwo bird egg. How did Monarch of the New Dawn do it? Everyone looked strangely at Luze. Was this guy really a god? Boss Zhu's eyes almost popped out by looking at that large egg. Level 5 planetary state egg? How did you get it, kid? Level 5 planetary state. What a joke. A level 5 planetary state's Hiwo bird's combat power should be near level 7 of the planetary state. This egg was rare even considering all the previous times of this Hiwo shooting star event. Luze smiled. Secret. Boss Zhu knew he asked too much. Everyone had their secrets after all. He was just too shocked. That's why he asked. He smiled. Just wait, I'll cook it now. Luze showed a hopeful look. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, oh, and this too. Do you think you can cook this? He took out a few meter-tall body. It was the level 1 planetary state's Hiwo bird's body. Boss Zhu was completely dazed upon seeing this Hiwo bird's body. Oh shit! Zhi. Hiwo bird. He could even get the body of Hiwo bird? This is a monster. This is the 3rd time that his Hiwo body appeared, isn't it? Seems to be. The previous 2 times were acquired by a level 9 planetary state. Zhi. Hiwo bird. Boss Zhu's face shook. He never asked Luze to kill his Hiwo bird. It was much harder than getting the egg after all. Yet, he saw this Hiwo bird's body here. He looked at Luze and then at Nangongjing and Kaihuyu Hesha. You two killed it. Kaiouya shook her head. Little brother Luze did it. Boss Zhu's eyes bulged. Him? How is that possible? Luze's mouth twitched. He felt he was looked down on. So what if he was the one who killed it? Luze asked again, can this be cooked? Boss Zhu grinned. Yes. Spirit food made with Zhiwo bird's body would provide a sliver of a higher chance of acquiring fire god art. Chapter 624 What scene haven't we seen? Boss Zhu left with the body and all the eggs. He was preparing to make Zhiwo shooting star. Meanwhile, everyone in the foyer looked at Luze with envy. This was Zhiwo shooting star. They might never get a chance to taste it in their entire life. Luze didn't mind everyone's gaze. He looked at Lin Kuang and his group and said, let's find a place to sit. Luo Bingqing was a bit hesitant. Luze, you're really going to treat us to eat Zhiwo shooting star? Lin Kuang nodded. Yeah, that's spirit food which can give people a chance to learn fire god art. Of course, they wanted to eat it, but all their reward points were used to buy cultivation resources. They couldn't afford it. Luze smiled. I got 3 eggs. I already have fire god art, so I just want to try the flavor. Hearing this, Luo Bingqing and the rest, as well as the onlookers, felt their hearts were stabbed again. So many people wanted this Zhiwo shooting star with their lives, all just for the fire god art. This guy clearly had fire god art and still got 3 eggs and even a body. Yet, he just said he only wanted to try the flavor. Lin Kuang and the others gritted their teeth and nodded. If they could learn fire god art, it would be very beneficial to them. Moreover, this spirit food was a planetary state. It was quite useful for mortal evolution states like them. Lin Kuang said, then, we won't be too polite. He was still a little annoyed at Luze because of Lin Ling, but now, he was still receiving benefits from Luze. This was very awkward. He felt like he was getting bought. Was that the kid's real purpose? Lin Kuang looked at Luze strangely. Luze sensed something was amiss and asked, what's wrong brother Lin Kuang? Nothing. The group found a far-off place to sit. Luo Bingqing's group asked Luze about their missions. When they reached the planetary state, they would need to think about doing some simple planetary state missions outside the stationed grounds. Luze and his group hid nothing from them and told them about everything. Consequently, Luo Bingqing's group was stunned. Their mission targets were level 3 and level 4 planetary states. Who could handle that? Lin Kuang looked at Lin Ling who was calm-faced. He felt quite complicated. Did this girl grow up already? She was stronger than him now. At this moment, Luze's phone rang. Everyone looked over. Nangongjing asked, what is it? Luze shook his head. He didn't know. He took out his phone and looked at the message. Immediately, his eyes widened. The reward points are here. The message showed the Blade Demon mission's rewards. Capturing the Blade Demons alive gave them 1,200, locating the base left them with 5,000, discovering the Blade Demon scouting activity was 5,000, and bringing back that black ball was 10,000 merit points. The others seemed reasonable, but that black ball was worth 10,000 points. That surprised Luze. Those black balls were probably some extremely high-tech. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth that much. They were given 21,200 points just for this mission. This was so much more than Luze expected. The girls smiled and looked at Luze's phone. They were shocked to see this many reward points too. Lin Kuang and the others were confused upon seeing how shocked they were. Jack frowned. What happened? Are your rewards deducted? The Shenwu army wouldn't do something like that, right? His brother was an officer in the Shenwu army after all. He had quite a nice impression of them. Luze coughed. Of course, they wouldn't take away our points. It's just that the rewards were more than what we expected. Luo Bingqing and the rest rolled their eyes. Derek said with admiration, "So it's something good. You got a few hundred extra reward points." Luze and the girls. They didn't know how to answer this. Could they say they got extra 20,000 points? Seeing how Luze and the others were hesitant to talk, Derek's smile disappeared. His mouth twitched. "Come on, tell us, we're young dukes too. What scene we haven't seen yet? How many Shenwu merit points is it?" They were the young dukes of this generation. Their mental strength was quite good. Luze's mouth twitched. "Then, I'll say it." Lin Kuang rolled his eyes. "Don't be hesitant like a girl." Before he could finish, he sensed 3 terrifying chi lock onto him. His mouth twitched, and he immediately stopped talking. Luze smiled. "It's not that much, just an extra 20,000. The atmosphere instantly became quiet. Derek's smile completely froze. Lin Kuang accidentally crushed the cup. Even Luo Bingqing stared at Luze in disbelief. The entire group combined hadn't even earned 1,000 for these past 10 days. Yet, Luze's mission was counted in units of 10,000. This was too absurd. Luze looked at the 4 and coughed. "This mission is a bit special. Not every mission is like this." The 4 recovered a little after hearing this. That was true. How could every mission reward that much? Lin Ling nodded. "During our last mission, we only got 1,000 each." The group's heart got crushed again. Lin Kuang looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Was this still his sister? Since when did she become like this? She must have learned it from Luze. Lin Kuang's face changed, and he made up his mind. Even if he were to die and not eat this Hiwo shooting star, he couldn't let Lin Ling fall into Luze's hand. During this moment, an intense aroma came. All the guests put down their chopsticks and looked in the direction of the kitchen. Even Luo Bingqing shifted his gaze towards the kitchen. Lin Kuang gulped some saliva. "So this is the smell of this Hiwo shooting star? It smells so good. When do we eat?" Luze said, "Soon? Have some more later." Lin Kuang sneered, "What a joke. I'm not going to hold back." As the aroma wafted in the air, the sky outside the restaurant burned with red flames. The intense aroma spread through the entire stationed grounds and even reached the outside area. The planetary state spirit food's aroma drifted for over 100 kilometers. The adventurers and Shenwu army soldiers all looked over. When they saw the flames in the sky, their eyes bulged. "Hiwo shooting star? Old Zhu is making this. How is this possible? It has not been 5 years yet, right? Wait, didn't he agree to make it for Monarch of the New Dawn Luze a few days ago? But that would be after he gets the eggs? He doesn't have it now. Could it be that he already got the eggs?" Right now, another huge flaming bird appeared in the flames. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hiwo bird. Luze killed one. Chapter 625 Fake Cultivation. The holographic image of this Hiwo shooting star changed. The flaming royal bird's appearance took everyone by surprise. With this, the aroma grew more intense. It drifted over 1,000 kilometers. Hiwo bird, this really is it. It has only ever appeared 3 times, right? How did Luze do it? He could even kill as Hiwo bird. I don't know. That kid is too terrifying. They should be at Hiwo little restaurant, right? Let's go see if they can learn fire god art. Yes, let's go see. Many adventurers were flying towards the restaurant out of curiosity. As for the Shenwu army soldiers, they had to stand their ground. They were very curious but couldn't go. Isaiah, who was thinking about how to remove the Blade Demon's mental force restrictions, saw the holographic image in the air and was stunned. In less than 10 days, Luze not only got this Hiwo eggs, but he also killed his Hiwo bird, captured Blade Demons alive, and caught the tiger tail thief. He's really amazing, Isaiah sighed and continued flying towards the meeting room. The blade demon issue was very urgent. Zhiwo little restaurant. Luze and the rest were full of anticipation. It smelled too good. Nangongjing gulped some wine. It smells very tasty. Kai Huyahesha nodded. It should be ready soon, right? Lin Ling looked around and frowned. Many people came over. Luze glanced at them and smiled. So what if they come? We'll just eat our food. Luo Bingqing and the rest were also anticipating it. Derek was shocked. Just by smelling this aroma, I could feel my cultivation level improving a little. This Zhiwo shooting stars effect would be very terrifying. Jack nodded. I've heard my brother mention that many powerful beings would come for the 5 years Zhiwo shooting star event. Most of them came for the fire god art, but the spirit food clearly had a great effect on cultivation. He glanced at Luze and smiled. This time, we owe it to Luze. Luze answered with a smile, you're too polite, Teacher Jack. During this time, a sharp chirp sounded. Re. The call of Zhiwo bird. Luo Bingqing and the rest hadn't seen a real Zhiwo bird yet. They were shocked. Derek said in surprise, isn't that Zhiwo bird dead? How can it still call? Luo Bingqing said, I believe it's Boss Zhu's means. He's no ordinary spirit chef to be able to cook the Zhiwo shooting star. The group nodded. Those people in the crowd who knew more exclaimed, the Zhiwo shooting star is about to be ready. Apparently, there's a bird chirp before completion if the bird is added to the dish. Everyone looked towards the kitchen. Right then, the door opened, and Boss Zhu carried a 3-meter-long dish and walked out. On the dish was a white hemisphere lid covering the plate, but there was still an intense aroma coming out. Other than that, there was also a warm qi surging. Boss Zhu wasn't surprised that so many people came to his restaurant. He grinned. Move over, don't damage it. You can't afford to pay for it. Thereafter, his invisible qi surged and pushed everyone away. When Luze and the others sensed Boss Zhu's qi, their skin crawled. Derek exclaimed, so strong. Nangongjing raised a brow. Boss Zhu is probably a level 8 or level 9 planetary state. Luo Bingqing said plainly, that's expected. Didn't someone say last time that his wife is the general here? Lin Kuang laughed. That's right, to be able to create such spirit food, it's no wonder that he has such power. At this juncture, Boss Zhu walked over. It's not too good for you kids to be discussing my power in front of my face, is it? Everyone laughed dryly in embarrassment. Boss Zhu didn't really mind and laughed. Okay, move over a little, I'm putting it down. Luze and everyone retreated a few steps as the 3-meter-long plate was rested on the table. Subsequently, he smiled. Careful. Boss Zhu flicked his hand, and a purple flame hand lifted the cover up. Immediately, a red flame shot up from the plate, turning into a beautiful blue bird. The bird chirped and flapped its wings. A terrifying fire wave swept by. The temperature of the fire startled Luo Bingqing's group. They quickly used their god arts and formed a barrier to block this fire. Meanwhile, it was much simpler for Luze and the girls. They didn't even move and watched the fire wave brush past like it was nothing. Seeing this, both Luo Bingqing's group and the audience took a deep breath. Boss Zhu couldn't resist saying, you four already have fire god art and have quite a degree of mastery over it, right? Then, this Zhiwo shooting star probably wouldn't be that helpful to you guys. Nangongjing grinned. It's okay, we just want to see if it's tasty. Everyone was speechless. The spirit food they couldn't get even with their life was just a tasty meal to these guys? This hurt. Luo Bingqing's group had a strange expression. They knew that Luze knew fire god art, but since when did Nangongjing, Kai Huyahesha and Lin Ling learn it? Especially Lin Kuang, Lin Ling was his sister after all. He never knew when this girl acquired fire god art. When the fire wave disappeared, the bird chirped and also disappeared. The dish was finally revealed. It was a lively red fire bird flying in the plate. There were 12 flames around it with tails of shooting stars. Luze looked at this bird in amazement. It seemed alive. And it looked very tasty. The audience also wanted to eat this. Their eyes were green with envy. Boss Zhu's face shook when he saw Luze holding back his saliva. He said, "Okay, you can eat it now." He thought of something. "By the way, because there's a level 5 planetary state egg, you mortal evolution states should be careful when eating it. Don't get blown up." Luo Bingqing and the others woke up to this reality. A level 5 planetary state ingredient was indeed too strong for them. Luze didn't mind. A green wind cut through the air, and a drumstick was sliced off. A meter-long drumstick was placed in Luze's hand. He bit into the meat, and immediately, the taste spread in his mouth. It was so tasty he almost cried. At this moment, as the meat entered his stomach, he felt a powerful spirit force emanate in his body. Immediately, it was digested by his body. Luze was a little surprised. So the special spirit body he got yesterday was this useful? He digested spirit force so well that it was beyond his imagination. At the same time, fire god art knowledge appeared in his mind. Some of it, he already knew, but some of them, he didn't. Luze used a purple god art and kept eating while learning fire god art. Soon, Luze almost finished the entire drumstick. Simultaneously, his spirit force rippled and flames started to appear around him. It wasn't strong, but the pressure was increasing rapidly. Seeing this, Boss Zhu and the audience were completely shocked. What was this? Eating this could really increase one's power like that? The cultivation level was understandable, but improving fire god art like that just by eating was a bit over the top. Since when did god art learning become this simple? Were they really cultivating the same martial arts? Right now, a lot of people felt they were doing fake cultivation. Chapter 626 Monster Amongst Monsters. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha and Linling had already consumed purple orbs before coming. Their bodies were also circulating with flames, and their fire god art was growing stronger. Everyone was dazed. They thought only Luze was extremely talented, but these three were also this talented? Or was this just what usually happens when you eat spirit food? They fell into self-doubt. Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing were already planetary states. They had been using red orbs to cultivate, so they devoured the spirit force extremely fast. They could eat spirit food non-stop while progressing. Linling used red orbs too, but her cultivation level was low. Her digestion speed was only about the same as Luo Bingqing and the rest. However, because her cultivation level was only level 3 of the mortal evolution state, her spirit force cultivation level grew faster than Luze even. Luo Bingqing had finished their dish, and at the same time, they felt some extra knowledge appeared in their brain. This knowledge was chaotic and complicated, but they knew that if they could learn it, then they would learn the fire god art. However, there were too few of these right now. They would need some time to learn it. At this very moment, they saw the fire circulating around Luze and the girls, and their mouths twitched. They even ate slower. These guys were demons, right? The 4 of them only ate one's Hiwo shooting star and some's Hiwo bird's meat. They felt they were at their limit. Their body was filled with spirit force. If they ate more, they might explode. As such, they put down their chopsticks and sat down to learn immediately. Everyone sensed that the 4 of them had a sliver of fire chi. They were learning the fire god art. If they could make it, they would truly grasp the fire god art. Linling soon placed her chopsticks down too. She was pretty much at her limit too. Even Boss Zhu's mouth twitched when he looked at Linling. This level 3 mortal evolution state was too strange. She ate the same as these 4 level 9 mortal evolution state kids. Was everyone around Luze a monster? Seeing how fast Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha were learning the fire god art, Boss Zhu began to doubt life. His mastery of the fire god art definitely exceeded theirs, but he already lived for a few hundred years. How old were these girls? As for Luze, he didn't know what to say. He was clearly a level 5 mortal evolution state, but Luze ate as though he was a level 5 planetary state. He couldn't see Luze's digestion limit at all. Luze smiled at Lin Ling, seeing that she stopped eating. In return, Lin Ling glared at him. She lost again. She closed her eyes and began to cultivate, digesting the spirit force. On the other hand, Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaihulyuhesha kept eating. As the meat and Zhiwo shooting star diminished, the three didn't seem satisfied at all. Boss Zhu and the audience's skin crawled. There was a level 5 planetary state Zhiwo. Egg. What monsters were these three people? Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha were rather acceptable, but Luze was only a level 5 mortal evolution state. Wasn't he afraid of exploding? Luze looked at the Zhiwo shooting star. 8 of them were gone, only 4 remained. Half of the meat was gone too. He sensed his cultivation level. It already progressed quite a lot already. It was only halfway before, but now it was around 60%. Of course, this spirit force wasn't perfect. He would need to purify it with red orbs after he returned. He thought about it and put the chopsticks down. He spoke telepathically to Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha. Let's stop. We should leave some for Li and Alice. They hadn't had it yet. Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha were a little annoyed. Kaihulyuhesha replied, "Little brother Luze really cares about Li and Alice. You're even saying this for them." Seeing their glares, Luze didn't know what to say. He felt he would get beaten up no matter what he said. Nangongjing pouted her lips and said, Ying Ying hadn't tried it too. She would definitely like it. We'll stop eating. We've learned enough fire god art from it already. Meanwhile, everyone else thought that these guys were finally at their limit. If they kept on eating, they would be wondering if they were suitable for cultivation at all. Boss Zhu smiled. "You're not eating anymore." Luze nodded. "Can we take it away?" Boss Zhu answered, "Of course." Luze put the dish into his storage ring. He glanced at the others, and they were still cultivating, so they planned to wait here for a while. 5 hours later, none of the audience left. 5 hours was just an instant for planetary states. At this juncture, Lin Ling's eyelashes moved. She opened her eyes. Her cultivation level improved quite a bit. She would soon be able to reach level 4 of the mortal evolution state. Then, she saw that Luo Bingqing's group was still cultivating. Currently, Luo Bingqing's eyes suddenly opened. His plain eyes flashed with red beams. He got up and saluted with his fists. "I've learned something about fire god art. I would probably need to go into solitary cultivation for a few days." Luze smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, Teacher Luo. Perhaps you will learn the fire god art once you're done." Luo Bingqing smiled plainly. "Thank you for your wishes." He looked at the other three and said, "I'll leave those 3 to you for now." Then, he disappeared from the spot. Everyone watching was stronger than Luo Bingqing. This kid probably caught on. He has a higher chance of learning fire god art. I heard this kid is one of the top young dukes of this generation. Although this kid benefited from Monarch of the New Dawn, if he wasn't talented enough, how can he learn fire god art? There's still 3 more. Lin Kuang opened his eyes suddenly. It was also burning with fire. He looked around and raised a brow. Old Luo left. Lin Ling nodded. "Brother, go back and train first. We'll keep watch here." Lin Kuang was immediately touched. "Thank you so much." His sister was too caring. "Oh. Shit. Another one?" The young dukes in this generation are quite amazing. Indeed, 2 in a row are this talented. What about the other two? As they discussed, Jack and Derek opened their eyes at the same time. They looked around and saw that Luo Bingqing and Lin Kuang were all gone. They saluted Luze with their fists. Jack grinned. Luze, I'll owe this one for now. We're going back for solitary cultivation. Derek glanced at Kaiuyuhesha and then at Luze. Luze, you're quite a nice match for Kaiuyuhesha. Subsequently, the two left at the same time. Luze. He felt Derek was trying to get him into trouble. He already sensed 3 strange glances, but they were outside, so those 3 said nothing. Boss Zhu narrowed his eyes. These 4 kids are all quite talented. The standard of this generation of young dukes isn't bad. He looked at Nangongjing, Kaiuyuhesha, and Lin Ling. These 3 girls were monsters amongst young dukes. As for Luze, he was a monster amongst monsters. He did deserve the title Monarch of the New Dawn. Chapter 627 Heart Pierced. After the dish was finished, Luze and the others gave the Shenwu merit points to Boss Zhu for cooking the dish. Thereafter, they left. Although someone wanted to buy their takeaways Hiwo shooting star and even bid over 20,000 Shenwu merit points, Luze didn't choose to sell it. This was for Lu Li and the rest. As for Shenwu merit points, they could do missions and earn them. Back at the suite, Luze and the team went back to their own rooms and began to refine the spirit force they got from this Hiwo shooting star. When they came out again, it was already late at night. In the living room, the 4 of them sat on the couch. Luze laughed. I wonder when will Li and the rest come out? They would definitely like this. Nangongjing said, probably soon. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Spirit food won't decay in the storage ring. What are you worried about? At this time, a wormhole suddenly appeared, and Ying Ying flew out of it with a computer. Seeing this, everyone stared right at her. Nangongjing exclaimed, Ying Ying. Her round face was all too familiar, but they were still surprised to see her here. She blinked her blue eyes and said with hopefulness, I heard there was good food, so I came here. Everyone. Luze finally felt what it was like to get his heart pierced. The distance was this far, and yet, she came and went as she pleased. Kaiuyuhesha pulled Ying Ying into her arms and rubbed her little face. I haven't seen Ying Ying for so long. Did you miss me? Ying Ying nodded unwillingly. Yes. Nangongjing reproached, Fox Demon, don't be so mean. Ying Ying's face will be ruined by you. Then, she took Ying Ying over and started rubbing her face. Luze and Lin Ling. Ying Ying didn't beat these 2 shameless girls up. She was too nice. However, Luze took out the remaining Hiwo shooting star. Immediately, an intense aroma came over. Ying Ying's eyes lit up. Tasty food. She looked in Luze's direction and broke free of Nangongjing's arms. Luze smiled and pinched Ying Ying's face. Where is your sister Li and Alice? Ying Ying reached out her hand and grabbed a shooting star that was larger than her head and started munching. She mumbled, they're training outside. Seeing Ying Ying's face covered in oil, Lin Ling took out a paper and wiped it for her. Eat slowly, no one will fight over it with you. Oh. Ying Ying slowed down but still looked at Luze vigilantly. Luze's mouth twitched. What did this little kid mean? Was he the type to fight over food with her? However, half of this Hiwo bird's meat remained. It should be fine if he had some, right? Under Ying Ying's gaze, Luze sliced a piece and put it in his mouth. Tasty. Nangongjing and the others looked at Luze with disdain. After watching Ying Ying finish 2 shooting stars and quite some meat, Luze thought of something. By the way, Ying Ying, bring the rest back for your sister Li and Alice. They would like it too. So. Ying Ying was a little unwilling to stop, but she still nodded. She waved her hand and the Hiwo shooting stars disappeared. Lin Ling smiled. Ying Ying, sister will take you to a shower. Following such, she carried Ying Ying into the bath. After the bath, Ying Ying opened a wormhole and left. Luze and the group looked at this in admiration. This was a distance of 200,000 light-years. She could move so freely. Cosmic realm states were too terrifying. Perhaps a small place like the Milky Way could be destroyed with just the turn of a hand. In the military camp, a wormhole appeared, and Ying Ying flew out. She saw that the place was empty. Lu and Alice weren't back yet. She immediately bit her fingers in hesitation. That bird was so tasty. She wanted some more, but Luze said to leave some for Sister Li and Alice. She wanted to eat it so much, but she couldn't. Right at this time, the doors opened. Li and Alice walked in with fatigue. They saw her and felt confused. She wasn't watching cartoons? Alice rubbed Ying Ying's head. Are you hungry? Sister will go cook for you. Ying Ying shook her head and said, Sister Alice, I have good food here. She took out this Hiwo shooting star. Immediately, an aroma filled the room. Alice and Lu looked at this in shock. Alice, this is planetary state spirit food and not an ordinary one. Where did you find it, Ying Ying? Ying Ying, Luze gave it to me and told me to bring it back. Lu was stunned. Brother. The two looked at Ying Ying in shock. Lu asked, you just went to brother's place? How did you go? Ying Ying said calmly, just using space ability. Lu's and Alice's mouth twitched. Luze and his group were at Shangyang Galaxy. That was 200,000 light-years from her, not 20 kilometers. Lu shook her head. She looked at the dish. Brother told you to bring it to us. Humph, he still has conscience left. Lu grinned. Alice smiled. Let's eat dinner first. Ying Ying went to pick up this spirit food. She did a lot of work. Have some more. Ying Ying's eyes lit up immediately. As a good kid, she felt she can't reject this. She sat on the table instantly, waiting to eat. The next morning, Luze opened his eyes. He had finished refining the spirit force, and his cultivation level progressed more. Within 10 days, he would be able to increase another cultivation level. He clenched his fists and felt great. He went out of his room. Nangongjing and the girls were already on the couch. They were all smiling. Their cultivation level probably progressed quite well too. Luze sat next to Nangongjing. She turned around and spoke. Ze, what are we doing next? Luze thought about it and said, our 3 missions are finished. That thief is still with us. Let's go hand in the mission at Shangyang's stationing grounds and then accept a new mission. The other 3 nodded. Lin Ling smiled. Let's head off then. The 4 checked out and left. Luo Bingqing and his team were still cultivating, so they didn't say goodbye. Shangyang system. On some unknown planet, MOC's squad of 3 just boarded their ship and left the planet. The 3 of them were panting and covered in wounds. MOC smiled after a while. The mission is finally done. It's about 400 Shenwu merit points. Both Chi Xiaomo and Bernie had smiles on their faces. This was a rather rewarding mission. Bernie smiled gently. After I recover a little, I'll heal you guys. Everyone is injured quite a bit this time. Chi Xiaomo nodded. She opened the phone. Let's see if there's another mission suitable for us. They had a few choices. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Look at this. She projected the screen in the air. The other 2 looked over and soon widened their eyes. It was a clip of the shooting star and Hiwo bird. Monarch of the New Dawn Luze just used 10 days to acquire a level 5 planetary state's Hiwo bird egg. This dish could perhaps let the 4 young dukes of this generation gain fire god art. Seeing Luo Bingqing and the others, the three felt their hearts were pierced. They fought with their lives to do missions, and yet, Luo Bingqing and the rest just ate a meal and could potentially get the fire god art. Chapter 628 1 Month of Improvement. Shangyang Galaxy Stationing Grounds. Daphne, Xuanyuji, and Louisa were watching the screen on the couch of a hotel. Their expressions were extremely strange. Xuanyuji gritted her teeth. Old Luo and his group are too lucky. Daphne rubbed her head in disbelief. Is Luze already this powerful? That's a level 5 planetary state's Hiwo bird's egg. Xuanyuji asked, should we get another mission now? Laojia shook her head. You guys haven't recovered yet. Let's rest for a few days. Daphne frowned. But if this continues, Luo and the others would surpass us. Laojia said adamantly, regardless of whether they can surpass us, it's too dangerous to accept a mission now. If you're not in your prime, anything can happen. We won't be as lucky as last time every time. Daphne and Xuanyuji nodded. Then, let's rest for a few more days. How about we go to planets Hiwo 2 and see what mission Luo and the rest are doing? Sure, let's go and see. 2 days later, the new dawn came to the stationing grounds. Many people looked over as soon as Luze's group got off the ship. They were quite famous since Luze held off dark metal demons all by himself. They took the unconscious tiger tail thief to the stationing grounds. They wanted the thief to walk by himself, but perhaps they played with him too much. He was so injured that he could barely walk. People started discussing things. That's Luze and his team. Who is that alien? I don't know, it doesn't seem like a blade demon. It's probably their mission. It's only been 2 days, and they finished another mission. They are really insane. Soon, they would probably be leaving the controlled region. In the mission hall, Luze and the girls proceeded to the second floor. They saw 3 familiar figures here already. It was Mos Yat, Chi Xiaomo, and Bernie. They just finished handing in their missions and were planning to go downstairs. They got dazed after seeing Luze and the rest. Mos Yat smiled. Luze, I thought you were at this Hiwo system. Why did you come back? Luze smiled. Came back to hand in a mission. He then pointed at the tiger tail thief. Chi Xiaomo asked curiously, wanted mission? Nangongjing nodded. Yes, the tiger tail thief. We didn't expect to be so lucky to encounter him. If they didn't encounter this thief, they would still be looking for the blade demons. Mos Yat and their eyes narrowed. Bernie rubbed his stiff face. The level 3 planetary state. 1. Luze looked at Bernie in surprise. Yes, so you guys know. They looked through all the planetary state missions in order to find one suitable for them. Of course, they had an impression of this thief. Just what did the thief go through to look like this? Mos Yat smiled awkwardly. You guys go hand in your mission first. We'll wait for you. They wanted to chat with Luze and the girls too. Luze took the thief in and handed it to the workers there. As for the treasures the thief stole, all that belonged to the humans were returned. Luze kept the rest himself. As such, they received 1500 Shenyu merit points for the mission. Then, they went downstairs with Mos Yat's group. As soon as they left the mission hall, they saw 3 more familiar faces. It was Daphne's group. Nangongjing grinned. Daphne, what are you doing here? Daphne rolled her eyes and spoke with envy. It's quite satisfying for you guys that you're so strong. We almost died in the last mission. Nangongjing smiled. It's very hard for us too. We even encountered a level 4 planetary state blade demon. We almost got killed. The others were dumbfounded. They thought with Luze's group's power, they would be able to accomplish missions without difficulty. It seemed everyone didn't have it easy. Although Nangongjing's group was stronger, they took more dangerous missions. The group found a place to chat. These two groups found missions that fitted them, but it was different from Luo Bingqing's situation. Luo Bingqing's mission was inside the stationed ground. It was safe. Their missions, on the other hand, were located outside. They were very envious after hearing about Luo Bingqing's mission. They wanted to go over too. The group chatted for a while and split off. Luze and the girls recycled the thief's treasures. It was another 5,000 Shenwu merit points. They felt rather good. Just these 3 missions gave them 30,000 Shenwu merit points. They went back to the hotel and started looking for a new suitable mission. A month later, in the hotel, Luze was sitting on the bed with blood lightning flickering around him. His chi surged, forming ripples in the air. Then, he opened his eyes and reached out his hand. Blood lightning swirled around his fingers. His hair and eyes were still black, not red. After this long, Luze finally completely mastered the blood lightning god art. Now, he could use blood lightning without any side effects. He went out of the room. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were watching the news on the couch while Lin Ling was cooking. Kaiyuhesha smiled. Little brother Luze, did you get the mission reward? Luze checked his phone and replied, yes, 2,000 Shenwu merit points. Nangongjing spoke, in that case, we're just 2,000 Shenwu merit points away from the first set of martial god set. During the past month, they had been accepting ordinary missions, and they didn't give many rewards. They only got 10,000 Shenwu merit points within a month. Kaiyuhesha nodded. Then, let's buy one first and give it to little brother Luze. Luze felt dazed. Aren't we buying our own? Nangongjing laughed. There's still 3 months and a half before we go back. The stronger we got, the more rewards we will earn. We'll all get one. Luze felt great. I wonder how good the set is. If it would provide a huge improvement, he might be able to catch up to the 2. Then, he would be able to. During this month, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha finally reached level 2 of the planetary state. This was 3 months after they reached the planetary state. Their combat power finally reached level 4 of the planetary state. If they teamed up, ordinary level 4 planetary states would be no match for them. Lin Ling was almost a level 5 mortal evolution state. Her spirit eye god art also grew stronger. Her god art had been rather useful in missions. For a few missions, she earned the most. Luze also reached level 6 of the mortal evolution state and fully mastered blood lightning. If he wore combat armor, he wouldn't be weak, even against a level 3 planetary state. Of course, if he could get the martial god set, his combat power might reach level 4 of the planetary state. Chapter 629 On the border of getting bashed up. After breakfast, Luze and the group kept searching for missions. The missions at Shangyang Galaxy were usually planetary states. The highest level was a level 6 planetary state. However, these missions were rather rare as level 6 planetary state people would usually go outside the controlled region. Most of the missions were level 2 to level 5 planetary states. Due to Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha's power-up, they could accept level 4 planetary state missions. Several options were available to them. At this moment, they found that there were quite a few missions about clearing space pirates. Nangongjing frowned. Why are there suddenly so many space pirate crews in the controlled region? Kaiyuhesha shook her head. I don't know. Did something happen in the depth of the void space, so a lot of them ran over here? The region beyond was much more chaotic than the controlled region. Luze looked at these missions and said, but, these space pirate crews are good. SCR. Ru. The Terry brothers crew gave them plenty of reward points. Perhaps they might be lucky enough to find another space pirate treasure. That would be a huge earning. The others smiled. Lin Ling pointed to one. How about this? Keto Cosmic Cloud. They're space pirates there. The energy signal shows a level 4 planetary state. 1,000 merit points. Nangang Jing grinned. If it's a level 4 planetary state, then it's acceptable. Let's do this mission. Lin Ling opened the star map and looked at the location of Keto Cosmic Cloud. She said in shock, this isn't far from this Hiwo system. Luze smiled. Mosiet and Daphne all went to this Hiwo system. I wonder if brother Lin Kuang and the rest have learned fire god art. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. They're probably still in solitary cultivation. Ordinary people would need a long time to learn god art. Nangang Jing sighed. Without your god art orbs and purple orbs, it took us a lot of effort to learn god art. It wasn't as easy as this. It's very ordinary for people to take months up to years to learn god art. Luze nodded in understanding. Lin Ling smiled. Then, should we head off now? Luze nodded. The four got up and planned to leave. At this moment, a wave rippled in the living room, and a small wormhole appeared. 3 small figures appeared. Upon seeing them, Luze's group got dazed. It was Ying Ying, Alice, and Lu Li. They weren't surprised upon seeing Ying Ying as they already knew of her teleporting ability, but they were surprised to see Lu Li and Alice. Luze looked at the two in shock. Li? Alice? You guys came too? Lu Li grinned. Of course, it's because we finished onto Sun Shuang's missions and ended our cultivation in the Shenyu army. Alice jumped over to Luze. Senior, now, we can do missions together. Nangang Jing looked at Alice with some embarrassment and then laughed drily. Alice, you guys finished your missions already? My mom was pretty strict, right? Alice nodded. Yes, she's very strict. It's almost been 2 months before we reached her standards. Lu Li looked at the surprised Luze and said, You're so surprised seeing us. Did you not want us to come? Luze spoke seriously. How can that be? I miss Li so much. I've long wanted to see you. By the way, did you eat this Hiwo shooting star that Ying Ying brought back? Alice giggled. Do you only miss Li? Luze's mouth twitched, and he continued, Of course, I miss Alice too. I haven't eaten your spirit food for a long time. I really want it. Lin Ling narrowed her eyes, saying in a dangerous tone, Do you mean that my cooking doesn't taste good? Luze. When did he even say this? He quickly answered, How can that be? Lin Ling has been working so hard to cook good food for me. I've been used to it. How can I feel it's not good enough? If I don't have it anymore, I will feel bad. Kai Uyuhesha said, Sorry, little brother Luze, I don't know how to cook. Nangang Jing stared at Luze. Me neither. I'm really sorry. Luze, for some reason, he felt he was on the border of getting bashed. During this time, Luze looked towards Ying Ying. His savior. He quickly hugged Ying Ying and rubbed her face. Ying Ying, long time no see. Did you miss? Before Luze could finish, he was glared at by 5 unkind glances. Lu Li said, Luze, death penalty. Nangang Jing rubbed her fists. What do you want to do to Ying Ying? Let her go. Luze. Currently, Ying Ying looked hopefully at Luze and opened her mouth. Luze, Seeing this, their eyes softened. Luze took out some red and purple orbs before feeding them into Ying Ying's mouth. He said, You guys came back at the perfect time. We're going to go do missions now. After this mission, we'll go outside the controlled region. Lu Li frowned. Outside? It's very dangerous, isn't it? Why are we going? Luze pinched Ying Ying's face and smiled. We have a boss here, okay. They completely forgot that Ying Ying was a boss and treated her like a pet. Luze said, Let's go and do missions first. They went downstairs and checked out. After this, they went into the space station and left the planet through the new dawn. Aboard the ship, Lu Li looked at Luze. Luze had done quite some things lately. Alice's eyes lit up. Yeah, we've even heard about it in the military camp. Tell us, senior. Luze felt quite proud of hearing this and began recounting. After the chat, everyone went back to their rooms to cultivate. It took 2 days to reach the Keto cosmic cloud. Luze said, by the way, I got new God Art orbs before. He took out the body of darkness orbs and gave them to Lu Li and Alice. Lu Li looked at this with surprise and joy. A branch of darkness God Art. Luze smiled and nodded. Lu Li tried to suppress her smile but still grinned. This was too useful to her. Alice also took it and giggled. Thank you, senior. Chapter 630. These idiots aren't as smart as him. 2 days later in the Keto cosmic cloud. In the deep space, a white beam flashed, and a wormhole appeared. Thereafter, new dawn flew out of the wormhole. Inside the ship, Luze, Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Ying Ying were sitting on the couch. Lu Li, Lin Ling, and Alice were cooking. Smelling the aroma from the kitchen, Luze and the others drooled at the same time. Kaiyuhesha hugged Ying Ying and rubbed her face. The Keto cosmic cloud is ahead. She looked at the colorful dreamlike starlight and narrowed her eyes. This region was filled with asteroids and space dust. The region was extremely wide. It was a few hundred light years. It was very suitable for hiding. With the natural magnetic field and energy storms inside, it's very difficult to use scouting devices inside. It would probably take some time to find that pirate crew. Nangongjing drank some wine and smiled. We'll look for it slowly once inside. After all, a space pirate crew can't hide forever. They need to go out and rob someone. Luze nodded. Teacher Nangong is right. Perhaps we would be their target. Their strongest cultivation level was only a level 2 planetary state. This was a very good target for robbery. Of course, Ying Ying didn't count. They wouldn't be able to see what was special about Ying Ying after all. Of course, they didn't plan to use Ying Ying straight up, unless it was someone too powerful. Moreover, Ying Ying was still a kid. These guys wouldn't agree to rely on Ying Ying to do everything during this time. The kitchen doors opened, and intense aromas drifted out. Luze and Ying Ying's eyes lit up simultaneously. They charged to the kitchen table and entered the battle mode. Luze looked at Ying Ying seriously. She was a kid, but that made no difference on the table. She was his biggest enemy. After a full-blown resistance, Luze still lost to Ying Ying's little hands. He watched as Ying Ying put the last drumstick in her mouth and gritted his teeth. Cultivate hard. He will rob the drumsticks back. Seeing this, Lu Li and the other girls felt annoyed. Nevertheless, they still found it funny. Lu Li, Alice, and Lin Ling still felt very satisfied that Luze and Ying Ying liked their food so much. After breakfast, Luze was sent to wash the dishes. Then, he ordered the new dawn to fly around the cosmic cloud and try to fish out the space pirates. A day later, Nangongjing gasped. Are these pirates fake? They're so scared. We've over here, and they're not taking the bait. Kaiyuhesha frowned. Did they see through our purpose? Luze said, never mind, we'll go inside and look. It just takes a few extra days. Everyone nodded. On the surface of some asteroid, a 5-meter-long black ship was parked. It seemed to have fused with the rocks. There was a room inside the ship filled with surveillance screens and more than 10 aliens working right then. An alien that looked like a standing dog spoke in coarse universal common language. Target has entered the cloud, contact the boss. Yes, a green-scaled alien replied. In another room in the ship, the floor was sunken in and filled with dark green liquid. There was an alien floating there comfortably. It was a strange-looking alien, which had dark green skin and gel-like liquid oozing out of its skin. Its head, hands, and legs all had tentacles. Beep beep. It spoke in a sharp voice. Accept. A screen appeared before him, and it was of that dark-furred dog. He looked at the green alien with fear. Boss, the target you spoke of has entered the cloud. It narrowed its eyes. Keep watching, don't startle them. Get ready for battle at any time. He thought about it and continued, get ready to retreat. The dog answered, yes, boss. The communications cut off. The alien flew out of the pool and proceeded to another room. It took a deep breath and opened his communications device, changing his expression to one of respect. Beep beep. A blade demon figure appeared in the screen. It looked calmly at the tentacle monster but felt disgusted. This gooey thing was too disgusting. Honored Master BB Deer, your target has taken the bait. When do we pull the net? Hearing this, BB Deer's calm eyes finally had some emotion. He grinned. Very well, take them out of the controlled region. At the appointed location, we will meet you there. Following such, it looked at the monster again. Remember, don't do anything stupid. If it fails, you know the consequences. The tentacle monster shivered and spoke even more humbly. Yes, Lord. I won't fail. BB Deer nodded. After this is done, you will have plenty of rewards. The monster said, it's my honor to serve you. Go. BB Deer ended the communication. A few seconds later, the monster looked up and panted. The blade demon was too strong. Even across the screen, he felt a huge pressure from the gaze. He didn't even dare to secrete goo. He rubbed his dry skin and went back to the pool. Outside the controlled region, a few hundred meters long small blade demon warship floated in space. BB Deer's eyes flashed with excitement. Ha 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 ha. After sending out that many baits, he finally took it. Monarch of the New Dawn Luze, you will be my stepping stone towards a higher level. He felt great. He didn't know why the Demon Palace went crazy and raised Luze's bounty rewards. Even as a level 7 planetary state, he was interested. He believed he wouldn't be the only one. There might even be a level 8 planetary state. But those idiots weren't as smart as he was. Since Luze came to the void space, he needed to do missions. In that case, create the perfect mission for him. He purposely brought quite some space pirates over. They were a problem for every race's controlled region, and thus, they were considered a mission. He didn't know Luze's power, so he chose pirates of a few levels from level 2 to level 5 planetary states. Accordingly, he was surprised that Luze chose a level 4 planetary state. According to the intel from his race, Luze wasn't even a planetary state yet. Was his combat power this terrifying? He began to understand why Luze was wanted so much. Even those 3 blades of dawn couldn't compare to Luze. BB Deer snarled. Luze definitely didn't expect someone as strong as him to be waiting for him. Chapter 631 Pretend to Lose. A day later in Keto Cosmic Cloud, the New Dawn was navigating carefully between asteroids and cosmic dust. There was a faint blue barrier around the New Dawn. It was their defense barrier. Despite the ship being small, there were small bumps here and there that gave Luze heartache. Because they hadn't found the target yet, Luze and the girls kept cultivating and eating. Lu and Alice were back, so there were 2 more people for sparring practice in the morning. Their cultivation level was level 2 mortal evolution state and would soon be able to reach level 3 mortal evolution state. Just in terms of combat power, Alice surpassed Lu. The source flame hadn't fully awakened yet, but it was still the top-grade god art. Lu's dark god art was eerier, and the body of darkness helped her greatly. Despite so, the 2 teaming up couldn't even beat Lin Ling, who was a level 4 mortal evolution state. This didn't make them feel too good. After the morning cultivation ended, everyone returned to the living room. Lu Li bit her lips. However, Alice smiled innocently. She said, Li, Sister Lin Ling, let's go cook lunch. Lu Li and Lin Ling nodded. They were the only ones who knew how to cook here. The rest of the team was lazy. Suddenly, there was an emergency alarm. A vibrant white beam shot out from a dark grey asteroid. It shattered an asteroid along the way and shot towards the new dawn. Luze frowned and disappeared from the spot. He appeared outside the new dawn. The power of the white beam was near level 3 planetary state. Luze punched with golden fist force. Rumble. The two clashed and rocks of a few thousand kilometers radii were pulverized. Dark grey space pirate ship, surveillance room. The tentacle monster and his crew were dumbfounded. The black-furred dog stuttered. Boss, did we find the wrong person? That's space god art. That's a prodigy with space god art. Not just that, his cultivation level seems to be level 6 mortal evolution state only. That spirit cannon was level 2 planetary state. Even an idiot knew that Luze was the top prodigy of the human race. If they really dared to attack such a prodigy, they were scared of dying. They would definitely be hunted by star states and maybe even the cosmic system states of the human race if something happened to this prodigy. Thinking about this, everyone shivered. The boss felt dazed too. Although Master BB Deer told him to bait a human prodigy, he never expected it would be a prodigy of this sort. At this moment, a pale-skinned space pirate carefully spoke. How about we apologize and run? Hearing this, the tentacle boss grabbed the pale-skinned pirate and tightened his tentacles. Crack! The pirate struggled with his hands but couldn't break free. Eventually, this pirate died. The other pirates then immediately became too scared to talk. The tentacle monster spoke with a sharp voice. Don't forget that I'm the boss here. You do as I say. The black-furred dog shivered. Yes, boss. The others nodded. Boss, we'll do as you say. The boss said, our target is to just bait him out of the controlled region. We don't need to worry about the rest. After we do this, we leave this region of the Void Sea and go further away. As long as we're far enough, I don't believe the humans can find us. BB Deer, that bastard, was setting him up. If he knew what sort of prodigy Luze was, he would definitely not accept this mission. But now, if he didn't complete it, he would die. He gritted his teeth. Prepare for battle. Act, pretend to lose, and then retreat. Remember, we're just drawing them out of the controlled region. He was scared that they were too strong and Luze would get scared. Yes. Luze looked coldly at the asteroid ahead. Do these bastards dare to ambush his new dawn? He won't let them go. At this moment, Nangang Jing, Kaihu Yahesha, Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice all flew out. Nangang Jing glared at the pirate ship. Finally found them. At this moment, tens of figures flew out from the ship. Their chi was all above the planetary state. Nangang Jing said, I'll fight first, back me up, Fox Demon. Lin Ling looked at Lu Li and Alice. You guys watch from here. Your combat power isn't at the planetary state yet. Lu Li and Alice didn't want to, but they still nodded. Those two didn't have their personal armor after all. Luze looked at Lin Ling. You stay here too. Take care of them. These pirates are probably no match for us. Lin Ling's mouth twitched. Oh. Luze saw these strange-looking pirates, and his mouth twitched. These aliens are all so ugly. Was the one in front of them an octopus? Oh my, green tentacled monster. However, this pirate was a level 4 planetary state, Luze didn't dare to underestimate it. He couldn't beat it anyway. Nangang Jing and their faces were stiff too. Those aliens inside the Federation were decent looking. Even the blade demons didn't look this abstract. The boss squeaked, kill. With this order, tens of pirates all rushed towards Luze and the girls. Meanwhile, the boss flew towards Luze. To him, Luze was the strongest here. During this juncture, a golden beam flashed, and he tensed up. Danger! Someone strong! Nangongjing appeared on the side and punched. The boss flung two tentacles like a whip. Rumble! So strong! The boss was shocked. She was clearly only a level 2 planetary state. Why was she so strong? Rumble! 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 Thunder sounded and blood lightning flashed across space. Then, a few kais disappeared. The boss was stunned. His subordinates seemed to have been controlled by something. They didn't even try to dodge the blood lightning. After this short wave, 10 of his men died instantly. The rest were heavily injured. This was completely different from what he imagined. He didn't even need to pretend to lose now. He couldn't beat them regardless. His heart ached to see his loyal men getting harvested. He took out a green paper and inserted a spirit force. Immediately, green smoke rose, and he yelled, "Retreat!" Those space pirates turned to run immediately. Chapter 632 You did great. Dark green smoke spread throughout and covered everyone. Luze frowned. He discovered that his mental force couldn't penetrate this smoke, nor could he see his surroundings. The smoke had a strong corrosive property. His spirit force was sizzling and being rapidly depleted. In just a few seconds, his spirit force would be drained. Luze used space god art to leave a few thousand kilometers away. He found that the tentacle monster went back into the black ship. Their ship seemed to be prepared to leave at any time. As soon as they went inside, it flew off. Luze frowned. His eyes went cold. Blood lightning flashed around him, which then formed into a 10-meter-long blood lightning spear. The spear instantly shot towards the ship. At this moment, a dark green spirit barrier appeared on the surface of the ship. The spear struck the barrier and only created a ripple. Luze frowned. That tentacle monster was a level 4 planetary state, he couldn't beat it. It was rather hard to break through this defense. The ship was clearly ready to retreat. It dashed off immediately after blocking the attack, crushing countless asteroids along its way before disappearing from Luze's sight. During this time, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha charged out of the smoke. Their chi was weak, but their faces were cold. Nangongjing gritted her teeth. They actually got away. I didn't expect them to have such means. Kaiyuhesha frowned. Should we chase after them? Luze nodded. Yes. They're pirates. They might have treasures. Then, he dragged the two inside the ship. Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice already went back before. Luze ordered, New Dawn, find the energy wave and pursue it. Yes, Master. The New Dawn instantly followed the trail of the other ship. Soon, the ship left the cosmic cloud. As soon as they left, Luze and the girls saw a slowly disappearing wormhole. New Dawn's voice came out. Space jump trace detected. Confirming jump location, location confirmed. It's outside the federal controlled region. Master, should we keep chasing? Lu Li asked, are we going to keep chasing them? Luze nodded. Yes. Without Ying Ying, Luze would have given up since they were too weak to go outside. But now, they didn't need to fear anything. Yes, the New Dawn answered. A white beam flashed, and the New Dawn entered warp dimension. Back at the surveillance room of the pirate ship. Those henchmen were still scared. The tentacle monster's face was purple. He took out tens of pirates and only 10 came back. On the other hand, that black dog was still charred while flashing with blood lightning. It was so painful. Just what god art was that? If he wasn't scared of annoying his boss, he would have cried already. Others were also charred and flashing with sparks. They would shiver in unison. The tentacle monster saw this, and he growled, shake. Try shaking again. Immediately, the blood lightning flashed, and everyone shivered simultaneously. The atmosphere became very awkward. He was so angry that his goo was drying up. However, he couldn't kill all his henchmen. These were all level 3 planetary state subordinates. If he did that, they would resist. The monster took a deep breath. Didn't expect those other humans to be this strong. But, our target isn't to fight them. We just need to draw them out of the controlled region, and we win. That master will get revenge for the fallen brothers. The pirate's eyes flashed with enmity. Since when did they lose like this, getting beaten up by a level 2 planetary state and a mortal evolution state? The monster looked at the shaking surveillance watcher. Did they follow? The worker answered, yes, they did, boss. I've intentionally left our warp travel location. The monster nodded happily. Very well. This was finally a piece of good news. Next, we will wait for Luze and the rest of his team to get dealt with by that boss. We'll take our payment and leave this area. 6 hours later, outside the controlled region, a white light flashed. After the light disappeared, a huge black ship appeared. Inside, the tentacle monster immediately contacted BB Deer. BB Deer's emotionless face appeared in the light. How is the mission? The monster bowed. Our honorable master, the target has been drawn out of the controlled region. He's about to chase over immediately. BB Deer's bloody eyes sparked. Very well. You did very well. There will be plenty of rewards. Take them to the appointed location. Yes, master. The communications ended. BB Deer sneered. Pfft, what monarch of the new dawn, the number 1 prodigy. He's still too young. He's so easily drawn out of the controlled region. Does he know that the controlled region is the best protection for these immature humans? But if he's not dumb enough, how can I succeed? Ha ha ha. He ordered his ship to leave the hiding spot and fly towards the target location. He grinned. It was a beautiful time of harvest. Another white light flashed, and the new dawn returned to the physical universe. Inside the living room, everyone was enjoying cartoons together. Nangang Jing's eyes even went red at some parts. Suddenly, the light outside turned to starlight. Alice looked out and said, Senior, are we still hunting pirates? Luze and the others got dazed. They just remembered what they were doing. Luze coughed. Alice, you're right. We're getting ready for the battle. Nangang Jing felt a little awkward. She found her face was far from being as shameless as this guy. Kai Uyuhesha put Ying Ying down and looked outside. How long will it take? New Dawn answered, about 10 hours. Luze nodded. Continue. However, not long after, the New Dawn warned, Master, the target stopped ahead. Luze and the girls were surprised. They looked outside and could only see a few asteroids floating. Not far from there, that black spaceship was just waiting there. Luze raised a brow. This isn't right. Nangang Jing and the others nodded too. It was at this point that a black ship flew out from the shadows of an asteroid. Chapter 633 Where is my spirit force? Luze and the girls frowned after seeing the other black ship fly out. Nangang Jing looked into it. Blade Demon Warship. Kai Uyuhesha asked, since when did space pirates and blade demons team up? At this moment, Ying Ying glanced at the black ship and said, there's a guy much stronger than Sister Jing and Hesha inside. Luze and the rest were dazed. Then, Luze asked, how much stronger? Ying Ying bit her fingers. Her little face was distraught. About level 7 of the planetary state. It was very hard for her to compare people that were much weaker than her. Alice's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, Level 7 planetary state? Why would it be here? The others were shocked too, not expecting that there would be a level 7 planetary state being ambushing them. Right then, a figure flew out from the black ship and sped towards the new dawn rapidly. He was surging with terrifying chi. He had locked onto the new dawn. Even inside the ship, Luze and the others felt a powerful pressure. Only Ying Ying didn't seem to feel anything. Luze gasped, so strong. Nangang Jing frowned. He's probably coming for us. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. He's probably coming for little brother Luze. Li rubbed Ying Ying's face and smiled gently. Ying Ying, if that blade demon is going to bully us, you need to protect us. Ying Ying nodded and raised her fist. Don't worry, Sister Li, I'm very strong. Luze looked at Ying Ying and then at the blade demon. His mouth twitched. On the pirate ship, the pirates saw Bibi Deer close in on the new dawn and breathed easy. That dog grinned. Those humans are really strong. We almost couldn't come back, but no matter what, they couldn't be stronger than a level 7 planetary state blade demon. Ha ha ha, Little Black is right. We just need to watch the show here. Soon, they will die. Although we couldn't get revenge personally, the death of the culprit is enough to appease those brothers. Bibi Deer was near the new dawn. At this juncture, Luze, Kai Uyuhesha, and Nangang Jing flew out. When Bibi Deer saw Luze, his face became very excited. Today, monarch of the new dawn Luze will fall into his hands. Without hesitation, blood light surged around him as his chi rushed towards the three. He clasped his hands and grabbed at the trio. Spirit force surged and a few kilometer-wide blood spirit force hand grabbed towards them. He was going to capture them alive. A live one was much more valuable than a dead one. In addition, he was certain no accidents would happen. After all, no one was following them. He confirmed this before coming out. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to show himself. Luze and the group felt they were completely bound by the terrifying pressure. They couldn't break free no matter what and could only watch that spirit force palm reach for them. Right at this juncture, a starlight flashed, and they could move again. Bibi Deer laughed. Monarch of the New Dawn? You're the top prodigy of the human race, and yet, you're so stupid. The human race will be over sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Before he could finish laughing, his spirit force hand suddenly disappeared. Bibi Deer stopped laughing at this eerie scene. Where did my spirit force palm go? He tensed up and looked around. Even a star state couldn't make his spirit force disappear like that. A cosmic system state shouldn't be able to either, right? He looked around carefully but didn't sense any danger. He used a professional energy detector before and found nothing here. He looked at the trio who were smiling and suddenly felt a little cold. Those pirates saw the sequence of events. The tentacle monster screamed, "Impossible!" The other pirates were confused as they didn't know what happened. Luze and the group knew the best. They could feel that this spirit force palm was devoured by Ying Ying. It was devoured so fast that it seemed to have disappeared. She could even eat spirit force attacks? Bibi Deer kept trembling. Then, his blade arms extended, and violent energy surged. Sharp blood sword ray reached for Luze and the girls. More than 100 of them slid across, creating a sharp storm, but when they neared the trio, they disappeared again. Oh shit! Without hesitation, he turned to run. This definitely wasn't something an ordinary planetary state could do. He suspected there was a boss following Luze and the rest, but he had no evidence. He didn't understand why he wasn't able to notice the boss with Luze, despite being so careful. However, he suddenly felt all his spirit force disappear. Bibi Deer! Where is my spirit force? It was full, wasn't it? Suddenly, he felt that all his physical power was gone instantly too. 1. Bibi Deer's blood-red eyes were full of shock. Now, only his life force remained. He felt very weak. Just who was here? Suddenly, a silver light flashed, and terrifying energy shot out. Luze saw BB Deer's state and teleport next to him. Before BB Deer could turn around, Luze smashed a fist into his head. Thud. BB Deer fainted before he could make a sound. The pirate ship fell silent. What is going on? Was this a fake level 7 planetary state? It was only at this moment that the tentacle monster reacted. Quick! Run! BB Deer, that idiot! He regretted listening to this idiot so much. During this time, a worried voice sounded. Boss! Our ship's energy is gone. What was this? Before he could roar, he suddenly felt his own power disappear, and he fell to the ground. Everyone else fell to the ground too. Chapter 634 Fishing. Ying Ying was too powerful. Luze took Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing into the pirate ship and saw all the pirates lying on the ground. He laughed rather happily. Then, Kaiyuhesha used seduction god art to control all the pirates and made them drive the ship to follow the new dawn. Luze and the group took the tentacle monster and the unconscious BB Deer into the new dawn. Back there, Nangongjing locked the two up and then went to hug Ying Ying, kissing her at the same time. Ying Ying is so amazing. Ying Ying rubbed the saliva from her face. Luze smiled and took out red orbs. All thanks to Ying Ying this time. Have some food. Ying Ying's face lit up immediately. Ah! Seeing Ying Ying open her little mouth, Luze began throwing the red orbs inside. Everyone was speechless. Ying Ying now looked like a pet. She would feel happy as long as she was fed. They couldn't tell she was a boss at all. Lin Ling said excitedly, "Our harvest this time should be very big." Everyone just realized that a live level 7 planetary state blade demon should be worth a lot of points no matter what, right? Plus, there were his treasures and ship. This was definitely a huge earning. Moreover, there was also that space pirate crew. They might not be as wealthy as the blade demons, but they definitely wouldn't be poor. Everyone smiled. Luze spoke seriously. Although this battle wasn't very tiring, I still feel we need a celebratory feast. Lu smiled. Ying Ying did the biggest work this time. Even if there was one, it should be for her. Luze looked at Lu in disbelief. She was this cold-hearted? She would cook for Ying Ying but not him? Alice smiled. Senior, just wait for a bit, I'll go cook for you now. Then, she happily dragged Lu into the kitchen. Seeing this, Luze's eyes turned red. Alice was indeed an angel. After the feast, the group rested on the couch. Nangongjing brought that tentacle monster out. It had awoken already. Kaiyuhesha used seduction god art without hesitation. Why are you in the human-controlled region? The tentacle monster revealed BB Deer's fishing plan. In turn, the group looked among themselves. Lin Ling said, so the reason there were suddenly so many pirates at the border of the controlled region is also due to that blade demon. Everyone looked strangely at the tentacle monster and then at Luze. Luze couldn't resist saying, "It's not my fault." Kaiyuhesha grinned. Little brother Luze is probably famous among blade demons now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a level 7 planetary state risking the danger to hunt. You. Nangongjing nodded. She's right. The stronger you are, the easier you are to get caught. That blade demon made quite a tough decision. Lu narrowed her eyes. So, that blade demon made a tough decision to kill himself. This was right, but it hurt. Good thing that the blade demon was out cold. Following such, Kaiyuhesha asked about the pirate's treasure. The tentacle monster reported the location of his treasures. It was in a place similar to Terry Brothers' treasure. It was rather far away. They remembered the location and then threw the monster back. Then, they brought out that level 7 planetary state blade demon. Nangongjing shook the blade demon before it slowly opened its eyes. BB Deer ended up dazed when he saw everyone watching him. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and he was going to gather power to strike. However, he soon found his power was still extremely weak. As soon as a sliver of power was formed, it would disappear immediately. He was dumbfounded. He might not even be able to beat a mortal evolution state now. It was just that his body was stronger and could take a beating. How did Luze and the others do it? He glanced across the living room and even saw a child. Child? This monarch of the new dawn was indeed too young. He even brought out a little kid. If it wasn't for that unknown power, how could this monarch of the new dawn be a match for him? He was still very unsatisfied. Suddenly, his mental force entered into a trance. He looked at this woman like she was his goddess. But soon, he recovered his senses. BB Deer sneered, "Mental force god art? What a joke! How can your weak power influence me? You underestimate me too much, don't you?" At this juncture, his expression returned to being dazed. He found that his mental force was slipping away too. Thus, Luze and the girls heard BB Deer curse at them using his mother language. Before he could finish, Kaihoyuhesha used seduction god art again, and then, BB Deer looked at Kaihoyuhesha fawningly. Kaihoyuhesha smiled. "Why did you come to hunt little brother Luze?" BB Deer told them about the Demon Palace's sudden increase for Luze's bounty. Not just him, several other blade demons would be interested in him. Immediately, their eyes lit up. Luze couldn't even stop smiling. More people are coming to deliver themselves? This is great. Nangongjing said, "I wonder how many would come. If we finish them all, we would all have enough points for the martial god set." Lu Li smiled. "How about Luze venturing outside the controlled region for a trip? That way, more blade demons would come." Alice was worried. Would that be too dangerous? Lin Ling frowned, feeling it was a bit risky too. However, seeing how eager Luze was in trying it, Lin Ling didn't want to say anything else. Through their questions, they found out that the time Luze's bounty was raised was when Luze and the others brought that blade demon base back to planet's Hiwo. Lin Ling remarked, "It seems the blade demons know about it." Kaihoyuhesha said, "I believe that the mental force restriction can also transmit information." Nangongjing frowned. "I wonder if the restrictions are removed. If so, we can get more news." Luze looked at BB Deer. "Ask this guy, he might know." Kaihoyuhesha asked, "Do you know the blade demon soldiers implanting surveillance devices in the human-controlled region?" BB Deer was confused. Seeing this, everyone was disappointed. Luze gasped. "This guy is so useless." Everyone nodded. Lu Li asked, "He still has his treasure and ship?" Everyone's eyes lit up again. Luze smiled. "This guy has some use." They made BB Deer hand over all his treasures before putting him back. Luze smiled. "Let's go back and hand the mission in. Then, we'll see if we can draw out more blade demons." With Ying Ying here, it was all too easy to capture them. Chapter 635 I suspect I heard wrong. 2 days later, in the Shangyang Galaxy, the New Dawn took a huge space pirate ship and a blade demon ship appearing at the border of the galaxy. Luze looked at the familiar place and stretched his back. "We're back." Nangongjing nodded. "Contact the army." They were very careful about this, ever since the misunderstanding at the Chiun system. Luze nodded and made contact with the army there, notifying them of the 2 ships he brought. Consequently, they responded and would send a fleet to check. Luze smiled. "We'll just go back slowly." The group nodded. They weren't in a rush. As such, they sat on the couch looking for missions suitable for them. At this moment, Lin Ling said, "Zi, brother and the others are finished with their solitary cultivation." Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Luze asked curiously, "How is it? Did they learn fire god art?" Lin Ling smiled and projected the report in the air. Everyone read the report and then smiled. Before the lapse of 5 years, monarch of the new Don Luze got his Hiwo shooting star. The 4 young dukes of the new generation all learned fire god art after eating it. There were plenty of people commenting on the report. After all, acquiring god art was too rare. Up until now, the only stable method of getting god art in this patch of void space was this Hiwo shooting star. Since when was this Hiwo shooting star this effective? 4 young dukes all got the fire god art. What do you know? This time, the dish contains this Hiwo bird. It's easier to learn it. Even so, all of them acquiring the fire god art is quite absurd. Indeed, the young dukes of this generation are quite first class. Even these 4 are rather talented. Luze doesn't even count as a young duke. He's appointed as monarch. These 4 young dukes benefited from Luze. After all, Luze got this Hiwo shooting star. But it's true that the young dukes of this generation are excellent. The human race is about to have a golden period. Haha, I hope I can live to see us beat the blade demons back to their ancestral grounds. I'll be very happy. There were plenty of comments. Some were jealous while some were amazed. Alice smiled. Senior is so amazing. So many people are saying you're strong. Luze felt great. Lu Li glanced at Luze and said, Alice, if you keep complimenting him, he will get cocky. Luze argued back. Bullshit. Am I that sort of person? Seeing the way everyone looked at him, Luze felt awkward and lowered his voice. Hiwo stationing grounds. Luo Bingqing, Lin Kuang, Derek, and Jack were in Hiwo little restaurant. Around them were Emos Yat, Chi Xiaomo, Bernie, Daphne, Louisa, and Xian Yuji. Luo Bingqing still had a bland expression, as though nothing happened, but Derek was full of smiles. Lin Kuang and Jack seemed confident too. With the fire god art, their combat power would improve, and they would have more choices regarding divine arts. The other 2 groups' eyes were green. Lin Kuang grinned. The spirit force from this Hiwo shooting star made me improve my build-up. I feel like I'm almost about to break through. He already used a Heaven Yang spirit fruit before. And with this Hiwo shooting star, it saved him a lot of time. Before it was always Luze damaging people's confidence, but, now it was his turn. This feeling was great. Jack nodded. Same as Lin Kuang. Their situation was very similar. Daphne and the others stopped breathing. They were taking turns to damage their heart. Daphne said, You guys are very lucky. I just want to have some peace. Xian Yuji nodded. I want to go find Jing Jing. They have to get us something good too. Everyone. Xian Yuji was so entitled to utter such a remark. They didn't even know what to say. Luo Bingqing spoke plainly. I might go into solitary cultivation again. Everyone was dazed. Derek asked, You still haven't finished digesting? Luo Bingqing shook his head. I learned something from evolving my ice god art before. Now that I got the fire god art, I'm going to try to break through. Mos Ye's evil smile froze. He felt his heart was pierced, so was Derek. Then, am I the slowest one? He didn't get the Heaven Yang spirit fruit from Luze's celebration nor did his god art evolve. He just ate this Hiwo shooting star. Chi Xiaomo smiled awkwardly. Let's go do missions. Mos Ye took a deep breath and got up. Go do missions. Luo Bingqing and the others were about to surpass them. They could feel the intensity of the pressure. During this time, they also accepted the fertilizing mission here and had a great time. Outside planet Shangyang, New Dawn reminded, Master, Captain Zhuya of the Defense Force is requesting for communications. Accept. A dark-haired, middle-aged man appeared. He nodded to Luze and the others and said, Hello Luze, I'm Zhuya, from the Shenwu Army, coming here to inspect. Then, Zhuya brought people in to check the two ships. Seeing those hard-working pirates on the ship, they became dazed for a moment, but they also knew that Kaiuyuhesha had seduction god art. After the inspection was over, Zhuya contacted Luze and the girls again. If Monarch of the New Dawn is going to hand in the mission, we'll take away the pirates in the two ships. Luze nodded. Sure, I was just about to hand in the mission. By the way, I have a level 4 planetary state space pirate captain and a level 7 planetary state blade demon. They're all alive. Take them back to Zhuya. A live level 7 planetary state blade demon? How could one be in the controlled region? Luze and the others wouldn't even be able to run from him, much less capture him alive. He laughed dryly. Luze, what is the level of the blade demon you just said? He felt he must have been too tired lately and heard wrong. Luze looked at Zhuya with confusion. This guy was a level 4 planetary state. Did he cultivate his ears incorrectly? Given such, he spoke again. Level 7 planetary state blade demon. Zhuya's eyes bulged. He was only a level 4 planetary state. How was he going to send back a level 7 planetary state? He was very worried. Luze noticed this and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhuya. Wait a moment Luze, a level 7 planetary state is too serious. I'll notify the higher UPS now. Luze nodded. He didn't care as long as he got the reward. In just 10 minutes, a small ship came over. A handsome brown-haired man appeared. He looked at Luze and smiled. I've long heard of you, Monarch of the New Dawn. I'm the Vice Commander of the Shangyang Defense Force, Michael. Did you really capture a level 7 planetary state blade demon alive? Luze nodded. Yes, come pick him up. Michael and Zhuya looked at each other and flew outside their ships. The New Dawn doors opened, and Luze carried out an unconscious blade demon and tentacle monster. Seeing this, Michael's eyes narrowed. It really was a level 7 planetary state blade demon. Chapter 636 As long as he ran fast enough, bosses can't catch up with him. Shangyang System. Michael looked at the unconscious blade demon and then at Luze. He was full of shock. Moments later, he asked, How did you capture him alive? He felt that if he didn't ask, he would die from curiosity. Luze scratched his head. When we saw him, he was suddenly out of stamina. I think he might be having a heat stroke. That's why we picked him up. Michael and Zhuya. Heat stroke? A level 7 planetary state blade demon would get heat stroke. Luze retained an innocent face while being scrutinized. He couldn't spill Ying-Ying's secrets. As for whether a level 7 planetary state blade demon would get a heat stroke, perhaps it was possible due to the sun? Following such, he passed the blade demon and tentacle monster over as though they were chickens. I'll leave them to you. Is the mission handover done then? Luze asked. Zhuya quickly nodded. Yes, it's done. The rewards will be distributed in the following 2 days. Luze smiled and nodded. In that case, we'll be going back first. Michael saluted Luze. Thank you for your contribution to the Shangyang Shenwu army during this time. A level 7 planetary state was a rare tactical resource, whether in the human race or blade demon race. Luze saluted back and smiled. Since I'm the monarch of the New Dawn, this is just what I should be doing. Michael laughed. You're right. Only with younger generations like you can the human race grow stronger. Luze returned to the New Dawn. Eyeing the fleet off, Lin Ling asked, Z, are we going back first? Luze nodded. Let's wait until the Shenwu merit points arrive, and then, we'll go by the martial god set. Nangongjing's eyes lit up. Let's test how good it is. If it's bad, then we'll switch it with something else. Luze's mouth twitched. So he was only a lab rat. Back at the stationing grounds, the group booked a suite. Alice, Lu Li, and Lin Ling cooked. Everyone proceeded to their rooms for cultivation afterward. Luze sat on the bed and entered the pocket hunting dimension. In the barren lands, yellow sand blew. Luze looked around and headed off in a random direction. Half an hour later, in a patch of cracked barren lands, blood lightning flashed. With an exploding thunder, a spirit force wave swept the entire surroundings. Luze was facing off a 70-meter tall golden needle tiger. There were multiple craters between the two. All those pits were flashing with blood lightning. Luze's combat power was now at level 2 of the planetary state. On the other hand, this golden needle tiger was a level 9 mortal evolution state, and its combat power was closer to level 2 of the planetary state by a narrow margin. The tiger roared, and it stood on its hind legs while swiping with his front claws, launching sharp golden spirit force claws towards Luze. Luze was wearing golden armor. The sharp chi clanked on this armor. Right then, Luze flashed with silver light and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above the tiger's head. He clenched his fist and punched with golden fist force. His fist landed heavily on the tiger. Rumble. The tiger's spirit force barrier was easily shattered. Its head crashed heavily toward the ground. Before the tiger could pull its head out, Luze stomped on its head and barraged it with punches. The heavy blows fractured the earth. After 10 consecutive strikes, the enormous beast's chi disappeared, and its body landed on the ground with a thud. Luze jumped off, as though nothing had happened. Ever since he had that spirit body, Luze's stamina was longer lasting, and he could attack with full power for a long time. The body disappeared, leaving behind orbs. The special level 9 mortal evolution state red orbs increased his cultivation speed once more. In about 2 weeks, he would soon become a level 7 mortal evolution state. After picking up his loot, Luze left the place. 2 days later, Luze had been hunting for a long while. With the growth of his power, his loot was more and more bountiful. Even those level 9 mortal evolution state beasts with god art were no match for him now. Other than the rare few bosses, he could do whatever he wanted in here. Currently, Luze suddenly sensed a chi surge from his left. A roaring sound followed, and the force of the roar spread across a 1,000-kilometer radius. Stones and sand were swept into the air. It was a boss. The cracked barren lands suddenly turned to lava. Huge bubbles began appearing. The scorching temperature twisted the air, including space as well. 100-meter-tall red wolf appeared. It was covered with tough exquisite red scales. It had a pair of ruby flame horns on its forehead. The red wolf was surrounded by complex red runes that slowly flowed into its body. As this happened, its chi grew more terrifying. At this point, the red wolf looked up and glared at Luze. As a result, Luze's skin crawled. This boss seemed to hate him? Why? Luze was full of questions. During this time, the red wolf growled, and a terrifying wave of flame headed over Luze's position. Luze had fire god art, but he still had the feeling he would be roasted. He instantly tried to use space god art. However, he felt a powerful space restriction. Luze glanced at the red wolf. Suddenly, he realized something. He stole the treasure in the white pillar at that time. Those bosses were probably rather angry. The wolf was clearly one of those bosses. It must have remembered his chi. Damn, he offended all the boss on this third map in one go. Luckily, this boss didn't seem to intend to let its underlings help. Luze forced open the space restriction and disappeared from the spot. He reappeared 10,000 kilometers away. Before he could breathe, he heard that shocking roar again, and the terrifying chi followed suit. Luze frowned. What a clingy monster! He used space god art again. This time, Luze easily teleported away without the restriction. Then, he used Chi stealth god art and carefully teleported in different directions before shaking off the wolf pursuing him. He felt quite proud. He only had level 2 planetary state power, but he could escape from a being with level 4 planetary state power. As long as he ran fast enough, even bosses couldn't catch up with him. Didn't this mean he was invincible on this map? Luze happily continued his jungling job. Chapter 637 This guy is a Range Rover Turtle. 3 days later, Luze had remained inside the pocket hunting dimension for 5 days. This was rather long. Right at this moment, he saw an obscure figure ahead in the mountains. Luze rejoiced upon seeing this mountain range. He sped up, and soon, a yellow and green grass plain appeared. It was indeed this grass plain. He had been here twice. This was the hive of the range rabbits. Most importantly, these were range rabbits with divine art. Luze saw the battle between the range rabbit and the fire wolf. The range rabbit definitely wasn't as strong as he was. If he could kill the rabbit, he might be able to get that divine art rune. Great! Moreover, he was very interested in the floating earth blob in the hive. Thinking about this, Luze concealed his chi and disappeared from the spot. Inside the grass plain, Luze saw a lot of range rabbits happily grazing. They were weak and didn't sense Luze at all. At the same time, Luze didn't attack them either. It was best not to startle them. Soon, he was closer to the mountain range. Many range rabbits were hopping among the stones. Luze's eyes flashed. Silver light wrapped around him, and then, he turned into a small range rabbit. Thereafter, Luze ran towards one of the caves. Soon, Luze crossed through twisted tunnels and arrived at the depth of the mountain range. During this time, Luze appeared in a cave where several rabbits were resting. Their powers ranged from level 1 mortal evolution state to level 7 mortal evolution state. They were like cotton lying on the ground. Luze didn't see the special earth blob in here and didn't startle these rabbits. When he passed by the rabbits, most of them looked up but soon lay back down. Luze proceeded to the other side of the tunnel and kept moving down. Half an hour later, Luze passed quite a few hives. There was a wide space before him. It was glowing with yellow light. Luze looked down. There were 6 huge range rabbits resting on the ground, and there was the familiar earth blob floating in the middle. Luze didn't move. He sensed the power of the rabbits. 5 of them were level 7 mortal evolution states, and 1 was a level 8 mortal evolution state. Those 5 were the 5 ones that Luze encountered last time. That level 8 one was the rabbit that seemed to know divine art. Luze looked at that level 8 rabbit, and his eyes gradually turned evil. He instantly appeared above the rabbit's head. Power surged, and blood lightning swirled around his fist. Luze was still in the body of a range rabbit. His claws glowed with golden spirit light while the blood-colored lightning formed a lightning spear. Those 6 rabbits were just about to look up when suddenly, lightning spears were making their way towards all of them. On the other hand, Luze's fist force proceeded to strike the rabbit boss. Goo. The boss immediately formed a yellow shield above its head. It looked indestructible. This was the divine art he saw last time. Seeing the earth shield, Luze didn't avoid it at all. He clawed at the shield. Rumble. Earth and golden rays filled the cave with thunderous sounds. However, the earth blob in the middle still emanated a yellow glow. Such a terrifying spirit force only shook the wall a little. Not even a crack appeared. Nevertheless, the spirit force wave went out of the cave and into other hives. Many rabbits sensed the terrifying force at the bottom and ran out without hesitation. The shield cracked a little, but the earth light instantly repaired it. Luze raised a brow. This defense was stronger than he thought. He thought this rabbit only had level 1 planetary state power, but now, it seemed to be level 2. As for the other range rabbits, they had no divine art, and their cultivation level was only level 7 mortal evolution state. They were instantly penetrated by the lightning spear and died. Roar! The boss was furious after seeing the death of the other rabbits. It glowed with earth colors, and then, earth spears shot out towards Luze. These spears weren't very strong as they didn't have the buff of divine art. Luze dodged all the spears and then appeared behind the rabbit. Rumble! He aimed the golden fist force towards the rabbit boss again. Before the fist force could reach the rabbit, an earth shield appeared again, blocking the incoming attacks. Luze still wasn't able to get past the shield. This rabbit wasn't good at other things, but his defense was exceptionally strong. Luze disappeared from the spot once again. Rumble! Rumble! He went around the rabbit, attacking from different positions and using different divine arts. This attack lasted a few minutes. Still, this rabbit wasn't injured at all. The rabbit couldn't keep up with Luze's speed, so it just didn't move and used the divine art to block Luze's attacks. Luze was soon out of breath. Seeing the rabbit look at him, Luze's mouth twitched. This was no range rabbit, this was a range turtle. SESA. The defenses are too strong. His spirit force recovered quickly. Despite attacking with full power for a few minutes, he just panted a little. However, the range rabbit still remained at full power. They couldn't do anything to each other. Right then, Luze suddenly thought of something. He couldn't do anything to the turtle shell, but he could go grab that blob. Accordingly, Luze did it. He reached before the earth blob and grabbed it. Immediately, earth god art secrets rushed into his head. Last time, he almost fainted from this, but now, it just hurt his head a little. Luze wasn't worried since he had mental force god art. Roar! That rabbit's eyes turned red upon seeing Luze grab the blob. Earth spears shot over immediately. Luze rejoiced. A golden set of armor appeared on him. This was the evolved version of the black gold battle armor. It was on par with the blood lightning now. His defenses also reached level 2 of the planetary state. It was enough to stop the spears. Chapter 638 The First Divine Art Rune. Rumble. These earth spears collided with the combat armor, creating rumbling sounds, but they didn't manage to leave a mark. The pushing force of the earth spears acted on Luze, but he didn't budge at all. Luze rejoiced. He attacked for so long before, and it didn't do anything. Now, the tables have turned. The rabbit was the one attacking him currently. The earth spears didn't stop as long as Luze held the earth blob. Luze tried to put the earth blob away, but he couldn't do it. The earth blob still seemed to be connected to this entire land. Thus, Luze could only digest the earth god art knowledge from inside while maintaining his golden armor. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Luze felt his head was starting to ache. He took in too much knowledge but didn't have the time to digest it yet. Meanwhile, maintaining the golden armor didn't cost much energy. At this point, Luze felt the attacks on him weaken. He looked at the range rabbit. Its power rave was indeed weaker than before. Luze smiled. Since he couldn't devour it anymore, he let go of the earth blob. Seeing this, the rabbit stopped roaring. At this moment, Luze appeared on the rabbit's back. Monday. Try again. His right claw flashed with golden light while blood lightning circulated around his body. Dark lightning clouds formed above his head. Rumble. Sensing the terrifying power on his back, the rabbit formed the earth shield without hesitation. Star crippling punch, lightning spear, and lightning cloud all struck the shield. There was an instance of silence, and then, a terrifying sound struck through the entire cave. Pebbles started falling off the walls. The shield cracked a little but didn't crumble. Seeing this, Luze hacked down 10 more bolts of lightning from above his head. The shield shattered even more. Without hesitation, Luze formed star crippling punch again and hit the shield consecutively with his fists. Rumble! 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 The sounds rang like a drum and traversed throughout the cave. The stone walls trembled. The cracks on the shield grew larger and larger. The rabbit already consumed a lot of power while attacking non-stop. In the end, the repair of the shield couldn't keep up with the damages. Luze rejoiced. This could work. All his planetary seeds glowed with white light. Spirit force was used up like crazy and converted into combat power. Blood lightning flashed around him. The golden fist force flickered too. Lightning spear, lightning cloud, and star crippling punch Luze's full-powered attacks were employed. The cracks on the shield grew denser. The shield started to shake. After a minute of incessant attacks, it finally cracked. A crisp sound came, and then, the last lightning spear shattered the shield. The rabbit roared in worry. Earth colors surged around it. It wanted to continue forming the shield. However, 10 blood lightning bolts shot at him, turning its soft yellow fur to black. As lightning flashed, violent electricity surged into its body. Its body paused for a moment, and its chi grew weaker. Luze didn't stop at all. His claws surged with golden fist force, and he punched towards the charred fur. Rumble! A heavy thud sounded. The force of the star crippling punch poured into its body and made its chi increasingly weaker. Roar! The severe pain scared the rabbit boss. It roared and still tried to form the earth shield while trying to dodge attacks. However, its speed was no match for Luze. Lightning spears and bolts struck where it was injured. Before it could even form its shield, it was heavily injured. Its chi kept dropping, but it finally managed to form the light shield. However, how long could it last? In just a few seconds, the shield crumbled, and Luze's heavy strikes hit the wounded areas of the rabbit. The force of the star crippling punch penetrated its body. Its chi slowly disappeared before its life force was completely gone. Luze panted. He soothed the sense of fatigue derived from the half-an-hour battle. His eyes flashed with joy. The first divine art boss. He got the first divine art on this map. Luckily, he got the spirit body a while ago, or he wouldn't be able to last until now. He could only rely on his own recovery ability in the pocket hunting dimension. He couldn't use red and purple orbs. Luze looked at the rabbit boss turning to dust. Soon, the body disappeared, leaving behind his loot 12 special red and purple orbs. Unlike the orbs of other beasts, these two types of orbs had a sliver of golden energy inside, which seemed very mysterious and dazzling. There was also a strand of white energy. Luze had encountered such energy strands on the other two maps. This was a treasure only Overlord bosses dropped. There was also another Earth God Art orb and an earth-colored rune. This rune was very complicated, more complicated than the ones from the Overlord bosses on the second map. Clearly, this divine art had a higher level than the lightning spear divine art. Luze excitedly collected all of this. Then, he looked at the earth blob. He had a bold guess. The first map's fire lion was guarding a fire tree that had some kind of flame. He could take the flame then after he killed the lion. Perhaps the earth blob was the same. Luze placed his claw on the earth blob once again. Now, it didn't feel indomitable anymore. It was still extremely heavy, but Luze could finally move it. Luze rejoiced and put the earth blob in his mental force dimension. The other 5 level 7 mortal evolution state range rabbits also turned to dust, leaving behind orbs. Luze felt relieved. This loot was huge. After picking it all up, Luze started to head out. Not a single range rabbit remained in the caves. Clearly, they were scared by the boss battle. Luze didn't mind. He soon came outside. Looking at the sun and fresh air, he sighed. Now, the sky dimmed down. He saw a huge pillar land on the mountain range. Oh shit! Luze tensed up, but before he could react he was pressed into the ground. He then woke up back in his room. He sweated cold after sensing the immense power over his body. Chapter 639 Solitary cultivation might be addictive. Other than the pain, Luze also felt his head was bursting. It was as though his head was stuffed full. Luze rested for a while until the pain was gone. Then, he sat on the bed and used a purple orb from the rabbit overlord. That purple orb with some golden hue fused into his brain. The soreness was soothed, and his mind cleared up. Luze was surprised. It was very potent. This golden purple orb was much better than the other purple orbs. His brain activity greatly increased, and he began to learn the earth god art secrets. 3 hours later, Luze opened his eyes. He had digested all the knowledge from the earth blob. His brain was relaxed now, and Luze exhaled. He finally had the time to check his loot. He sent his mental force into his mental dimension and smiled brightly. Vas! This wave of harvest was huge. If he digested them all, his power would increase quite significantly. There were so many choices that Luze didn't know which to use first. After some thought, Luze decided on the white energy strand. Then, he felt that familiar powerful white energy surge into his body. It was warm and thick. Accordingly, he began to digest it. 6 hours later, Luze opened his eyes with some excitement. This strand of energy had more quantity than both the first and second maps. This energy made his cultivation level rise up even more. He could feel that his bone marrows were glowing with white rays. Luze looked outside. It wasn't daytime yet. The reward points were going to take 2 days to arrive, so he might as well cultivate. Luze looked into his mental dimension again. This time, he chose the Earth Divine Art. This was what he wanted to learn the most. The range rabbit's defense left a deep impression on him. Although the range rabbit's cultivation level was only 2 levels higher than his, Luze almost couldn't do anything to its defenses. This was the first time Luze encountered such a situation. He drew the divine art rune into his body. Immediately, complicated knowledge flowed into his mind. There was so much knowledge that Luze's head ached, as though it would explode at any time. His face went pale, and sweat trickled down. Luckily, his mental force was strong enough, and his brains didn't explode. In just a few short seconds, knowledge flowed from the divine art rune into his mind. Luze resisted the pain and used a golden purple orb. The knowledge of the shield was being separated and dissected by Luze. Time passed by. In the morning, Nangongjing came out of her room in a nightgown while carrying a bottle of wine. She saw Ying Ying and Lin Ling sitting on the couch. Lin Ling was meditating while Ying Ying was still watching cartoons. Nangongjing squeezed next to Ying Ying and placed her on her lap, so they could watch together. Lin Ling's mouth twitched, but she said nothing. Soon, the other rooms also opened. Lu Li, Alice, and Kaihu Hesha all came out. Lu Li, Alice, and Lin Ling went to cook breakfast while Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha kept watching cartoons with Ying Ying. Later on, breakfast was ready. Aroma spread across the entire suite. Lin Ling said, "Time to eat." Lu Li looked around. "Where's Luze?" Nangongjing drank some wine. "This doesn't make sense. Such aroma didn't draw Luze out. Luze should have jumped at the food like a ravenous tiger." Alice blinked her eyes with disappointment. "Is the cooking today not good?" Lu Li pouted her lips. "No way. It must be because that idiot's nose malfunctioned, and he didn't smell it." She cooked a portion of the food. She didn't want to admit that her cooking couldn't appeal to Luze. Ying Ying blinked her eyes and said, "Luze is cultivating. He seems to be in solitary cultivation." Everyone was dazed. Nangongjing almost spat her wine. "Solitary cultivation? That bastard is in solitary cultivation again. He improved a lot a few days ago. Now, he was in solitary cultivation again. Did this mean his power was going to rise even more? Everyone's body stiffened. Moments later, Lin Ling grabbed 2 pieces of bread and ran back into her room mumbling, "I'm going to cultivate first." Everyone else also finished their food rapidly and flew back into their rooms. 2 days later, Luze was glowing with earth colors. There seemed to be runic particles inside the light. Then, the light started to recede. Luze opened his eyes. An earth-colored light shield appeared before him. The shield seemed a little ethereal, but it felt dense. Luze smiled. He had a beginner mastery over this. This divine art rune was rather hard. Despite using special purple orbs, Luze still took 2 days to learn it. He only had 5 of the 12 purple orbs now. Luze's heart ached. However, it was time to give this divine art a good name. Since this divine art formed a light shield derived from Earth God art, he would call it Earth Shield. It was simple and easy to understand. The Earth Shield was about the same level as the lightning cloud. However, this divine art consumed his own spirit force. If he cultivated the Earth Shield to perfect mastery, then his defense would become extremely scary. Even now, if he used Earth Shield and Golden Armor together, his defenses would be the strongest. At this point, he wouldn't be afraid of getting beaten up. Luze stretched and got off the bed. His bones cracked, and he relaxed. He walked out of the room and proceeded to the living room. He saw that only Ying Ying was in the living room watching cartoons. It was daylight, and not a single person was here. He walked towards Ying Ying and rubbed her little head. "Ying Ying, where are you sisters?" Ying Ying looked at Luze and replied with her crisp voice, "They're all cultivating in their rooms." Luze was dumbfounded. "Then, where's breakfast?" Ying Ying patted her little stomach. "I'm full." Luze. He hadn't eaten yet. He went to the kitchen and saw that all the food had been cleaned up. Luze's face became lifeless. Luze took out noodles and thought about how Lin Ling cooked and copied her. Luze smelled it and nodded happily. It didn't smell nice, but it would definitely taste good. Luze carried the pot to the table. Ying Ying noticed Luze's actions and approached Luze. Luze rubbed her head. "Ying Ying, do you want to eat? I made it myself." Ying Ying glanced at the noodles and smelled the food. Thereafter, she shook her head with disgust. "No." Luze. Luze soon recovered and said, "That's fine. You don't know the secrets to going back to the basics." Luze put a strand of noodles in his mouth. His face froze for a while before he recovered. He slowly consumed the noodles. At least, it was edible. Luze was quite happy. This was countless times better than Lule's dark dishes. He finished his noodles and went back to his room. Since they were all in solitary cultivation, he might as well do it too. Luze suddenly found that solitary cultivation might be addictive. Chapter 640 You're not in the right state today? The next morning, Luze opened his eyes. Last night, he digested all of the Earth God Art orbs of the Range Rabbit Overlord. His Earth God Art had already reached the pinnacle. After devouring the special Earth Blob and the Earth God Art orbs today, Luze could only improve his Earth God Art through that Earth Blob again. The Earth Blob was similar to the Blood Lightning. It constantly released Earth God Art knowledge. Luze could slowly digest this. Luze's mental force looked inside the mental dimension. Now, only the special red and purple orbs remained. Luze nodded happily. He opened his eyes and went out of the door. This time, Nangongjing and the rest were all sitting in the living room. Both Luze and the girls were dazed. "Have you finished your solitary cultivation?" They said nothing and just looked at Luze, wanting to see what was different about Luze this time. Moments later, these people chose to give up. Nangongjing smiled. "Ying Ying said you came out before, so we stopped solitary cultivation. Lu Li asked, Luze, did that reward arrive? Luze just remembered that they still had incoming rewards. Luze took out his phone. Nangongjing and the others came over curiously. The message regarding the reward was already there. Capturing those space pirates got them 1300 Shenwu merit points. The pirate ship was worth 3000 Shenwu merit points. Most importantly, 4000 points were given for the level 7 planetary state Blade Demon and 4000 points for the Blade Demon ship. There were 12,300 Shenwu merit points altogether. This was almost as much as all the missions done in the last month. Out of all the rewards, the highest one was the Blade Demon reward. This further made Luze more determined to go fishing. Now, those Blade Demon bounty hunters looked like walking Shenwu merit points to him. Luze's account had 60,000 Shenwu merit points now. These were the reward points for the entire team placed in his hands. Luze said, Come, I'm going to buy the martial god set. Kaiuyuhesha and the others were all hopeful. They weren't wearing it, but they were still very curious. Luze opened the Shenwu Army Treasure Depot and proceeded to that familiar black armor. After placing the order, 50,000 was immediately deducted from his account, and only 10,000 remained. Seeing this, everyone's eyes flashed with pain. At the Void Border, Shenwu City, Military Treasure Depot. This place had the most abundant resource at the Void Border. Many rare materials could only be found here. The martial god set was here too. All the dealings relevant to the treasure depot were handled by special departments. Right now, the department before them was not far from the treasure depot. Suddenly, someone exclaiming could be heard in the building. Someone bought the martial god set. Everyone looked over immediately. Martial god set was just below the black cleaver in planetary state treasures. Very few people bought the set after it was acquired. It cost too much merit points. Planetary states earned quite some reward points, but this equipment was just one means of equipping themselves with more power. There were other things that cost Shenwu merit points too. Oh, shit! Which wealthy person bought it? That's 50,000 Shenwu merit points. One level 2 planetary state bulky man sighed. There was a black-haired man looking at the dealer's information. His eyes widened with disbelief. Everyone saw his expression and asked, Old Wang, what's wrong? Why are you like that? You're a planetary state. Be more mature. Which wealthy guy bought it? Did some powerful being come back from the depth of the void space? Someone urged. The man took a deep breath. No, it's not. It's not. Everyone was very surprised. Which military high-level official is it? The Shenwu army would give armor to its soldiers, but it was incomparable to the martial god set. Old Wang shook his head. No, a pretty-looking lady asked, hurry up and tell us who it is. Old Wang opened his mouth. It's Luze. Luze. Everyone couldn't react in time. The air fell silent. The bulky man couldn't speak for a long time. Really? Luze? That Luze? Old Wang nodded bitterly. Which other Luze could it be? Everyone took in a cold breath. Impossible. He only came to the Void Border for 2 months. He earned 50,000 Shenwu merit points in 2 months. And, this seems to be his first time here. He's still a mortal evolution state. Everyone felt they were dreaming. The bulky man asked, shouldn't the number one goal of a mortal evolution state at the void space is to survive and earn points through some not so dangerous missions? So what's the situation with Luze? Who can explain this? This is probably a fake mortal evolution state. The pretty lady said, is he still human? It felt bad. She would love to have Luze, but Nangongjing and the other girls were around him. She didn't want to die. Old Wang slapped his head. Go do your own things. I'll send Luze's request to the depot and send the martial god set over. Seeing old Wang leave, everyone returned to their own business. Shangyang Stationing Grounds Suite. Luze looked at the notification. So the martial god armor was made to order. It would take 10 days to arrive? Luze didn't feel good. He thought he would receive it immediately. Following such, he would wear it and see if he could bully the female alcoholic or the fox demon. His tiny wish was mercilessly crushed. Nangongjing and the girls were also disappointed. Nangongjing suggested, there are still 10 days, so why don't we go outside and take care of the blade demons who are after Luze? Everyone's eyes lit up. Luze smiled. I feel it's rare that teacher Nangong has a good idea. Let's go. Nangongjing. She gritted her teeth. What's do you mean rare to have a good idea? Did this guy think she was stupid? Luze sweated cold. Seeing this, Lu Li rejoiced. Kai Uyuhesha and the others also watched the scene with joy. Luze quickly said, I mean that teacher Nangong is so smart. Usually, you have amazing ideas. It is only this time that you have a good one. Then, he looked seriously at Nangongjing. I have to reproach you, teacher Nangong. Are you not in the right state today? Nangongjing. Her face blushed. She almost believed it herself. Chapter 641. This scene seems familiar. Luze and the group didn't leave right away after checking out. They went to the resource building first. They recycled all the treasures from the pirate crew and Blade Demon. They couldn't use any of them after all. They were able to earn 3,000 Shenwu merit points from the pirates. As for the Blade Demons, they were able to gather 6,000 Shenwu merit points. Meaning, everything would add up to 10,000 altogether. When they were finished, they started heading out of the controlled region. Luze didn't know if there were Blade Demon bosses waiting for him outside, but he had nothing to do right now anyway. 2 days later, the new dawn flew out of the human-controlled region. Luze and the girls were eating lunch. They went back to sparring during the morning and practiced self-cultivation at noon and night. In the afternoon, Luze used those golden red orbs to improve his cultivation level, while at night, he learned the Earth Shield Divine Art. The Earth Shield Divine Art was much harder than the Lightning Spear. However, Luze used those special purple orbs. There might be a bit of difficulty in learning it, but it was not impossible. In 2 days' time, Luze's cultivation level improved quite a bit. He used 4 of the 12 golden red orbs, maintaining a rate of 1 every 4 hours. At this rate, he would be able to reach level 7 mortal evolution state in a week. On the other hand, he would probably need time to reach familiar mastery for the Earth Shield. After leaving the controlled region, there were very few cosmic bodies. The entire space was extremely dead silent. Alice asked, would we really see Blade Demons? Luze shook his head. Not necessarily, but if we do, we would be profiting. If not, just think of it as a trip. Lin Ling felt things were boring, so she said, I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Li smiled. Me too. Right now, those two were the most diligent when it came to cultivation. Meanwhile, Alice was quite chill. She was a chef. She originally was working hard on cultivation, but after a while, she found that she couldn't catch up to Luze no matter what, so she chose to take it easy. She would study spirit cooking techniques while slowly cultivating. Due to her extreme talent in all sorts of orbs, her cultivation speed wasn't slow at all. Nangongjing said, let's go back to cultivate. Everyone nodded and left Ying Ying to play on the couch. 2 days later, a few 100-meter-long black ship was flying in space. It seemed to have fused with the darkness of space. 3 powerful blade demons were looking at each other. The strongest said, Kuko Hair, Sai like, tell your subordinates to enter the controlled region and draw Luze out. The purple-armored and red-armored blade demon were reluctant, but facing the pressing gaze of that blade demon, Cuckoo Hair, who wore purple armor said, Master Momo Wenj, Luze is in the controlled region. My subordinates don't know where he is. It would be very dangerous if they are caught. Momo Wenj's eyes sunk. I don't have that much time to waste here. 5 days. If you can't draw Luze out, then I'm leaving. Momo Wenj was a reputable powerful blade demon. His cultivation level was level 8 planetary state, and he knows a sliver of darkness god art. This enabled his combat power to be very strong among level 8 planetary states. He just left that star state ruin and came here to do a mission. Now, he already finished that mission and happened to encounter this squad. After some talks, he found out they were doing Luze's bounty mission. He had heard about Luze, the number 1 prodigy of the human race. He was appointed as monarch of the New Dawn by the saints. Luze had sabotaged quite a few blade demon missions. Since he had some time, he might as well try his luck with this mission. Of course, he only dared to stay outside the controlled region. He didn't even dare to go near it. These few days, he didn't see Luze at all. 5 days was all he had until he had to go back to the Star State ruin. At this time, there was someone knocking on the door. A blade demon stood excitedly outside. Seeing the door open, he rushed in and said, Master Cuckoo Hair, we found Luze's New Dawn outside the controlled region. The 3 blade demons were dazed for a moment. Luze was the top prodigy of the Federation, so why would he suddenly be outside the controlled region? Why did he dare to come out alone? Momo Wenj said, Are you certain it's Luze's New Dawn? The blade demon trembled. Yes. Master. I'm certain it's Luze's New Dawn. That's the only one there. Yes. Hearing this, the 3 blade demons all rejoiced. Momo Wenj exclaimed, Chase after them. Yes. New Dawn drifted slowly. They didn't encounter any powerful void beasts in these 2 days. Luze was sitting on his bed with powerful golden red energy flowing inside his body. The power pained Luze's body a bit. His cultivation level was rapidly increasing. Soon, the red energy dwindled, and the pressure on his body eased up. He then frowned. During this time, an urgent alarm blared. Beep. The New Dawn is surrounded by high fluctuations of energy. Luze stopped cultivating and immediately opened his eyes. He instantly disappeared from the spot. In the living room, Luze saw Ying Ying look around dazedly as though being scared by the alarm. After seeing there was nothing, she kept watching her cartoon. Luze rubbed her head. At this juncture, the others also came out of their room. They were quite annoyed. Nangang Jing gasped. Which bastard surrounded the New Dawn? She was in a rather bad mood. Right then, a powerful chi surged. The terrifying energy wave made everyone's body tense up. A super powerful being. One who far surpassed them. Alice asked, Who is it? Suddenly, another 2 powerful chi bore down on everyone. Kai Ulyuhesha frowned. These 2 Kais are as strong as the level 7 planetary state last time. Lu Li frowned. Is it the blade demon race? At this moment, a coarse voice sounded, Luze, surrender. Luze smiled. I'll go out and see them with teacher Nangang and Kai Yu. He rubbed Ying Ying's head. Ying Ying, if they attack, then do what you did last time. I'll give you tasty food later. Ying Ying nodded seriously. Yes. There will be good food. She will treat it seriously. Chapter 642 Please stop talking. In space, Momo Wenj, Cuckoo Hair, and Sai Sai like surrounded the New Dawn. The latter 2 also had a lot of subordinates. At this moment, the New Dawn's doors opened. Luze, Nangang Jing, and Kai Ulyuhesha flew out. Seeing this, the blade demon's eyes lit up. They didn't really expect Luze to be dumb enough to run out of the controlled region himself. Attack! Momo Wenj said without hesitation. He used all his spirit force and was going to capture Luze and the girls personally. This place was rather close to the controlled region. It was best to end things fast. Meanwhile, the other two blade demons were also planning to attack. Luze was a sea of rewards to them. The three released violent spirit force waves. The new dawn was shaking due to them. During this time, their chi suddenly disappeared like they never existed. The blade demon's snarl froze. Momo Wenj suddenly felt that his body became extremely weak. His terrifying spirit force was completely gone. My spirit force disappeared. What happened? So did mine. Soon, he found that all the blade demons had lost their spirit chi. The blade demons looked among themselves in terror. They didn't know how their spirit force disappeared at all. How could this be? Who did it? What level of being had it been to be able to do this? There couldn't be such being in this region. Momo Wenj looked at Luze but saw him smiling. He roared, "What did you do?" There was only Luze and the girls here. Luze smiled innocently. I didn't do anything. Don't wrong me. This was all Ying Ying's work. It had nothing to do with him. Momo Wenj snarled. Luze, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have spirit force devouring means. But, other than spirit force, my body also has enough combat power to take care of you. Plus. Suddenly, black smoke rose around Momo Wenj. Luze was stunned. Darkness God Art. Momo Wenj said proudly, even without spirit force, I can take care of you guys. The other two blade demon bosses breathed easy. After all, they were level 7 planetary states. Even their body's combat power was past level 5 planetary state. At this juncture, their eyes suddenly widened again. Fear took over. They found that their physical power was disappearing too. My body's power. Impossible. A wave of weakness struck them. Many blade demons could only float in space. They couldn't even move around. Momo Wenj gritted his teeth. I'm not scared. I still have mental force. God Art could be used with mental force. As soon as he said this, all of their mental force disappeared too. Momo Wenj. He felt his mental force sea was empty. Right then, all the blade demons looked strangely at Momo Wenj. This guy was the main culprit. Why did their physical power and mental force all disappear when he said so? Momo Wenj wanted to explain, but Sai like pleaded, Master Momo Wenj, please stop talking. What if he said life force, and all their life force disappeared? Luze felt great after seeing this. Ying Ying was a good kid. Luze's eyes turned evil. Momo Wenj looked vigilantly at them. What do you want to do? Luze smiled. That's a boring way to talk. They wanted to capture him. He could capture them back too, right? He looked at Kaihu Hesha and Nangang Jing. They both had a smile. Let's do it. Nangang Jing grinned. Luze appeared behind Momo Wenj and punched at Momo Wenj's head. Momo Wenj couldn't even dodge. Rumble. There was a shocking clash. Momo Wenj felt his eyes were starry from the concussion. Then, he heard Luze suck in some breath. Luze's face was pale as he flung his fist. Boss, your head is so tough. My fist is hurting. Momo Wenj. His dazed head cleared up due to anger. He was the one getting beaten up, and yet, Luze was complaining. Just when he tried to gather his last sliver of power to counterattack, he felt more pain from the back of his head. His mind was in a trance again. Luze didn't hold back and punched once more. Then, this level 8 planetary state finally fell unconscious. At this point, the other two level 7 planetary state blade demons were knocked out by Nangang Jing and Kaihu Hesha. There were also 3 level 6 planetary states, 5 level 5, and some level 4 and below blade demons. The level 5 and level 6 blade demons were knocked out while those level 4 and below were controlled by Kyoyohesha's seduction god art. Thereafter, they found the blade demon ships. There were 3 ships. 2 of them were the same type, and the other one looked more advanced. Kyoyohesha ordered the blade demons to pilot the 3 ships while Luze and the rest brought back the knocked-out blade demons onto the new dawn. In the living room, Lin Ling, Alice, and Lu Li were looking at the scene outside. They weren't worried at all with Ying Ying here. They greeted Luze and the other 2 when they came back. Lin Ling grinned. "This is quite a nice harvest." Luze grinned. "Indeed. This was a successful catch. All these blade demons were captured alive." Nangang Jing grinned. "Are we going to continue? It's only been 4 days." Alice frowned. "Are we going to bring these blade demon ships with us? Wouldn't it alert the other blade demons when they see the ships? They could put the ships away like the new dawn." Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't think of this. Lu Li smiled. "To be honest, we can use these blade demon ships too. We just need to make it look like the new dawn is captured. Perhaps this might draw out other blade demons." Luze and the rest thought this might really work. Chapter 643 Take You to See My Master. After finalizing their fishing plan, Kyoyohesha ordered the 3 blade demon ships to fly overtly while the new dawn was surrounded by them. It was obvious they were captured. Luze and the others didn't know if this could draw out other blade demons, but there was nothing wrong with trying. All of them then returned to their original routine. 3 days later, in the pocket hunting dimension. Roar! Sand and wind ravaged the barren lands. Luze looked at the red-scaled dragon in the air. A level 9 mortal evolution state. It was very powerful. Its chi even reached level 2 planetary state. However, this was no threat to Luze at all. The creature glared at Luze while forming fire spears around it as it launched attacks towards Luze. The searing temperature dried Luze's mouth. A complex earth rune flashed in his eyes, and an earth shield formed before him, blocking the spears in turn. Rumble! There was a shocking sound with the clash. The fire wave spread in all directions. Spirit force wreaked havoc everywhere like it was doomsday. Luze saw the earth shield crack a little under such a powerful attack. As the cracks expanded, the earth shield eventually shattered. The remaining power of the fire spear wasn't powerful enough. It couldn't cause any damage to Luze's golden armor. Luze smiled. The earth shield was rather powerful in terms of defense. He could easily block level 2 planetary state attacks now. The red dragon roared upon seeing this. Its chi became more violent as it roared. The barren lands melted, and flame rivers flowed. The terrifying temperature twisted the air. Luze was emotionless. He disappeared from the spot and appeared above the dragon's head. Looking at the huge head, Luze's eyes flashed with coldness as his right leg flashed with golden light and stomped down. Rumble! Luze crushed the fire defense barrier around the dragon's head and stomped heavily onto its red scales. The dragon's bones started to make cracking sounds as its chi suddenly dropped. Before the dragon could react, Luze stomped heavily again on the same location. 2 consecutive heavy attacks and the golden force penetrated the dragon's head and wiped its life force away. Watching the body fall to the ground heavily, Luze felt relieved. This was easier than killing a level 9 mortal evolution state last time. His progress had been rather fast during this period. His current defenses should be able to block level 3 planetary state attacks. If he wore his combat armor, even level 3 planetary state beings couldn't pose a threat to his defenses. The dragon's body turned to ash, leaving behind orbs and god art orbs. Luze swept them away and disappeared from the spot. In the room, Luze suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in sweat. He took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He was beaten by a boss again. This time, he stayed 5 days in the pocket hunting dimension. He didn't even know when he would leave the pocket hunting dimension. He just stayed for 5 days and still didn't feel it. Luze rested for half an hour and sat back up to cultivate. He had been progressing so fast lately that he felt he was in love with cultivation. The planetary seeds in his bone marrows were pretty much done. In about 2 days, he could try to break through to level 7 mortal evolution state. The night was time for learning Earth Shield Divine Art. As the golden purple orb entered Luze's head, his mind cleared up and was in an enlightened state. Thereafter, he began to learn the secrets of the Earth Shield. In the morning, Luze and the girls just came out of the virtual reality pods. Alice smiled. "I'll go cook." Then, she dragged away Lu Li and Lin Ling. Luze and the rest sat down on the couch, watching cartoons with Ying Ying. At this moment, New Dawn's voice sounded. "Master, Blade Demon Ship 1 is requesting for communications." Ship 1 was the most luxurious looking out of the 3 ships. Luze answered, "Accept." A blade demon was projected in the living room and reported to Kaiyuhesha, "A blade demon fleet has contacted us. They're not far away." Luze and everyone smiled. Nangongjing said, "We were going to go back tomorrow. Didn't expect a big fish to take the bait before returning." Luze smiled. "Let's go over." Kaiyuhesha nodded and said to the blade demon, "Lead the way." "Yes." Soon, the 3 blade demon ships turned around. After flying for 10 minutes, 3 ships smaller than Ship 2 and 3 appeared. 5 powerful blade demons looked at the screen from the 3 ships. One blade demon said, "That's Luze's New Dawn." Another blade demon was unsatisfied. "We've waited here for many days, but someone else got in on it first. Damn it." The leading blade demon narrowed his eyes. "Contact that fleet." The other blade demon was stunned. "Why contact them?" The leading blade demon grinned. "To protect them, of course. If this squad is stronger than us, we'll protect them. If they're weaker than us." The other blade demons understood what he meant. "Yes, let's go protect them." New Dawn, Ship 1, asking for communications. Luze answered, "Accept." The blade demon appeared again. "They're requesting to meet up with us. What should we do?" Kaiyuhesha looked at Luze. Meanwhile, Luze smiled. "They want to merge their fleet with ours. They're really nice. Allow them." He originally would have to subjugate those blade demons first before they would come close. However, they instead took the initiative to come over. How nice! Soon, the 2 fleets met. 5 figures left the fleet and flew towards Ship 1. The closer they got, the more Baba Huasai and the others were shocked. This ship had definitely much higher quality than theirs. The owner of this ship definitely wasn't ordinary. Baba Huasai and the rest glanced at each other and decided to give up on the scheme. The door opened, and Baba Huasai and everyone entered. They were greeted by a few level 4 planetary state blade demons. The leading one said, "Welcome. Welcome." Baba Huasai smiled politely. "You're too polite." For some reason, he felt they were a bit weak. Why didn't the owner of the ship greet them? So rude. At this juncture, they suddenly found all their power, spirit force, and mental force disappear. They dropped to the ground out of weakness. Simultaneously, the others dropped down too. Before Baba Huasai could react, the level 4 blade demons came over and carried them up. 11. Baba Huasai was frantic. "What are you guys doing?" The leading blade demon smiled. "Taking you to see our master." "Their master? The master of this ship?" They long suspected the owner of this ship to be extremely strong. However, he didn't expect the owner to be this strong. They were of the same race. Why suck their power and subjugate them before bringing them over? Did this owner possess mind-reading abilities and have seen through their schemes? How could that be? Their ship was that far away? They acted very politely ever since coming here. The group was extremely confused. Chapter 644 Is there a problem? Baba Huaisai and the others were carried by the level 4 planetary state blade demons to the New Dawn. They weren't too confused about this as the New Dawn was Luze's ship. After all, Luze was a walking reward. There was nothing strange that the owner was personally guarding Luze. The New Dawn opened up. Luze, Kaiyuhesha, and Nangongjing flew out. Seeing this, Baba Huaisai and the rest of the blade demons were confused. Luze? He was captivated and could still move freely? At this moment, the 4 blade demons bowed to Kaiyuhesha. Master, we've captured them. Baba Huaisai's group. They thought they heard it incorrectly. Master. Their race was calling this woman master? Is this a joke? You guys. This was treason. Every race had zero tolerance for treason. Luze gasped. There's only one level 6 planetary state and a few level 5 planetary states. Nangongjing nodded. There's not even a level 7 planetary state. Kaiyuhesha smiled. Regardless, let's take them back first. Luze and Nangongjing nodded. Then, they knocked the blade demons out and took them back to their ship. Thereafter, Kaiyuhesha controlled the other blade demons and ordered them to follow the New Dawn with their ships. Back on the ship, Luze and the group decided to go back. It would take about 3 days to return, and that would be when the martial god set would arrive. 3 days later at the Shangyang system, the vice commander of the army, Michael, was working in his office. During this time, someone knocked on his door. He didn't look up and just said, "Come in." A Shenwu army soldier soon came in. Michael looked up and asked, "What is the matter?" The Shenwu army soldier saluted, "General, monarch of the New Dawn Luze sent news that he brought a fleet of blade demon ships and captives back. He hopes you can go personally for the handover." Michael's hands shook, and he almost dropped his teacup. Michael rubbed his head. "He asked me to go personally." "Yes, General." "Did he say the power level of the blade demons?" "No, General." Michael felt a headache. It had only been a few days since he brought back a level 7 planetary state. Now, he brought another one. Last time that bastard said the blade demon had a heat stroke. Did another blade demon get heat stroke again? He nodded. "Okay, tell me the time and location." The soldier quickly relayed the information to Michael. Thereafter, Michael waved his hand. "I know. Go, do your thing." The soldier saluted before leaving. Outside the Shangyang system, the New Dawn brought 6 blade demon ships and headed towards the stationing grounds. A few federal ships were following on the side. These ships weren't of the Shenwu army but adventure squads. Luze scratched his head. "What are these ships following us for?" Lin Ling rolled her eyes. "We're carrying 6 blade demon ships. Which adventure squad in the void space doesn't know blade demon ships?" Blade demon ships were very distinguishable. Luze smiled. "Your New Dawn is pretty famous. These people probably want to see what's going on." Nangongjing grinned. "She's right. Zi has been too famous lately. Of course, people would be curious." Luze's mouth twitched. "That shouldn't mean more and more ships are coming to see us, right? One ship happened to see them when it was flying out. Now, there were 6 ships." Luze became very speechless. At this moment, a Shenwu army ship flew over, and New Dawn's voice sounded. "Master, Vice Commander Michael is requesting for communications." Luze accepted it, and Michael's figure appeared in the living room. "Luze, it seems your trip was quite fruitful this time. You need me to come to the handover." Luze smiled. "It's not bad indeed." Michael asked, "Tell me, what level is the captive?" Luze replied, "There's quite a bit of them this time." There's a level 8 planetary state blade demon. He seems to know a bit of darkness god art, and. Wait. Michael cut Luze off. What did you say? Level 8 planetary state blade demon? And knows darkness god art? Luze nodded. Yeah, is there a problem? Michael. There was a huge problem, all right. He was stunned. He glared at Luze and squeezed out the words, don't tell me he had a heat stroke too. Luze quickly nodded. You're smart indeed, General Michael. Michael. He looked at Luze in disbelief. This guy must have thought he was an idiot. He did report to the higher levels about the previous blade demon, but they said not to mind Luze. But now, this kid was getting stronger and stronger. He even brought back a level 8 planetary state with god art. He was very curious, but he couldn't ask in the end. What could he do? He took a deep breath. Come, continue, what else? Luze continued, 2 level 7 planetary states, 4 level 6 planetary states. Just when Luze wanted to continue, Michael smiled. Okay, Luze. We'll come over to pick up these blade demons. The other ships will be checked too. Luze nodded. Thank you, General Michael. Then, the Shenwu army soldiers went in to check the 6 blade demon ships while Michael brought a few powerful people outside the New Dawn. Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha brought out those blade demons. Michael looked at the unconscious blade demons, and his mouth twitched. Are they fine? He was quite worried as there was a level 8 planetary state blade demon. He was only a level 7 planetary state. Luze smiled. They won't wake up for a while. Michael nodded. Meanwhile, the audience was very curious. The monarch of the New Dawn brought out a lot of blade demons. That seems to be General Michael? He came personally. This must mean Luze earned quite a bit. I wonder what are the levels of the blade demons. Perhaps level 5 planetary state. He got a level 5 planetary state's Hiwo bird egg last time. That's true. There are so many of them. There are probably over 10,000 Shenwu merit points there. Soon, the handover was over. Michael said, the rewards will be handed out in the following 2 days. Luze smiled. Thank you, General Michael. Michael shook his head. It's my job. I'm going back first. He made a calculation. The reward Luze would be getting was more than what he earned in 2 years. This hurt him quite a bit. He was scared he would rob the kid if he stayed any longer. Chapter 645 Beast Pack Migration. The next morning, there were light spirit force waves spreading out in all directions from Luze's body. He was about to break through. The breakthrough came a day later than he expected because he ran out of those golden red orbs. That didn't matter though. At this time, Luze's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, 12 proper meridians, Ren and Du meridians, bones, and bone marrows all glowed white. Every cell in those parts had planetary seeds. At this moment, a void spirit force was drawn into his body. Red energy equal to level 9 mortal evolution state flowed inside and constantly strengthened his body and spirit force. Soon, the spirit force started to flow to his tendons. The spirit force easily formed the first planetary seed on the tendon. With this, an invisible wave spread, and Luze's spirit force and body both grew much stronger. He reached level 7 mortal evolution state. Luze's combat power had another buff. He could now narrowly fight a level 3 planetary state. Level 7 mortal evolution state with level 3 planetary state power. This was rather terrifying. With Earth Shield, Luze's defense should be even stronger. Subsequently, the other planetary seeds started to form, and Luze's cultivation level stabilized. There were still 3 months left before they could return. At this rate, perhaps he really might be able to reach the planetary state before he went back? Luze felt great thinking about this. The time he would be returning would be at the end of his first academic year. He was a prodigy indeed. Luze got out of bed and went out. Ying Ying was still watching cartoons on the couch. She looked at Luze with her deep blue eyes. Cartoons are so fun, but why is it boring? Luze. Luze's mouth twitched. Just because cartoons were fun, did it mean they could be watched forever? This kid hadn't seemed to have played anything else. Luze rubbed his chin. Should he let her try games? He heard about some starship game back in high school, which was pay to win and depended on appearance. Luze gave up such an idea. What if she blew up the company out of frustration? Who could stop her? Luze nodded. Ying Ying watching cartoons was good. At this juncture, Alice came out with an angelic smile. When she saw Luze and Ying Ying on the couch, her eyes lit up, and she ran over rubbing Ying Ying with her face. Good morning, Ying Ying. Then, she looked at Luze. Good morning, Senior, I'll go cook for you. Luze nodded. Thank you, Alice. She cooked for him every time. Alice happily went into the kitchen. Soon, Lu Li, Lin Ling, Nanggong Jing, and Kaihu Hesha all came out. Lu Li and Lin Ling went to help in the kitchen while Nanggong Jing and Kaihu Hesha waited for food like Luze. During this time, Luze's phone rang. Nanggong Jing asked, "Who's contacting you?" Luze took out his phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up, and a deep voice sounded. Is this Luze? I'm the delivery man for the Shenwu Treasure Depot. Your martial god set has arrived. Is it convenient for you to receive it now? Luze's eyes lit up. He quickly agreed and reported his location. After the call ended, Nanggong Jing and Kaihu Hesha smiled. The martial god set arrived. MHM. A few minutes later, someone knocked on his door. Luze quickly went to open it. Thereafter, a short-haired middle-aged man was there. He studied Luze and smiled. Monarch of the New Dawn Luze. Luze nodded. Hello. He was surprised. He couldn't see this man's cultivation level at all. He should be at least level 8 planetary state, right? Were delivery men these days this strong? The delivery man sighed. You're probably the first one capable of buying the martial god set after coming to the void space for 2 months. Heroes indeed come from the youths. Luze smiled in embarrassment. You compliment me too much. The delivery man took out a black storage ring. Use mental force to imprint your mark. It's like your previous personal armor. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. Luze put the storage ring on his finger and then imprinted his mental force mark. He was used to it. Then, a dark ray flashed, and a handsome black armor set appeared on him. It covered his entire body. The delivery man smiled. How does it feel? Luze's chi surged. All sorts of god arts started appearing on his hand. He sensed the differences. When the delivery man saw all of Luze's god arts, his mouth twitched. He had heard quite a few times that Luze's god art was abundant, but he was still shocked when he saw it himself. This kid really had a lot of god arts. Right then, Luze's voice sounded. No wonder this is the martial god set. There was a bit of reduction in my spirit force usage, and the god art is much more powerful. The delivery man smiled. Since it's sold for 50,000 Shenwu merit points, it's worth this price. Since there are no problems, I'll be leaving first. If the armor is damaged, you can go and have it repaired at Shenwu City. Luze nodded. Thank you, uncle. Luze wore the armor back into the living room. Nanggong Jing looked at Luze. How is it? Luze grinned. After wearing this, I'm confident in fighting a level 4 planetary state. Really? Nanggong Jing and the other girls were in disbelief. Among the planetary state, every level of difference was huge. Luze could reach level 4 planetary state when wearing the armor. This was on par with Nangongjing and Kaihuyuhesha. Nangongjing spoke with some envy. When I get the martial god set, my combat power can reach level 5 planetary state. Luze's full-powered state was almost the same as her. Nangongjing was beginning to get worried. She was afraid to get beaten up. Luze thought he would surpass the alcoholic when he wore this armor. However, she just reached level 2 planetary state, and her combat powers increased again. At most, they were even, or he still might not be a match for her. Outside the controlled region, on the 4-symbol crystal mine planet, there was a base erected at the mine currently. The place was very busy. In the surveillance room of the base, there was a series of alarms. All the Shenwu army soldiers looked up. The screens showed a large wave of red dots. Seeing this, these soldiers were in shock. So many. What is that? Don't know. Bring out the surveillance screen. It was vacuum space. It should be empty, but there were countless void beasts roaring and charging forward. Their bodies were huge and all covered in black sleek armor. Everywhere they passed, terrifying spirit force flowed. What is that? New breed of the void beast? So many. Is this a beast-tide migration? Quick, predict their path. The AI calculated and soon saw that their planet was at the border of their path. They were moving towards the controlled region. One soldier roared, "Oh shit! We're going to get caught here. Quick, report to General Eugen. Notify the relevant people that they're headed inside." Chapter 646 The Human Race Shall Trial in Fire and Blood. Luze and the others just finished breakfast and were currently resting on the couch. Although the fishing missions were all Ying Ying's work, they still felt they were tired. They planned to rest a day before considering doing new missions. At this moment, all their phones rang with urgency. Everyone took out their phones, and when they saw the message, their eyes bulged. It was a red warning message: large scales of void beasts are nearing the controlled region. It seems to be a beast pack migration. The Shenwu army soldiers will be going to reinforce the border immediately. Adventurers need to help slay void beasts. There will be rewards. Nangongjing's mouth widened in disbelief. Large-scale void beasts migration? Will enter the controlled region. Kaihuyuhesha frowned. This is the same situation as the silver hook beasts last time. Lin Ling shook her head. It's probably not the same. Looking at this alert, the scale of the void beasts wouldn't be small. Last time, the silver hook beasts only affected one planet. Now, the situation was clearly different. Lu and Alice were dazed. They hadn't been on a mission before. Luze said, "The situation seems pretty serious." Lu looked at Luze. "What should we do?" Lin Ling said, "Missions have come out already." She projected the mission in the air. Everyone looked over curiously. The beast tide crossed the border. The Shenwu army would set up a defense line first outside the controlled region. However, the Shangyang region was too vast. It's implausible to defend the entire border. The human race didn't have that many powerful beings. So if the void beasts went inside, the local stationed army and adventurers would be responsible for clearing them. All the rewards would be determined based on the number of void beasts killed. After reading the mission, Luze and the group sunk into silence. Moments later, Luze smiled. "Should we go outside or stay inside? To be honest, Ying Ying can easily deal with this beast tide, right? But this thing had gotten so serious. If the beast tide suddenly disappeared, there would be several speculations. Most importantly, this beast tide might be absurd, but it's not like the human race can't stop it." Luze didn't want Ying Ying to help. A jade stone needed to be polished to become a beautiful jade. If the human race truly wanted to grow, they should trial themselves in blood and fire. Ying Ying was the last resort. Lin Ling smiled. Let's go to planets Hiwo? I'm worried about my brother. Luze nodded. Let's go there. The beast tide wasn't ordinary. Lin Kuang and the rest were too weak. It was best to check upon them. After making the decision, Luze and the girls left their hotel. Outside, several adventurers were flying to the space station. They showed a friendly smile to Luze and the girls on the way. They already heard of the news that Luze captured a large wave of blade demons somehow. There were hums of warships in the air non-stop. Kaiuyuhesha looked at this and narrowed her eyes. These Shenwu army are going to reinforce the defense line outside the border. Right. Luze nodded. That should be right. Lin Ling's face was serious. If that's the case, wouldn't the local force be lacking in power? Lu Li smiled. I believe the high levels want to stop most of the void beasts outside, right? The region inside has a lot of resources. If they are damaged by the void beasts, it would be a huge loss. Nangongjing said, okay, let's stop discussing. Let's head off first. Zhiwo system is at the border of the controlled region. Everyone nodded and flew towards the space station. From there, the New Dawn headed off towards the Zhiwo system. In the surveillance room of the 4-symbol crystal mine base, Yujin looked at the surveillance screen. Countless void beasts ravaged the cosmos. Everywhere they passed, planets crumbled, space became chaotic, and destruction spread throughout. Yujin's face was bad. What does the internal region say? One officer answered, General Chen Feng said he will go personally to set up the defense line. Other than that, every stationing ground will send half their forces to come and defend against the void beast's tide. Our reinforcements would arrive in 3 hours. Yujin's tense face relaxed. General Chen Feng is coming personally. Chen Feng was the head commander of the Shangyang Galaxy region. His cultivation level reached the star state. Beep. A series of alarms rang. A huge wormhole formed outside the planet. Tens to hundreds of meters long void beasts roared and flew out of the wormhole. When they saw the planet not far away, their eyes flashed with chaos as they flew over. Yujin's face darkened. Prepare for battle. Zhiwo planet stationing grounds. The atmosphere in the planet was more tense than usual. Dense clusters of ships flew past, all heading to support the outside portion of the controlled region. Many adventurers here, who weren't strong enough, chose to leave Zhiwo system for now. Of course, level 5 planetary state adventurers and above chose to charge out with the Shenwu army to form the defense line. They would earn more outside as well. The danger was lethal for weaker people, but for the strong, it was an opportunity. In one suite, Luo Bingqing and the others were sitting on the couch with serious expressions. Mosye smiled. Are you guys planning to stay or leave? Xian Yuji also smiled. What about you guys? Luo Bingqing said plainly, I'm staying. I will need some time to break through just by solitary cultivation. I need a life and death battle to help me break through quickly. Lin Kuang grinned. Of course, I'm staying. He had bloodthirsty god art. He would never be afraid of battle. Death was a home for him. Jack said, I'm staying too. Derek looked at them and said, you guys are all staying, so I'm staying too, of course. Seeing this, Mosye smiled. You guys didn't disappoint me indeed. Chi Xiaomo smiled sweetly. We're staying too. Bernie just smiled and nodded. They had been to more dangerous regions. Although staying here was walking on the edge of death, it wasn't going to make them quit. Daphne's group looked among each other, and Daphne gritted her teeth. We'll be staying too, but this situation is dangerous. We need to work together. Lin Kuang grinned. I thought the same. If they worked together well, they could potentially kill level 1 planetary state void beasts. Chapter 647 Atmosphere was awkward. In 5 short hours, several bases rose up on barren planets. Large numbers of Shenwu soldiers were stationed there. Those regions without planets had powerful galactic motherships flying there as a temporary combat base. The first line of defense was set up within 5 short hours. At the center of the defense line was a huge metal planet. There were a lot of powerful cannons erected on the planet and countless warships going in and out. In the command room, a bald-headed bulky man was sitting at the top. He looked at the clustered red dots on the screen and then at the screen on the side which contained void beasts. He frowned. What breed are these void beasts? Did you find out? Why are they migrating towards us? A purple-haired beautiful woman shook her head. They seem to be a new breed. However, they appear to be from the same source. Their traits might be related to the insectoids, and that's why their habits are so strange. They would move out together but not fight each other. Many soldiers frowned upon hearing this. Anything that was related to the insectoids meant trouble. This was common sense. The bulky man bared his teeth. I don't care if they're related to the insectoids or not. They will die since they want to enter our land. They have great numbers and span over a few hundred light years. Every one of you, guard a post and try to stop these animals. If you really can't stop them, then leave it. Just notify the people inside. Yes, all the warriors got up and answered. They were all level 8 planetary state or even level 9 warriors. The bulky man nodded. If you fight star state void beasts, notify me immediately. Yes. The man nodded. Go. All the warriors disappeared from the spot instantly. The bulky man looked outside and narrowed his eyes. If insectoids really appeared in this region, it would be trouble. If there were star states, it would be a tough battle. 4 symbol crystal mine planet. The huge planet was covered in craters, as though few layers of it had been sliced off. Terrifying cracks stretched across the entire planet. The spirit force around the planet was unstable, as though it would explode at any time. The lowland regions were still fine, but there were quite some cannons and artillery stations around the base. In the space outside the planet, the battle waged on. Planetary state soldiers were fighting void beasts. Mortal evolution state soldiers were fighting void beasts with warships. There were ships exploding and void beasts being killed constantly. Beast blood sprayed across the entire region, and explosions painted the surrounding region red. Eugen's armor was broken. Blood covered his body, but he still held onto his long sword and slew void beasts around him. There were a few Shenwu army warriors on par with him around him. They were all reinforcements. The void beasts can endlessly spawn, but the Shenwu army managed to defend this resource point. Eugen. Go rest, time for a change of shift. A beautiful woman wearing red armor arrived. Eugen nodded and flew back to the base. The level 7 planetary state void beasts fighting Eugen roared and chased after him. A red sword ray cut across and stopped its pursuit. Currently, this entire region of the universe was lit up in the fire of battle. Flashy spirit force glimmered across the whole space. Most of the void beasts were stopped, but still, a small portion of them got through into the controlled region. There were too many of them after all. The defense line was even hundreds of light years away. 2 days later, in the warp tunnel, Luze and the girls were sitting on the couch of the New Dawn. Luze looked outside. I wonder how the situation is now. There was no signal in the warp tunnel. Nangongjing shook her head. I don't know, but they've probably started fighting. At this moment, New Dawn's voice sounded. 5 seconds before departing warp tunnel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A silver light flashed, and the deep tunnel outside turned into space. As soon as they came out, they frowned. There was a huge force striking towards the New Dawn. Luze instantly came out into space and put on the martial god set. He clenched his fist and looked at the grey beam shooting towards the New Dawn. The spirit force around the pillar was near level 4 planetary state. He raised a brow and formed a 100-meter radius earth shield. Rumble. The grey pillar struck the earth shield. Crack. The earth shield began to crack, and eventually, it shattered. The grey pillar became extremely dim after this too. Luze waved his hand, and a golden palm print dispersed the grey pillar. His earth shield had reached familiar mastery, but it was barely not enough to stop a level 4 planetary state attack. Meanwhile, the others raised their brows. They were shocked that Luze stopped such a powerful attack so easily. Alice's eyes were full of admiration. Senior is so amazing. Kaiuyuhesha praised, little brother Luze is getting stronger and stronger. Nangongjing said with some insecurity, I'm stronger than him. Lu looked at Luze with pride and yet dissatisfaction. Lin Ling bit her lips. Only Ying Ying looked at Luze and then chose to go back to her cartoons. Luze's fights were boring. Roar! 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 A violent chi appeared. Luze looked in the direction of the roar. There were 3 strange void beasts there. They had sleek deep armor and sharp claws. Their tails split into 2 at the end with spikes. Luze was shocked. Silver hook beasts. They looked similar to the silver hook beasts but seemed more ferocious. The others were shocked too. Luze frowned. Since there were void beasts here, there would probably be more of them on planets Hiwo. They needed to end the battle fast and go see the situation in the other area. Blood lightning surged around him as lightning spears formed. He shot tens of lightning spears at the void beasts. The beasts tried to form grey shields to stop the spears. Luze shouted, die! He waved his hand, and the tens of lightning spears formed into 3 waves and struck the shields. The shields were torn like paper as the lightning spear struck the beast's armor and penetrated their body. At this moment, a white beam flashed, and a ship suddenly came out of the warp tunnel and saw the lightning spear piercing the 3 void beasts. The ship stopped quickly. Chapter 648 Unity is Power. Outside this Hiwo system, Luze looked at the ship that suddenly stopped. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. At this moment, another white light flashed, and another ship came out of the warp tunnel. This ship also stopped on its tracks. Right then, Luze finally remembered where he had seen these 2 ships before. They were the ships of the 2 other adventure squads when they went to annihilate the blue shell dragon with Yangu. The doors opened, and a middle-aged man and beautiful woman came out. The man smiled. I didn't expect to encounter Monarch of the New Dawn here. Luze smiled. Guild leader Husiang, long time no see. Guild leader Leona, likewise. Husiang smiled and nodded. He looked at the void beasts' bodies and was shocked. His ship came out first, and he saw the blood lightning spears kill these void beasts. He was in disbelief since even he would need some time to take care of these void beasts. Yet, Luze killed them instantly. It had only been 2 months, and his power reached this level? Husiang was completely dazed. Leona didn't see the previous battle, but looking around, she had some guesses. She smiled seductively. I didn't expect to see little brother Luze here. What a coincidence! During this time, Nangongjing and the others flew out and came next to Luze. Kaiuyuhesha smiled. Leona, long time no see. Leona. Her smile stiffened. Young Duke Kaiuyu, long time no see. Then, she glanced at Lu and Alice. She hadn't seen these 2 before. One had to admit that Luze's luck with ladies was really amazing. Husiang smiled. Little brother Luze, are you going to provide backup for this Hiwo system? Luze nodded. Yes, I didn't expect you guys to come too. Husiang answered, this Hiwo lotus is a rather precious resource. The Shenwu army released missions to protect this resource point, so we came. This Hiwo system should be quite dangerous right now. Since we've met up, why don't we head over together? Leona smiled. I'm fine with it, of course. Luze smiled and nodded. No problem. Leona and Huxiang were level 4 planetary states. Their squad members were also planetary states. This was not bad after all. The group went back to their own ships and flew towards the system together. Inside Huxiang's ship, a handsome dark-haired man looked at the void beasts outside and was still shocked. He personally saw Luze fight a few hundred planetary state void beasts before. But at that time, those void beasts were just level 1 and level 2 planetary states. Now, he killed 3 void beasts approaching level 4 planetary states so easily. Was he dreaming? This progress was too fast. The other guild members were in disbelief too. Huxiang sighed. He's indeed the monarch of the new dawn. Before, he even felt threatened by Luze. This meant Luze wasn't far from him. At this moment, Leona's call reached Huxiang. Leona appeared. Are those 3 void beasts killed by little brother Luze? She had some guesses, but she still wanted to confirm them. Huxiang nodded. Leona's eyes widened. She took a deep breath before nodding. Back on the new dawn, Nangongjing gasped. Didn't expect to see these 2 squads here. Lin Ling said, the rewards for the defense missions are rather bountiful. Leona and Huxiang are both level 4 planetary states. It's pretty normal. I wonder how Senior Yangu and the others are doing. Nangongjing asked, probably went out again. At this time, Lu Li looked outside. There are void beasts outside the system. Perhaps there are a lot more inside as well. Lu Li's words made everyone turn serious. They put on their combat armors and got ready for battle. Zhiwo system. In the asteroid belt and barren planets, there were thousands of void beasts positioned there. Large fleets of ships, powerful warriors, and adventurers were fighting with them in every corner of the system. Violent spirit force shone more brightly than the star. Planets were shaking during such battles. Outside planet Zhiwo, tens of thousands of void beasts circled around the planet engaged in battle. The planet was shaking from the shockwaves. Storms and earthquakes occurred non-stop. The organisms on the planet were fleeing like it was doomsday. On the stationed grounds, a huge spirit force barrier covered the city and the ocean of Zhiwo Lotus. This was one of the few regions not yet affected by the battle. Luo Bingqing and the others were cleaning up the void beasts that got through the defenses. There were also other adventurers and Chenyu army soldiers. Everyone was engaged in battle. Roar! A void beasts with 3 pairs of sharp claws attacked Luo Bingqing and the rest. Its cultivation level was level 1 planetary state, but its tough armor and agile tail made it rather hard to deal with. Its front claws flashed with grey light as it attacked Louisa. During this time, a purple light flashed. Xuan Yuji blocked the paw with a huge sword taller than her. Rumble! Xuan Yuji was forced a few hundred meters back. The purple crystal around her cracked a little. Blood even came out of her mouth. Roar! The void beasts waved their paws to attack Xuan Yuji again. At this juncture, Bernie appeared before the spirit paw and blocked it with his vines. Warm white flashed across Louisa and landed on Xuan Yuji. Her injuries instantly recovered. She charged back at the void beasts again. Xuan Yuji and Bernie blocked most of the frontal attacks. Luo Bingqing was covered in frost, but outside the frost, there were faint red flames burning. Fire and ice fused together. The ice spears struck the joints of the claw and the void beast's weaknesses heavily. As time went on, the void beast's movement slowed a little under the frost. This greatly relieved the pressure on everyone. Lin Kuang was surrounded in blood mist as he launched strikes towards the beast. Qi Xiaomo's dark red flames formed fire clones and went to self-destruct. Moxia was shrouded in dark sword rays which were dreamlike. They attacked the weaknesses of the void beast non-stop. Jack, Daphne, Derek all used their own divine arts and attacked the void beast. As the battle progressed, the wounds piled up on the void beast. Its chi weakened. Eventually, Jack swung a vibrant few hundred-meter-long sword ray into its body. The sword intent surged, and its life force was wiped away. Everyone breathed easy upon watching the body fall from the sky. Xian Yuji asked, "This void beast wouldn't be weak amongst level 1 planetary states, right?" Lin Kuang grinned. "Of course. Its defenses are really crazy. I attacked the same spot 100 times to create an opening. If it was just me, I would have been killed already." Everyone nodded. Unity was power. Chapter 649 Secure. Luo Bingqing looked at the body. "This is the fifth." Mosia looked up at the sky. His eyes penetrated the atmosphere and saw into space. The battle there was more terrifying but not something they could participate in. More and more void beasts are coming in. The pressure up there isn't small. Louisa bit her lips. This is at the border. The pressure is huge, but there should be a lot of adventurers coming, right? Jack nodded. Looking at the time, it's been 2 days since the missions have been posted. Powerful adventurers should be arriving soon. Lin Kuang asked, "Would Luze and his team come?" "Even if they did, they would be at the battlefield above." Daphne rubbed her head. "Let's continue and see if there are prey suitable for us." Luze's and the others' ships entered the Zhiwo system. They sensed waves from all directions. Nangang Jing frowned. "There are many void beasts in this solar system." Luze nodded and looked at planet Zhiwo. "But the most intense battle is located there. Other places were rather minor." Kai Uyuhesha asked, "Should we go straight to planet Zhiwo?" "Let's go there first." Luze nodded. Soon, the 3 ships arrived on planet Zhiwo. When they saw the dense cluster of void beasts there, Luze and the others were dazed. Everyone was fighting. The Shenwu army warships were spurring spirit force beams while the warriors were fighting with all their might. Luze frowned. Those who could fight in space were the middle power of the human race, and yet, they were dying here. Could he really not let Ying Ying intervene? Luze looked at Ying Ying, who was looking outside, and wondered if that was the right thing to do. Those humans, who were fighting, deserved respect. If Ying Ying intervened, she could save many people and easily turn the tides, but what about next time and the time after that? What if Ying Ying fell asleep or left? What if there was a being that Ying Ying couldn't stop? If they relied on Ying Ying every time and lost the sense of urgency, could the humans still maintain such bravery and unity? Luze didn't know what to choose. Lu Li and Kai Uyuhesha saw this and grabbed Luze's hands. Luze was startled and looked up at these two and finally realized everyone was waiting for them. Lin Ling carried Ying Ying. "We made this decision together. These past 2,000 years, with the 12 saints leading our race until now, we've relied on ourselves. This was the case before and will be the case in the future." Kai Uyuhesha rubbed Luze's forehead gently. "You're thinking too much, little brother Luze. We can't only rely on Ying Ying." Alice looked at Luze and didn't talk. She would support Luze regardless. Nangang Jing grinned. "Kid, this is my first time seeing you like this. It doesn't suit you." She passed her wine bottle to his mouth. "Have a sip, then we're going to fight." Luze wanted to stop this, but Nangang Jing already stuffed it into his mouth. Luze looked at Nangang Jing in disbelief. Did she know what she was doing? However, since she did this, he didn't reject it either. He had been drinking so much golden fruit wine that his alcohol tolerance became good. He guzzled half a bottle. Nangang Jing took the bottle back and looked at Luze in surprise. "Little kid, your alcohol tolerance became quite good. Last time, your face went red with just one sip." Lu Li. There was a previous time. Lu Li narrowed her eyes. When the beast tide was over, Luze would be over too. Luze thought of something. He should find an opportunity to give them golden fruit wine. It would benefit them quite a bit. He smiled. I know. Let's go help too. He looked at Lu Li and Alice. Stay with Lin Ling. He looked at Ying Ying and rubbed her head. Ying Ying, protect your sisters. If humans are about to die, save them. Don't let them find out. However, there were so many people this time. Ying Ying might not be able to take care of everybody. She could only try her best. I'll feed you good things after this ends. Ying Ying's eyes lit up. Ying Ying promises to finish the mission. Nangongjing and the rest smiled. If possible, who would like to see their own race die in battle like that? Nangongjing smiled. Let's go. Luze nodded and contacted Huxiang and Leona. Everyone left the New Dawn. Ying Ying then disappeared from the spot. Luze put away the New Dawn, and the other two squads came. Huxiang said, let's head off. Find a point of entry with weakness in the planet first. Some void beasts were terrifying. Despite being a few 100,000 kilometers away, the terrifying pressure was shocking. Thereafter, everyone glanced at the battlefield and flew in one direction. There were nearly 100 Shenwu army soldiers fighting a few hundred void beasts there. There were more void beasts than soldiers, but the soldiers cooperated well together and barely stopped the creatures. However, there were still void beasts crossing over from time to time. The leader was a black-haired middle-aged man. He was a level 5 planetary state. He held a black long sword. His face was a little fatigued, and he was fighting 2 level 5 planetary state void beasts. Piss off! He hacked down with 2 hands, but it only made a clank on their armor. Seeing this, his face turned bad. Damn, these bastards' defenses are really strong. He panted and said, when are the adventurer squad reinforcements coming? We can't hold on much longer. Another soldier panted. The mission has been released. It's been 2 days now. They should be here soon. The middle-aged man cursed. Damn it, are they snails? Brothers. Hold on. Yes. Luze frowned. These void beasts don't seem like ordinary void beasts. Leona nodded. I have this feeling too. Let's be careful. Contact the Shenwu army over there. Tell them to hold off the large group. We'll slowly finish off this wave of void beasts. Luze nodded. In that case, I'll draw a wave over. As he spoke, a black lightning cloud formed, and the blood lightning shot towards the void beasts' crowd like sharp swords. Tens of blood lightning bolts struck their armor, and those below level 4 planetary state were instantly killed. Those level 4 planetary states stopped the blood lightning with their armor. The severe pain, which was unique to the blood lightning, made them look towards their attacker. Chapter 650 What just happened? Roar. After the lightning, the space fell silent for an instant. Then, 16 level 4 planetary states void beasts turned and charged at Luze. Tens of void beasts below level 4 planetary state also followed. This made the middle-aged man stunned for a moment. Thereafter, his eyes flashed with surprise and joy. He even hacked his sword with more power. Ha! I take back my words. The other soldiers smiled. After that wave of void beasts left, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. The middle-aged man roared, Brothers, we're the Shenwu army. Don't get outdone by those adventurers. Take care of these bastards quickly, and then, go help. Yes. Meanwhile, Huxiang and Leona's team were dumbfounded. Oh, shit. 16 level 4 planetary state void beasts? Huxiang looked at Luze in disbelief. Little brother Luze. If this person wasn't Luze, he would want to kill him. Leona also looked at Luze with a pale pretty face. Luze looked at the two in disbelief. You feel it's not enough? I think we should play it a little safer. They're quite strong after all. If it was just ordinary level 4 planetary state void beasts, Luze felt like he could take on 100 all by himself, but these creatures before them weren't. He didn't expect these two guild leaders to be tougher than him. Leona opened her mouth. Safer. She felt Luze had a wrong understanding of safer. Luze's power was about the same as theirs. They only had 5 level 4 planetary states in total. Bringing over 16 level 4 planetary states was called safe? Then, what wasn't safe? Going to fight a level 5 planetary state? The void beasts already charged over. Kaiuyuhesha's eyes flashed with pink light. The 4 void beasts at the front suddenly turned around and attacked their pals. Those furious void beasts clearly didn't expect this. Blood splattered, but they were just lightly injured. Those conscious void beasts saw that those 4 were still going to attack them, so they counter-attacked without hesitation. The void beasts fell into chaos. Lin Ling's eyes glimmered, and her spirit force was rapidly depleted as her face went pale. Luckily, her cultivation level improved, and she didn't get exhausted like last time with the silver hook beasts. She smiled. At the stomach, the center of the middle pair of claws. Luze and Nangang Jing left at the same time. Luze used space god art and was much faster than Nangang Jing. He appeared at the stomach of one of the level 4 void beasts. He saw an extremely small crack at the location. Die! Luze formed a 100-meter-long lightning spear and attacked the crack. Screech! The void beasts tried to dodge, but its body suddenly stiffened, and the lightning spear penetrated the crack. The explosion of blood lightning instantly killed the beast. Luze's combat power was level 4 planetary state. It was all too easy to kill them while knowing their weakness. Nangang Jing's golden fist force also pierced through a void beasts. The other void beasts reacted and planned to attack Luze and Nangang Jing. Luze grinned and disappeared from the spot, appearing in the middle of all the void beasts. The void beasts attacked him with grey energy balls and spirit force claws. Luze easily dodged them while a lightning cloud formed above his head. He pressed down, and tens of lightning bolts attacked the void beasts that weren't controlled. Rumble! Roar! The beasts flickered with grey spirit light, wanting to block the lightning. Simultaneously, they shot out grey spirit balls and spirit force claws. Rumble! The explosion spread over thousands of kilometers. The lightning tore through the attacks of level 1 planetary states and level 2 beasts, killing them in the end. The level 3 planetary states lasted longer but were still crushed. Only the level 4 void beasts could completely defend against Luze's attack. Furious roars sounded. The void beasts were planning to gather spirit force and attack once more. Seeing this, Luze's eyes flashed with lightning again as tens of lightning bolts formed and assaulted the surviving void beasts. After this second wave, all the level 3 planetary state void beasts died. Only level 4 void beasts remained, but Luze wasn't fighting alone. Nangang Jing had appeared below other level 4 void beasts. Her golden fist force surged again and easily penetrated the void beasts. With the chaos created by Kaiuyuhesha's void beasts and the suppression from Luze's lightning, Nangang Jing easily killed all the void beasts. The entire process lasted only 10 seconds. All those void beasts charging at them had turned to dead bodies. Luze and Nangang Jing looked at each other and smiled before returning to the crowd. The atmosphere was very quiet right now. Hu Xiang, Leona, and their crew still looked dazedly at the three. Luze turned to them and said with embarrassment, "You're right, I was too careful indeed. The rewards are based on the void beasts we kill. You guys didn't get anything from this wave." Hu Xiang and Leona felt their hearts throb with pain. They smiled awkwardly. "It's fine, little brother Luze. Do as you see fit." What could they say? If they said that they felt Luze brought too many void beasts over before, they would lose all their faces. Who would have imagined how insane these three were? They thought Luze, Nangang Jing, and Kaiuyuhesha were on par with them, but now, it seemed they overestimated themselves. Thinking about how the three were weaker than them a month ago, they felt even sourer. They wanted to retire. The Shenwu army soldiers also looked over. When they saw the floating bodies, they ended up dazed, almost getting attacked by the void beasts. The middle-aged man looked at this in disbelief. How is that possible? That was 16 level 4 planetary state void beasts. And many more lower level ones. They knew how tough their defenses were. How could they all be gone in 10 seconds? Just what happened?